Suntan Superman, Volume 4 of his greatest hits, No Miss. Woo!
So we go.
After that,
Brother.
everything that comes after that.
Well. Life of a
it is what
Grandmaster
it is
Troll
now.
is here.
Brother,
Drop the link.
the Grandmaster Troll is not a punk. He called Angry Man out to fight years ago.
Never called him a punk.
He told no. But I will say this for him. He said, whatever you're talking about, Angry Man, Grinch, me, you can get these hands.
So did he go?
Who
Did he
say
go where
Christmas
he
don't
lived?
come
told
early?
him-
He go
he
where
told
Angry
him
Man
that.
was at to fight?
I'm
How
sorry.
you not?
No, he
Hold
can
on,
speak.
hold on.
He speak for himself.
Hold on. Yeah, Christmases came around early.
Yes, it did. I'm gonna mute up to hear this one.
No. We're gonna have a conversation. Matter of fact,
I'm gonna mute up.
Is him here?
yes.
Yeah, let's everybody mute up. This is between Charles and him.
So, you have the floor. Explain yourself, please.
What you want me to explain? Everything I said is in the video.
And everything you said in the video is incorrect.
What part?
So you enjoy putting people's daughters and granddaughters and grandsons on air?
Is
You
that what I
enjoy
did?
putting people. Yes, what you did.
Okay.
But here's the crazy part, right?
Mm-hmm.
When things come back to you, it's gonna be one of those things that, oh, I didn't mean to do this. Oh, why did they take it so seriously?
With all
Is
due
it?
respect, Charles, he hasn't taken a step back.
I'm sorry, BZ. Let them talk.
No,
Let them
but
talk.
no. But
Hold on, let me-
No,
hold on.
let them talk. This is between him and Charles.
Hold on.
no, because I know. See, let me tell you. Let me tell you.
No. Let Charles and Grandmaster Troll talk.
Let me tell you what happens over here. Okay. All right. What happens over here? What happens over here? From time to time, people go through and they feel bullied.
It doesn't matter. Let Charles and Grandmaster Charles talk.
I'm trying to give you some understanding
I
why
don't
you
want no
guys.
understanding.
Hold on.
Charles,
Let's
Bring
let him
everybody
finish.
down.
I'm trying to let you guys get some understanding for those that don't understand. Like, why are these people fucking with us? Because from time to time, people have come through here, okay, into Manosphere panels, and they couldn't really handle them. They got bullied on. Got 7 or 8 people talk shit about them. Not everybody can handle it. You know, I dealt with the shit and stayed. You know, I dealt with the shit and just battled my way through it, and then just stayed and kicked and started enjoyed the conversation. Not everybody is built like that. So these dudes build resentment, and they go on these nonstop smear campaigns. So that's all. So when you gang up on people to do that, some people it makes them feel a certain way.
We're not ganging up on Grandmaster Troll. Don't need to interrupt. Just let Charles and Grandmaster Troll talk. That's it. All of us mute up. You don't need no explaining.
Matter of fact, I'm gonna bring everybody down for a second.
Yeah. Best way to do that. I'm gonna get that.
Now, it's just you and I. So go ahead, speak your piece.
What would you like me to answer?
So, what is the purpose of doxing and putting people's information out?
Okay, I'm glad you asked that question. In my opinion, there's a lot of dudes in this space who blame white supremacy, BWs, or somebody else for their problems. And as black men, when we blame somebody else for our problems and don't look at ourselves, and we teach other black men to do the same, then black men can't progress in whatever they're trying to accomplish. So I basically pull up people's backgrounds information that goes against their talking points.
What background information? One, who gave you such authority? Two, what talking points when people can give you advice on life? If a person goes to jail, does that not excuse them from saying, hey, don't go to jail because I had this experience of actually going? But let's talk about your background. What background do you have in giving somebody life lessons?
What background do I have
Yes, what
to give
background do you
somebody's
have?
life lessons?
Yes.
You live life, and depending
No, no,
on
no,
what
no,
you
no, no,
live,
no, no, no. Don't give me that. Don't give me that female talking point.
I'm not
Speak.
giving you
We're both men.
female.
We're both men. Explain yourself, please.
If you
What
have,
have
what
you done? What life experiences have you acquired?
do you mean life experiences? You got
What life
work.
experiences?
You
No, where
got
do you work? Where
work.
do you work? What
You
type
got
of work
work. You got
experience?
careers.
What type of
Uh,
career do you have?
I
What type of
referee.
work do you have?
I referee.
That's part-time. What type of full-time career do you have? How long have you been refereeing, and what's your real career?
I just told you I've been refereeing for 12 years.
So, if you've been refereeing for what sport?
Basketball, football.
Okay, so that means you're only working what? A couple of hours for what? The fall and the winter. That's not
That's
full-time, man.
that's not true.
That's I've coached for several years. That is very true. Referee.
Have you refereed for several years? Is my question to
I've
you.
coached for several years.
Uh,
Referees don't get paid every day.
you're right. We don't get paid every day.
So that's not a full-time job, is it?
Uh,
What other life experiences or careers have you had?
well, I work jobs and I referee.
What type of jobs?
I'd rather not say.
Wait a minute. You rather not say, but you like to pull up everybody else's background. That's
Hmm.
kind of hypocritical, right?
No, it's not. If
That is
somebody
very
put
much so. So
if
what have you done that makes you the authority of giving people advice?
what do you mean the authority?
You said that you're looking for people to see if their backgrounds check.
Hmm.
Have you checked to see if I was an actual factual officer? Do you
You,
know that I am?
I'm just in
Did
terms
you
of
check my
your.
did you check my military history?
I did not check your military history.
So in other words, if I'm giving somebody some life experiences,
Hmm.
would I not have the credibility of giving them some sound advice?
Depends on what you give them advice in, but
No, no, no.
yes,
In life, what did I just say? Repeat what I just said.
if you give somebody life experience, advice in life
No,
experience,
would I give them sound advice in life experiences? Have you ever
and
traveled outside the United States?
once,
Where?
Mexico.
So, what experience? How long?
It was like a 7 day cruise.
A 7 day cruise. So, wouldn't you be able to give somebody an experience and talk to them about going to a cruise?
Yes,
Why?
because I went on a cruise.
No, no, no. Why?
Why would I give somebody advice? Is that the
Why would
question
you
you're
be?
asking?
Why would you be able to give somebody advice on going on a cruise?
If they asked for it, or if I just wanted to give advice on it?
Why? Is it because you experienced it?
Yes.
So if I experienced many different things, especially going to war and being
Hmm.
an officer for several years in the city of Baltimore and coaching for several years, I'm quite versed in my experience, correct?
Mm-hmm.
So what do you have against any of the things I talk about on my channel?
Nothing. I never mentioned any of the things that you talked about on your
So why
channel,
bring
other
so
than
why so why bring up any of my information?
because
Hello?
the information that I brought up had nothing to do with military or your
So in
police
other
work,
words, why bring it up at all?
because I wanted to.
Oh, so you just want to be defiant and just do things. And how old are you?
I'm 32.
You're 32.
Mm-hmm.
That whole thing about pulling up information when I watched, how old were you in 2000?
How old was I in 2011?
Mm-hmm. Okay. If I'm 39 now, how old was I in 2000?
What, 18?
17 or 18, depending on the part of the year. How the fuck do I have a tax lien at 17 and 18?
I wouldn't. That would be something for you to explain.
That would be impossible. That would be impossible, Einstein, correct?
Could be impossible.
It's impossible, Einstein.
Okay.
So, and especially when after I turned 18, 2 months after that, I was in the fucking army
Mm-hmm.
training. So it's
Mm-hmm.
fucking impossible, right, Einstein? But yet, we're not going to sit down and say, well, let's see if this great Faulkner initiative can actually help young men. We're going to go here and try to get super chats from a bunch of clowns who's going to let you be the fall guy for stupidity, right?
Yep.
And you enjoy it.
Is there a problem with that?
There's an issue because why don't you just dox yourself? Show people how you really are.
I did. In fact, before I doxed you, I put my name in the same search engine that I put your name and everybody else's name in.
And
And
you
I
do
did the
know
same thing to myself that I did
you
to
do
everybody
know
else.
you do know that old search engine is faulty in a lot of ways, right?
Yeah.
So in other words, you're just here just to make enemies so you can have content, right?
No, I teach
So
life
so
lessons through
so what
trolling,
life what
Charles
life
Faulkner.
lessons are, what life lessons are you teaching?
And what life lessons? Well, one of the life lessons I teach is to be accountable for your own actions and don't blame somebody else for what you did or what a person did.
How are you accountable?
How am I accountable?
How?
If something goes wrong, then I'm going to have to go through the consequences and repercussions of my actions. That's how I'm accountable.
So, but you'll pull anybody in your bullshit and you don't feel accountable for pulling up people's personal information. You should be held accountable for that, right? According to you. Not me, according to you.
Depends on what
Hello?
happens. Depends on
So
what
no, 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 no,
happens.
no.
Yeah.
You heard what happened. You heard
Hmm.
my statement. Repeat my
So
statement, please.
in this moment, is there anything for me to be accountable to?
When you're pulling up people's information
Hmm.
and you're being disingenuous right now because you're
I'm
a lot
not.
smarter than what the hell you're putting on.
I'm not.
You're pulling up several people's information.
Hmm.
You're pulling up everybody's information.
Hmm.
Is that accountable or is just this, or is that just chaotic?
No, me pulling up people's information is an action. That's something I did.
That's something you should be accountable for, right? Did they willingly give up this information?
The place that
Because
I
I'm pretty sure.
the place that I got it from willingly gave up the
So
information.
in other
Yes.
words, so is the answer yes or no?
Yes.
So did they, that individual, give up their information willingly?
Yes.
No, they did not.
Then how did it get on those websites?
So in other words, did they give you permission?
I didn't
Did
talk
they
to.
give you
I didn't talk.
permission? No, 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 no.
I didn't
Did
talk
that?
to
Did that? No, no, no,
individuals.
no,
So
no,
no.
no, 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 no.
I
Did they
answered
give
your
that?
question.
So in
I
other
talked.
words, you need to be held accountable, correct?
Yeah, but you got to. What about being accountable? Are you saying I broke a law? Are you saying I broke a rule? You saying I did something wrong?
And certain states and certain statutes, yes.
Okay, and what are those statutes?
Were you pulling up? Were you pulling up this information for what? Were you checking their background?
What are the stats? What are the statutes?
What state do you live in?
I'd rather not say, but you know.
Oh, but you rather not say, but you want to be doxxed. But you rather pull up everybody else's.
I've already been doxxed
see,
by
this
people
is
in this space.
Then trust me, you're not important for me to dox. I don't dox anybody.
Okay.
Now, posting people's addresses, you know damn sure, and posting people's children, you know damn sure that is not cool.
You're saying it's not cool to post people's children?
That's actually illegal.
It is.
So a lot of stuff, you've done that before.
And what law are you citing?
And
what
why?
Law are you citing?
And why?
What law are you citing?
Why?
That makes it illegal.
Guess what? Guess what? What state are you from?
You know what state I'm in.
What is it? State it.
You know what state I'm in.
I don't. You're not that important for me to even figure out, but I'm gonna let you state it.
Okay. If I'm not that important, then why does it matter?
So in other words, you're just trying to make enemies just because you feel bullied or not included or what? What's the purpose? You're just looking for cash apps and popularity?
Cash apps and popularity? No.
Is that all you're looking for? Because you were asking people to cash app you
no,
a protection fee. So you weren't asking for a protection fee.
Yeah, I asked for a protection fee. You gotta ask for the protection fee.
So you're asking for a protection fee. What
do
you need to be protected against?
You gotta ask for the protection.
What are you worried about? What do you need protection from?
Who said the protection fee was for me?
Well, you accepted the money, right?
Mm-hmm.
Then it's for you.
Well, to be honest, nobody actually paid the protection fee.
Did you ask for cash apps?
Yep.
Were cash apps set?
Yep.
Then you got paid for it.
Okay.
So stop being disingenuous. Once again, we're gonna talk like grown ass men.
Do you know what the protection fee is?
Were you getting funds for pulling up people's shit? Yes or no?
Yeah. And
so
do you know? And do you know what the protection fee is?
Go explain yourself.
The protection fee, if you didn't want to be in the expose, all you had to do was match, and you was protected.
So wait a minute. Explain that.
So, for instance, yesterday Super Slide was in there. Somebody sent for Super Slide, and if Super Slide would have matched it, he would have been protected. But he chose not to match.
Oh, so you're extorting people not to put their stuff out.
Not extorting. I said protection.
That is extorting. What the hell do you think extortion is?
I would have to look up the definition.
Look it up right now.
Okay.
That's extortion. So let me give you an example, right?
Mm-hmm.
You own a nice bakery, right?
Yep.
Me and two of my best guys come down there and say, well, you have a beautiful bakery.
Mm-hmm.
We would like to offer you protection insurance from fire, water damage, burglary, robbery,
mm-hmm.
vandalism. And I just pushed down a couple of items in your store and broke them, just to show you that the protection fee was so you pay me so I don't destroy your business. What is that called?
Say that one more time.
What is that called?
The very end part after you said
If
about the
I'm telling you,
insurance.
if I'm telling you to pay me insurance fees, so
Mhm.
your place is protected from rival mobsters, rival gang members, and the gang that's supposed to protect you. What is that called?
What is that called? Didn't you say it was insurance?
It's extortion,
Okay.
and that's definitely illegal,
Mm-hmm.
and that's definitely a crime.
Mm-hmm.
You do realize that, right?
Yeah, but that's not what I did.
That is exactly what you did.
No, I didn't, because I didn't say nothing. I didn't
Yes, you
say
did.
nothing about mob.
So
I
in
didn't
other
say
words,
nothing about violence. I didn't.
so
I
guess
also
what?
didn't. I also
Whether
didn't threaten
you said
nobody.
that's still extortion. If a person doesn't want their public information known, you just extorted someone.
I
And you
disagree.
just stated what you got.
I
So
disagree.
if somebody matched you or matched a fee that somebody was supposed to be doxxed, you just put out an extortion fee and pocket the damn money from not only the person who wanted to do the doxing, but the person who didn't want to be doxed.
That's not true.
You just admitted it.
And that's not true.
That is very true. You just said it.
Yeah, that's not true.
How many? You're still on your live, right?
Mm-hmm.
How many people are viewing your live right now?
199.
I have 100 people. Almost
Mm-hmm.
300 people just heard you say the same shit.
No,
Yep.
I said nothing
So
about.
you're basically extorting people to say if somebody gives you $50, you gotta match it so I don't dox you. Curiouser and curiouser, as they say. So now you're charging people extortion fees not to put their public information out there. You're giving people their addresses, and you don't even know who's on the internet, who's got an axe to grind, and who's willing to do violence or some type of vigilantism or some type of vandalism because you gave that information out openly. And that actually hold
that's a
and
big
that's
stretch
actually
right there.
no, it isn't, because
Yeah, it
guess what?
is.
You hold yourself liable because it doesn't take much to count to actually what? Connect the dots, right?
Well,
Doesn't take much.
let me ask you this question: does Google or any of these sites that have this information, do they get held accountable for having people's addresses that somebody that a vigilante might go and maybe in some weird world that you have believed want to do some harm to some people? Do those
It
people get held
happens.
accountable?
Actually, they had suits against them.
Okay. And what were some of these suits? Do you have the states and where it happened at?
Because if it's internet, it's automatically federal.
Mm-hmm. And I said, do you have any states or any specific cases in which this has happened?
There are several. Now, are you going to keep doing this type of behavior?
What do you mean? Keep doxing people?
Yes.
I don't plan to.
Are you going to keep on doing this behavior, extorting people as well?
I don't extort people.
You did. You have a good night, Grandmaster Troll, and may you be at peace.
You too.
So we go.
I'm just waiting. Right now. What's up, Black Messiah?
What's going on? Can you hear me good?
Yeah, you're good.
All right.
What the subject, Black Messiah?
Can you hear me?
Yeah, you're good to go.
All right. So one thing I just wanted to ask you about and see what your input was, is that a lot of the women that I'm coming across out here, just in the conversations in the YouTube, in the streets with the girl that I'm with right now, a lot of their behavior, their mentality, is just as you've been talking about. But when it comes to advancing as Black men in America, politically, economically, whatever, is that possible if we don't sit down with our women and get them somewhat under control? And we can't do that if we're, rash, abusive, or because they got an opinion of their own. They're disrespectful. They got their own little perception of how things are, how things happen, how things should be. So ultimately, do we not have to ultimately sit down at a table with them and work this out?
See, you got to understand this. Our women act like they're separate entities from us. Let me ask you this question. Do white women act like they belong to white men?
I believe so. I
Do
can't say generally because I don't deal with them much, but
we can say generally.
yeah,
You can say generally.
Generally, I perceive it to be that way.
What about Hispanic women? Do they act like they belong to Hispanic men?
Definitely.
Asian women, do they belong to Asian men?
Yes.
Do Black women act like they belong to us?
I do not believe so, but I would also have to say is the same type of attack on that one particular woman's mind, her community, her children, her man, her whole society. Is that the same with these other races? Has the Mexican woman, has the Chinese woman, have they literally, purposely, strategically been attacked mentally in order to cause them to act this way? We're talking about the feminism movement, which was meant to draw off the Black women away from the Black men. We're talking about the whole situation where they had to keep the men out of the housing in order to keep housing. We're talking about this empowerment thing where they can get jobs and they can do anything. There's a whole lot of things that
here's the part. Sorry for cutting you off, but here's the part that we gotta understand. White women were offered the same shit. Did they leave their men?
At this, they did not, but at the same time, were the man that they with in the position economically that Black men were in? In other words, why would white women leave their men when their men were, I guess you could say, running the society? But Black women
you gotta think about it. A lot of white men were poor. You got to think about it. Even in the Great Depression, who did it hit more, white men or Black men?
I would say the majority is white men, because I mean these are the people who had all the positions, all the jobs, all the the making all the money, and Black people were generally already kind of down and out. So
you gotta realize this. Black men were used to being on the bottom. The only way we could go was up.
Right.
So when we're the only people and the only group of men in the world history to be slaves and now equals. Any other woman would appreciate that. Black women literally have twice as many degrees as Black men, but we still out-earned them in each tax bracket.
But here's my issue though. Scientifically, a lot of men are responding to it emotionally, like they're talking a certain way, they're acting a certain way, they're behaving a certain way. But scientifically, have we actually sat down and truly examined it from a woman's perspective? I mean, they're acting like this way. It can't be a game. They must really believe they're equal. They must really believe this, because what they're doing is having an effect on our economy. It's having an effect on our families. It's having an effect on their children, and they're still doing it. So it's hard for me to believe that black women are literally purposefully betraying our society, purposefully betraying our legacy, purposely betraying their own children. I have to believe they really don't understand what they're doing. They don't really understand the full implications of every little term that they pick up, every little hashtag they join with, Black Lives Matter and feminism and LB. I don't think they really understand militarily wise the effects that it's having.
I'm gonna answer your question. Number one, when Ice Cube came up with that plan for black people, did those women ask, "What are you doing for black women?"
I heard you say that earlier. I didn't see that, but I heard you say
Because
earlier.
you got to realize something. Women nest in the environment, men protect and create it.
Right.
We have to settle it. So, number one, women know. Women, you have sisters?
Yes, I do.
Were your sisters given certain privileges that you couldn't?
Yes.
Were they able to talk back to their mother a little bit more than you could?
Yeah.
They know. And see, this is the biggest issue that I have is that we act like we don't know.
What if I add, let me throw this at you and let me tell you tell me what you think about it. Black men, no matter what, we have all been raised in a household coming up with women. Even in the worst case scenario, the majority of black women, we have all been
Shout out to my man Mike White for the Cash App. Keep going, man.
We've all been brought up by women. So we all, as black men, have a familiarity, with the attitudes, the behaviors, the day-to-day of women. Majority of these women who are raised in these single parent households are raised with women, so they have no idea of how to work with, live with, cohabitate, to partner with men. They just don't know. They don't understand how it's done. And the majority of them coming up, their mothers are bitter. So their mothers are always talking down about men. They're always telling them certain things about how men ain't no good. When you get it, I mean, there's all type of stuff sociological that goes into it. We just can't respond to symptoms without breaking it down and really finding the root cause of these issues.
I'm gonna explain to it, right? That's a lie. They know how to work with your ass when they need money, right?
Not even really. I mean, they know how
yes,
to
they
ask
do.
for it.
Yes, they do. They know how to work with your ass when they want some dick, right? They want to work with your ass when they need a baby, right? But women are the ultimate manipulators, the ultimate opportunists, right?
Yeah.
So to be ignorant to that would be disingenuous, wouldn't it? So number one, you can choose who becomes a father. So I can't excuse you from your I want to play ignorance. No, you can't play ignorance because guess what? You said my body, we gave you the shit. My body, my choice. Why are you mad when you get pregnant by a dude who can't afford a baby? When you chose to make him a father. As a matter of fact, let's say I want to keep the child. Let's say I want to keep the child. You could still abort that child without my consent. See, women know the power they wield. What's the greatest trick the devil ever played on humanity?
Convincing them that he didn't exist.
You know what's the greatest trick that black women played on black men?
They on
Convincing,
our side?
convincing that well, besides that, convincing that they don't have power. In 1970, 6%, for every one black female politician, there were 6 male politicians. Guess what it is today? For every 6 female black politicians, there's only 1 black male. They know that they have an advantage. Think about it. When they get mad at you and you're in their house, what's the first thing they're gonna do?
Threaten your livelihood, to try to kick you out, call the police, some bullshit.
So if they could do that, then guess what they have? They have knowledge of what they can do.
They might have knowledge of what they can do in this system as it is. But what I'm saying is, do you really believe that women in America, black women specifically,
Yes.
have a
Yes.
mentality to where they
Yes.
understand what
Yes.
we as a people have to do right now
Yes.
in order to advance ourselves and be in a different situation
Yes,
as a
because
whole
they don't
5 years from now?
they
I don't
don't
think they
think they're
understand
black.
that.
They don't think Black women, I'm going to say this again. Black women in America have disdain for black men.
They think they're their own group.
They're their own entity.
What is the
And
cause for
and
that though?
the cause for that is when the first time black women came to the New World, they were married to white men. You can't get white people cannot survive in Africa, can they?
I mean, the South Africans been doing it.
Yeah, but guess what they had to do? They had to be indoors mostly.
I feel you.
So in other words, a lot of
Somebody got background.
so that being said, right? In order to get the slaves and do business with Africans and the chieftains and the kings there, you have to do what? You have to marry into that society because you're a stranger. So a lot of these, when you read the books like Women of the Trade, you learn that black women always had access to white men. But I wonder why they had miscegenation laws for black men not being with white women. Because they knew that number one, this country be fucking brown and black as a motherfucking 50 years. So when you go downtown to child support, what do you normally see in City Hall?
I ain't been down there.
Let me put it to you this way. You see an awful lot of black women working in City Hall. I live in Baltimore. It's one of the black enclaves. We're almost 70% black here. And you know all these men who need a job. How many black women are posting? Let's even take YouTube for a minute. How many of these black women, how many black female content creators says we need to get back with our black men? Or is majority of their content black men ain't shit?
The majority is black men ain't shit. There's a very small percentage of good women out there, good black women out there who
Exactly.
promote.
And how long you been subscribed to my channel?
I mean, I can't say for sure, but it's been a while.
Did you hear the live stream I had? The reason why we don't talk about the good women.
I don't think so.
I'm gonna reiterate some of that shit, right? The reason why we don't talk about the good women as such is because do they exist? Because is a woman really gonna look out? Because a good woman will look out for her man. How many black women want to play the background role? Even Michelle Obama wanted to be in front, but her fucking husband was the president, the leader of the free world. Was she trying to be in the background or was she trying to be in the lead or right beside him?
It was her presidency too.
So in other words, who had the more important job?
I mean, Obama did. She was Michelle was just supportive role, kind of like.
She even said that I feel like I'm a single mother, and you're married to the fucking. No woman in presidential history would even embarrass her husband the way that she basically embarrassed hers.
What's good, brothers? What's good, man?
What's up, man?
I just came from Bernard's show. Stuff. About the pastors on there, what they beating on there. I try to ask the question, and I guess they're not going to address it and stuff. So I wanted to ask them, what do you think about single mothers now in our community trying to shame brothers, the same percent of brothers to wife them up to be stepfathers and shit.
I'll answer your question. Ask me the question. I'll answer it very, very quickly.
Yeah, definitely. Because let's say you're a pastor, Charles. Yeah, because I was a pastor on the show. Yeah, I guess they're not gonna address. But I'm glad I'm gonna address it here. What do you feel about, the small? We already know the small percentage of guys that got sexual access to the large percent of the women. You already know that's 30%. Actually, they say 16. I think it's lower than that. That are the actual deadbeat fathers, pumping, dumping, and impregnated females. And that 30% that got kids, the other percentage.
I'm gonna answer that question real quick. Number one, see, it's different when men have kids and take care of them versus women who have kids and take care of them. Responsibility looks good on men. You ever notice when a man has a lot of responsibility, that usually means he has a lot of power?
Exactly.
When women have a lot of responsibility and kids on their own, people be like, yo, where your man at? Where their fathers? They ask those weird questions naturally, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, in other words, being a single mom is a lot different than being a single dad. How many single dads will cry about doing it on their own?
None.
Hardly any. How many single moms cry about doing it on their own?
And, that's funny you said that too, because being that with the so-called putting in quotation, black churches and black pastors are supposed to be preaching marriages and everything. If we know the women are initiating the divorces, breaking them up, and shit. How you feel when it's like, why are you not calling out these black pastors? How are you not calling out your fellow black pastors that's constantly pandering to females, as that crypto clown dude talking about you don't need no man, do bad all by yourself. Don't go with no man telling you that you
You
need a
know
man.
what? You know why? How many pimps are going to chastise their hoes for selling ass?
Exactly.
How many of these pimps are going to so you got to understand it.
Zero, sir. Zero.
What's good? What's good?
What's up, man? Number one, when the government split up the black family, right? And then it became a conscious decision by our women. I could instead of taxing you because I have to actually give you tax breaks because you're married.
Mm-hmm.
Correct?
Yep.
Yeah.
Now that you're apart in two different households, I got more that I could tax.
That's right.
Even with child support, the government gets a hit of that money. Like I said earlier, it's gotten so bad where too many black women would rather get $500 a month off that man's check than the whole check if they were living together. That's economically backwards.
Oh, Charles, you
Child,
better stop. There'll be too much.
yeah. Yo,
They
Charles,
don't
I
want
tell my
that type
wife
of
this.
information.
Women can't even be selfish, right?
Mm-hmm. Oh, continue.
Oh no, I was just saying, like, to your point, like I tell my wife all the time, women can't even be selfish, right? You can't even sneak your way to get benefits through the back door. They're like you said, they'll rather suffer and get a penny on their own instead of just submit to a man and make millions for whatever reason.
Exactly.
Exactly.
It,
So
it's bizarre.
so it's not bizarre. It's just we got to start looking at our women and analyzing. Yo, this shit ain't right. Instead of
Well, it's
actually
just
saying
backwards.
it, instead of saying, you know what, why are you so against me? What did Jesus say to Saul when he confronted him on the road to Damascus? Saul, why do you hate me?
Mm.
He didn't ask anything else. He said, "Why do you hate me?"
Should we be worried about how they feel though?
Um, you should never be worried about anything that's not worried about you. You have to understand. There's a certain point where, as a man, should you extend the offer before you go? Yes. That's why I said either I lead or I leave. It's up to you.
Is leaving an option though in our situation?
It is.
It
It
is.
is.
Fact.
It is.
It's
It's
always an
So
always
option.
you're
been an
saying
If
you're
option. We
saying
just
you're
choose not to
saying
take
we can
pity
have
off the
we can have
negotiation
black men
table.
with
hold on,
money.
one at a
Sit
time. Let him
around.
let him finish his statement. Let him finish his statement.
Sorry
Whoever's
about
going. All I was gonna say, so we can have brothers health care, we can have brothers jail, we can have brothers gay community, we can have brothers killing themselves gang banging. We really got room for brothers to take off just because they can't get an agreement or understanding with women. Can we really afford that as a society, as a population of people?
Actually, we
Yes, we
can.
can.
Let me let
Yes,
me
we
let me
can.
let me explain that. Let me explain that in depth. Right? You been in the military before?
No, sir, military family, but I haven't been in myself.
Let me explain how it works. I might got some background.
So yeah, some like background.
No, not me.
But I'm gonna explain this. in the military, if I give you a direct order to take a hill or to take shelter, you defy my order. What are you now called?
I don't know.
Insubordinate.
Yeah.
Insubordinate.
So if you're there are charges
Insubordination.
to there are charges for being insubordinate
But
in
the
any
insubordinate.
paramilitary
Go
or
ahead.
any paramilitary organization.
Mhm.
I go by this rule that Batman said to Ra's al Ghul in Batman Begins. I don't have to kill you, but I don't have to save you either. If
But
you
my
think you're go ahead, go ahead.
that one thing you said about the military, everything you said was correct except for one thing, is it implies that we have a structure that somebody can be insubordinate to. Like we have no command as black men, we're basically a part of another man's structure, another man's military, another man's control. But as far as dealing with the black man's black women strictly, we have no military structure to where we can tell her you're insubordinate.
I'm
Because
gonna
in our conditioning in America, we're all free to go get jobs. We're all free to
what
work.
the
We're all free to get bills. We're all free to possess guns. So how can she be insubordinate to us if we have not first established the order and
I'm
then
gonna
they've come and chosen willingly to be a
le-
part of it?
We
Then
le-
already
Answer that.
have it. I would
uh,
like to say we already have established the order so much. I say this all the time. Man, let's go for any culture too, not just black men. Men create the culture. Women are supposed to follow it, nurture it towards our children so it can continue. In our community, that has stopped by the women. We created a culture, but the women decided to change it.
my
I'm
brother,
gonna
Now,
I,
now it became
I'm a black
reverse.
man and I don't see the structure. Like when you say we have
I'm gonna tell you what the structure is, right?
yes.
Look, I'm gonna correct you on some things. This has been our military before it was white people's military. It was a black man who first defended his country before any white man. White men were too cowardly to stand up to the British. Okay? Number two, we've established rules within our community. It's amazing how your grandpa I just buried 2 years ago, about a year ago, my great uncle who was my godfather. He was married for 50 plus years. Okay? He was married at 15. So is my aunt. You think he didn't establish something? He lived to see his great great grandchildren. Okay? There was established structure. When you have a group of women that are hell bent to do the complete and utter opposite of what you established, that is insubordination and that is being in rebellion to your society. See, they want to be a 21st century woman, but they want a man with 19th century values.
Yeah.
Can I ask a real quick question?
Yes,
If
you can.
if we take let's take a black woman today. I'm 40 years old, so let's take another woman, my
Mm-hmm.
counterpart. She's 40. She was born in 82. Okay,
Mm-hmm.
and we all know how our lives are as black people being raised in America. So for that young girl born in 82 coming to this point in time, where is that structure shown to her to
In other
respect?
words,
Her
let
family.
me hold on. In other words, it should be her family.
It should.
And then on top of that, do women subconsciously still look for men for protection when shit goes bad?
Yes.
So if I got to put my life down on the line for you and you can't listen to me when I say sister, don't walk down there because you know it's real violent down there and they mistreat women and you go on your own, then what are you?
I mean, sometimes they can be ignorant. This is insubordination, is
Uh,
disrespectful. And the only reason I say that is because it's like this: men deal with dogs. You know what I'm saying? So a woman comes, I got a girlfriend. She get a dog, right? Now she wants the protection, and she loves and enjoys the fact that she's walking around with this pit, and it's strong, and it's intimidating and everything. But she doesn't understand things about how she has to play with the dog, about the positioning of the dog, about not letting the dog, be up in the bed and certain things. She doesn't understand that. To her, the dog is just security. If something
Uh,
go, she doesn't really understand how to care for the dog. Same thing with men. They understand, yeah, that we're bigger, we're stronger. If somebody threatens them, they can get behind us, but they don't really know how to deal with our kind, our species, our
they
type.
know they just don't care. I'm gonna say it again. They know, they just don't care. This whole time, did you realize I had a pit bull right beside me in my lazy boy?
No, sir.
It's quiet as hell. I have a cat too, right beside it in the window.
Right.
They get along. Like, you ever seen that Bible, that little biblical painting where you have the sheep lay down next to the lion?
Yeah.
That's how they lay next to each other. He in the window, and her bed is over top underneath the window,
Right.
and they chilling.
Can I
You
ask you a
didn't hear
question?
either. Hold on, real quick. And here's the issue, right? They know, and the more we act like they are children and not hold them accountable as adults, the more they get away with the bullshit. They know. If they need, first and foremost, if a woman wants to get your dick, what's the first thing she gonna do?
Call a man.
And she's gonna act what?
Nice, polite, all that good stuff. Whatever she can, sugar, sweet, all that. Whatever
Uh,
she can.
she can't be that way without sex.
Uh,
Exactly. She
right,
knows.
right. I feel you.
And this is the worst part about it. She can be submissive and nice when she's on that job with that white man, right?
Right,
She can be she can take orders that white man to give her, right?
right,
Or that white woman to give her.
right.
But yet when she comes home, she wants to act like a bitch. They
That's
know.
what I was kind of thinking about when it came to the power structure. The reason she'll act good with that white man is because she knows that he signs a check that he can really determine whether she can pay her rent or not. But when she comes home to that black man, well, it's like you in the same position. There is no power structure to where she could say, I no longer have to work for white men or white companies because my men. Just like the
But we
Chinese men, they
had
got
that.
the Chinese men in
We
America.
have
They
business.
got their
We
little
We
Chinatown.
we
had
have
that. They sabotaged it.
Exactly.
But I mean,
It's
what
not
type
like
of
we
men are
didn't
we?
have it.
What type of men
another
are we to say that a woman
Our
sabotaged
women
our
chose the government.
development?
okay,
They
okay.
chose that
Hold
back in
on,
the
let him finish. Let him
1960s.
finish what he said
Oh,
because I
say
want
you
this. Let him finish what he says because this is going to be real important.
yeah.
I'm just feeling like we're giving too much power to them. Now I
No, we're
understand they're
just
out of
Nah.
control and they're doing some things, but I mean, it seems like black men have way too much work to do. Even if we take the woman out the equation, just to secure our own lives, our future, our legacy, our children, and it's like we're sitting around having this gender war with these women. Meantime, you got little girls that are being dragged into motels and being raped and stuff. Not to jump on that situation, but just to show how we're arguing with women. But our kids are out here with no defenses because we so worried about she talking wrong or she acting wrong. Well, fuck her. Because I got to deal with myself. I got to build my empire. And at the same time, I have to take care of these kids, which she can't provide for or protect. She can run off and do what she wants to. She want to keep running her mouth, move on. But men should be building our own communities, our own power bases, dealing with each other to where women have no choice to respect us because they're looking at us and they're seeing Black Wall Streets. They're looking at us and they're
well.
seeing economical
Here's the
structures.
problem. Here's the problem, right? Who fought for civil rights?
I want to say black men, black women. I believe we did that together.
Black men did it.
No, the men did most of the
The
work.
black men did 90% of the work. Okay, black men did 90% of the work. 95 actually.
The media trying to make it seem like it's equal to please
It's
them
never.
because they're the
It's
consumers.
never.
Never
Go
them
ahead.
as much.
It's
Yeah, it was mostly
it's
us.
it's
Do
never
you
been
feel it's
equal.
generally that way? That when it comes to the heavy lifting, men do 95% of it.
Yes.
So when it comes to
I want you to
when it
ask me
comes
that
to
question.
our
I
fucked
want
up
you to
black
ask me. I
society,
want you to ask me.
it's on us.
I want you to ask me
Huh?
when 90%, 95 to 99% of the heavy lifting is done by us. It's not on us because guess what? Guess who controls your community?
I thought we do.
When?
I mean, I
When?
can't
Give me one time period.
in
Give me one time period.
reality. It's my perception. I don't know this for sure, but in my reality, just being in the
No, no,
community.
no, no. We're not talking your reality. We talking the reality.
Well, what I'm saying is the only perception of the reality I have is my reality.
No,
Like
no,
I
no,
don't.
no. We're talking who owns majority of degrees?
I mean, they're saying that the women do.
Who owns majority of these jobs?
I mean, I see a lot of women out here doing everything.
Who has the kid? Who has 80% of the kids?
The women.
Who is instilling this bullshit ideology in our children?
The women.
So how the hell do we have control if we don't even control the next generation?
Because I'd be like, if you go to a classroom and you be like, everybody's out of control, and who's out of control? Well, it's the kids, and who's throwing stuff all over the place? It's the kids. But when it comes down to it, it's the lack of a teacher, an instructor.
And
They're
guess
acting
what?
this way
So in
in
other
the
words,
absence
I'm
of
glad you said
our
that.
control, in the absence of our command and control. They're
I'm
doing
glad
this.
you're saying that, because number one, when we say we have no other means of punishing, because if you're supposed to be the leader, you can reward and punish, correct?
What?
How do we punish black women for acting insubordinate?
I mean, I think there's many ways, but the biggest one is
No, no,
just
no, 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 no. How do you punish black women when they act insubordinate?
by leaving them to themselves and letting them figure out what it's like to come
So
down and command.
what was the subject of this stream? Either what?
Oh. I mean, either stay back.
Either we lead or we leave.
Right.
So who teaches culture, men or women? I don't see black men teaching their daughters to twerk. I don't see black men dressing their sons up like they going to a fucking Mingos concert.
Black Messiah, remember what I said? Men create the structure of the culture. Who's nurturing the culture? It's supposed to be the women because they pass it down to our children, who's going to be the next generation. And that's how it continues. What happened in our community? Black women decided to change the structure of the culture we actually originally had.
And then
now
let's go.
Like it's
Go
in
ahead.
reverse. Now make it seem like we got to follow the black women's culture and stuff. Or they take full control almost exactly.
And then let's talk about this one, Mel. Let's talk about who initiates the breakups, who initiates the divorce.
Exactly.
If black women really thought they were part of black community, black society, they wouldn't divorce us, would they?
Yep.
Well, where'd he go? I'll put the link back in the chat. The link's in the chat if he wants to come back up.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. You're telling me that we can't blame. See, this is the fucked up part about it. When you're incentivized by a government, that means you have a choice to take what they have or stay with your men.
Mm-hmm.
You never had the issues white men had with their men, but you joined their fucking revolution with all them fucking white feminists. Notice those white feminists are married to well-off white men. Where's your husband, black women?
Listen, I want to lay a question to some of the fellas out there. Think about in your past, about the girl that you liked, but you did either the friend zone route and you have to hear problems about her boyfriend she's dealing with, or every boyfriend that she was dealing with. And she sometimes come to you, damn, I wish the men was like you. They were just like you. And you probably never even realized at that time, but now you probably realize, why is she saying she wants them to be like me? Where she just get with me right now? Like that sort of tells you right there how many percentage of men, how many men she actually have told that to also too, that she friend zone. That should tell you in your mind that it's not a large percentage of dudes out there that's being irresponsible with women the way women make it seem like it. They recycle the same small percentage of men over and over and over.
As a matter of fact, let's be fucking honest for a second. Black women have more children than black men. Okay, he's
exactly.
back. So how the fuck you have almost 1 million children unaccounted for that aren't black men? Black men knew that, hey, only what 45% of only what 52 to 54% of black men who are childless and unmarried. That's called taking accountability and responsibility.
Mm-hmm.
Black women know how the system works. They went to a guy. You have black women who went to a nigga named Sperminator. to get a baby, and this is a lesbian chick, got the sperm because her and her lesbian homegirl were homeless living in a car. So she got pregnant to get some benefits for her and the child. That's how you know the shit's wrong.
Mhm.
Then on top of that, right? Women aren't stupid. A lot of these broads are so-called educated, right? Right, Black Messiah?
Yes, sir.
A lot of these women know through research children are raised better in a two-parent household. What are they refusing to do?
Maintain the relationships with they baby fathers.
So they want to go to Kevin Samuels' platform, talk about getting a high-value man. But when Kevin asks, why aren't you still with your child's father?
Mm-hmm.
What's up with that? Let's not even go to Jason Polk. How many black women did he sleep with? And that was a regular looking white boy. That was an extra crispy regular white boy. But they require you to have all the swag and all the freshness, right?
So my question is this: as men, let's say everything is fucked up as it is. Let's just start there. As men, it's our responsibility. You said 95% of work to build civilizations, the militaries, and everything. So let's say our civilization, the black community, has been destroyed. A bomb dropped on us, and while everything is destroyed, while all of our infrastructure is destroyed, everybody's acting a certain way that we know ain't right. It's still on us to start to rebuild some type of structure to bring everybody back on. You know what I'm saying? And I don't want to keep saying this like I'm making excuses for women. This is literally coming from my culture. It's nation building, Pan-Africanism. I just believe that we ought to be building. Whatever problems we have, we need to be finding solutions and building it. And I don't see where it's ever going to get us complaining or talking about the
Well,
problems with the women when every time I tune into their channel and try to understand their perspective, everything that you're saying, they're saying it back to us. They're reversing it. For every tat, they got a tit. Every last one of them. So if they're on their side saying all this bullshit, and we're on our side saying all this bullshit, but we're not coming together, I don't get what we're doing scientifically.
But Black Messiah, I like to say this and everything. I'm hearing you saying built, but also I remember saying this on the other panels and everything. How other cultures do to also too. They lay consequences. When they see they women acting a certain way, they'll lay a consequence on them. You want to be a single mother? Okay, good. Go off on your own now. You want to
Now,
change our
I'm
structure
glad
the way we
I'm
structure?
glad you
Go
said
off
that.
on our own.
I'm gonna ask you this, Black Messiah. Should a woman who chooses to be a single mother, should she suffer consequences?
A woman who chooses to be a single mother, I don't
Should
feel
she
like she
suffer?
Yeah,
should,
there are
Should,
females that are
but
choosing
she
to be single
will.
mothers. I've seen it myself.
She, I
so
don't, I
the
don't believe she should, but she will.
no. Where
No,
does she? Where? Hold on.
sorry.
Should she suffer consequences?
I don't believe she should. I believe she will. Because
Why don't you believe she should?
because it's like this. Okay, think about the lion pride. You got all the family in the center, but the men are the ones, or the lions are the ones on the outside. They stay on the perimeter, protecting from people on the outside. Okay, to me, that's the part in our situation that we've dropped the ball on. We have not established any territory. If we did, even if we had single mothers, as long as they're within our territory, they will be safe.
Okay,
You know what?
let me put in next question.
Hold on, Bell. Then I'm gonna let you get next.
Yeah.
I love you, but I gotta debunk your shit. Yes, they should. They should suffer a consequence for it. Why should a guy with no children marry a single mother? What does a lion who takes over that pride, defeats the other lion, and takes over that pride? What's the first thing he does to the cubs?
He kills them.
So we have it in our culture to be stepdaddies. What's the benefit of being a stepdaddy?
I mean, you get to. I mean, I know this is gonna kind of sound philosophical, but you're able to patch the holes where
No, 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 no. What's
one
the
father got
benefit?
locked up or
What's the
died.
benefit for that man to be a stepdaddy? Because guess what?
The same
When
benefit.
she has a daughter, she's gonna want her father to walk her down when she gets married, right?
I feel you. Yeah.
Look what happened to Zion. He thanked his mother, not the stepfather he had. who taught him the skill to be a #1 draft pick, but his mother. What the fuck do you get from helping someone else's genetic code go forward? What the fuck benefits do you get? Is that child going to take care of you when you get old? Or are they going to take care of the mother? And then when you leave, are you still going to have a relationship with that child if y'all break up?
I mean, it's all depends. I mean,
Yes or no? It's yes or no.
All I'm saying is I have.
We don't get any benefits from that. So, in other words, if you do not have any means of correction to correct that situation of having children out of wedlock,
right?
Instead of instead they incentivize it, how do you correct the problem? Because last time I checked, if you leave shit to the women, they make being a single mother than greater than being a wife. You know why they don't want to be married? Because being a wife means you have a duty to that husband.
So let me ask you this. We see this situation as it is. As men, we have seen the problem. We've seen where it's at. We see what needs to be fixed. 5 years from now, we come back and the situation is the same. Whose fault is it, men or women?
It's the women's. Because if I give you salvation, even Jesus Christ said, I'm not here for the people who know. I'm here for the people who, blessed are the people who don't see. Okay? If I'm giving a woman salvation, if I'm giving a woman a way out and giving her the clues, which this manosphere has been doing, and you still carry on with the same rate of single motherism, with the same rate of disdain for men, it is on you.
I mean that's hard because I stick to science, and it's like I don't see.
In other words, in other countries, do single mothers have the same benefits? In other words, who's more valuable? The 22-year-old virgin or the 30-year-old single mother with 3 kids?
The virgin.
Why?
Sorry.
Because she doesn't have a mind made up. She's not been damaged. I can give her a culture. I can turn her into what I want to be. I can train her up, how she needs to be for my family, for my children, for my legacy. Where somebody else is going to be coming to me talking about, well, my baby daddy did this. Or, I don't trust men. I don't have to deal with all that.
But what are we coached? But what are we coached in our community? You had a pastor who said, "Hey, all you good single brothers, stand up. All you good single mothers, stand up. Single brothers, marry these single mothers." What did the brothers do?
I'm not for sure.
They walked out that damn church like they should have. See, the problem is black men have no dignity, and black women have no shame, and that's how they like it. That's how they fucking like it. So I'll be damned if I tell my son who's 14 when he's choosing a wife to go pick some goddamn single mother. She made her decision. Go back to your goddamn man. See, they think they can have the babies and take whatever they want genetically from that guy, but economically I get to pick from this guy. Bullshit. I'll be bullshit. I'll lose all my subscribers than to tell you a fucking lie like that. No, there's a cost. But go ahead, Mel, because I know I cut you off.
Yeah, I want to use that lion analogy you was using, Black Messiah, because, like I said, women initiate a punishment. Cultures do it. The Jewish community, when they see a woman acting a certain way, they excommunicate her. The Arab community do it also too. I think Nemo's on here too. He could talk about his culture community, what they do to women also too, when they they enforce it. When the lion pack.
That bitch is shunned, man. What are you talking about? First of all,
what happened?
They'd be damned if you have a child out of wedlock. And if you do have a child out of wedlock, you better marry that bitch ASAP. Secondly, Charles, when you say single mothers, we got to put everything in context. When we mean women having children out of wedlock, are we talking divorcees? Or are we talking about widows here?
When you're a divorcee, you're not a single.
That some people have to forget.
When you're a widow and a divorcee, you're not a single mother.
Yeah. But like I said, I want to finish that. Wait. Let me finish his name. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because sometimes that question is like,
yeah. With the forced punishment that we should be doing, It's just like what women's do in this community. They feel like they type of punishment. What they do when they punish us, they do the whole sets, take us to court, and all that other mess. And the lioness and the lion pack, if they feel the man's not doing their job, you know what the lioness do to the lion?
They kick him out. They fight him off.
They kill him. That king lion doing his job, they kill him. That's their form of punishment.
But what if that's how they
Tag
feel
me in.
about us? We're not doing our job. What if that's why they
No,
act
tag
like
me.
Okay, go ahead, name. Go ahead,
Go
name.
ahead, Nemo. Go ahead, Nemo.
Let's get a couple of, yeah, come on. Thank you. First of all, let's get a couple of things straight about the lion analogy. A lot of people forget the lionesses, they will stick to that line unless otherwise. Because say another lion comes in to try to take over their territory. You think the lioness is going to just roll over? No, they will attack him because they're still down with the other lion. Especially if that other lion, especially if the lion who holds that pride in that territory is patrolling the territory. If some outlander tries to come in, the lionesses will attack him. If there's enough of them to force him to leave, because even if he wants to challenge, they're like, "You ain't here. Don't think you just can come here on the sneak. It doesn't work like that."
No, you have to challenge
Secondly,
that lion. You have to
you
challenge
have to
that lion
challenge
in
that lion. Yeah.
honest one-on-one combat.
And it's always, and the thing is, it's not one by himself. It's always, they always have pairs of lions controlling the territory. No one lion can do it by himself. He always has a brother with him.
He has
That's
a
why,
brother or a subordinate.
or a partnership. That's why when the cubs leave the pride, the territory of their pride of birth, they usually end up in like what they call bachelor nomad groups. Always
So
waiting
with
for an
that,
opportunity for what pride to enter to, what pride to take over, because they'll be listening where every morning for when a lion roars in that pride, because they're wondering, oh, that lion sounds distant, or is it me or his roar a little off?
so
I think it's time to challenge the motherfuckers. Let's go.
Nemo,
Now,
would that be like
anyway,
a form of
huh?
arranged marriage with the lions that you just described?
No,
Cubs?
no, what I'm describing,
They
no, but
mate?
what it is like, because like it's always usually in the brothers, they have the same identity, they have the same genetics, so it doesn't matter who impregnates the females. It's always gonna be their
Their,
same
gene-
genetics.
their
It's a
genetic line is going to
gentlemanly,
carry.
yeah, because they have
So
the same
another,
genes. Because both males have the same genes. They're like, it doesn't matter which one who sires the cubs. It's gonna be their cubs regardless, because it's
and
the same gene.
I'm gonna answer this question by Kareem, not Karen. What if the father's in jail?
Yeah, good question. Good
Okay,
question.
number one, if you're picking, most men do not go in jail off a whim. Okay, very few really really good people go to jail. We like to hold up this because number one, it goes back into, are you picking the best possible man? And a lot of females are not. So I can't use the excuse that that man's in jail, because if that was true, a female will hold you down in jail, but she'll break up to you if you go to the military or college. Ain't that a bitch?
It's that pseudo hybristophilia you're talking about, Charles.
Because
What was it that Chris Rock said? You remember Chris Rock, that bit he had niggas versus the black people versus niggas? What'd he say? You get more respect coming out of jail than coming out of college?
Yeah, can you whip my ass?
Yeah. That's what the thing is. See, they got it, like we said, like y'all say, Adolph's community. You guys have it ass backwards.
Very
Ass
backwards.
backwards.
So if a chick's dating a nigga who goes to jail, unless that man is going to jail from defending his family from somebody breaking in, which is rare, there is no fucking excuse. That means you're doing illegal shit. So out of all these brothers who are up and doing right, see, let's talk the real shit.
Yeah, Charles, have you realized how we keep throwing parties
I'll be right back.
Hold on. I got it. Not true, Charles. A lot of our brothers get railroaded by the justice system. If not, Innocent Project wouldn't exist. Okay. Majority of people who go to jail did something for them to go to jail. I didn't say every one of them, but it's very few. Number one, If you're dating somebody who's going to jail for a long period of time, there's an issue there. So a lot of our brothers who end up railroaded by the criminal justice system, a lot of them, if you check their backgrounds, guess what? They were going that way anyway. I hate to say it, but yeah, we're gonna shame the devil and tell the goddamn truth. You got motherfuckers who commit a crime thinking they got away with it. Yeah. But at the same time, you had just as much access to college brothers or brothers, hardworking brothers. And guess who's not being chosen? Guess who's not being chosen 9 times out of 10? Then on top of that, if you got 54% of your fucking brothers out there who are unmarried and childless, you got more of a ratio of single men to get with than any other race of woman in this country. Any other. I've always used this shit up. How come when Robert F. Smith, hallowed be thy name, when he paid the tuition of them 400 young men from fucking Morehouse, how many black women said to their daughters, you need to get with that nigga now? How many?
Not a lot. Almost zero.
A lot.
How many? You had 400 guys who go through a black Ivy League. How many women were saying, go get those men? You rather let the men go.
Oh, Charles, let me add also too. Remember the guy who graduated from got his passed the bar, and he says, "Yo, I'm the shit." And
I'm the
he
prize.
got attacked. Exactly, I'm the prize, and he got attacked by who? But if a woman did that same thing, she'd be praised.
Yeah, I'm the prize. What are your prize? You're a liability.
Yes.
A lot of times we don't want to tell the truth. You're a liability. For me to take you on as a single mother, number one, are you ready to let me rule? If you don't, I'm gone. I've told men this. I don't do that partnership shit. I'm looking for a wife. You should be looking for a fucking husband. Because if we're a partnership and we're 50-50, then guess what? When you hear a sound downstairs, somebody breaking in, you go check it. Oh, you're not? Then we're not in a fucking partnership then. See, here's the shit that most people don't want to talk about. Are black women competing to get us?
No.
I'll ask anybody on the panel.
No.
And who's this who's GH GSH Prince?
Yeah, I'm Prince Pierre. I'm the game show host. I have a show, Prince Pierre 9.5 Live.
What's up? Is this the man, the myth? This the man, the myth, the legend, the underrated darkness? I feel honored.
Yeah, underrated darkness in the building. Number one grinder.
What's going on, brothers? Peace to
What's
y'all.
up?
Peace to y'all and your families, man.
The number one grinder.
Hold up. We got enough people to do it now. 1, 2, 3.
Woo!
Now we got enough people.
If I
Yes,
may,
sir.
one thing I think people forget about regarding this whole thing, what you mentioned. First of all, why do women like men out of jail? Dysfunctional women, why do they like brothers who in jail? What does that symbolize? Now, some people say it's hypersophilia, but it's not really. Hold on, brothers. Hold on. It's not that. And I'm sure number one grinder, if you agree with me, just start nodding your head. Because what I'm about to say is basically it's that control. It's the control. Because that dude, if he's in lockup, first of all, she knows she can control him through conjugal visit. Prove me if I'm wrong. Now, on top of that, the fact that he's in jail, people should be fearful of him because they think he's got a rap sheet. She can use him as an attack dog.
Yeah.
And on the outside, and also, since he's on the inside, he doesn't have to compete with other women for him. But if a man is a college graduate or going to the military, he can see that this woman doesn't stack up. She brings absolutely nothing to the table. Even she says, I am the table. No, you are not qualified to be with this man. He's trying to get up here. You want this life. You want a different lifestyle. You don't want to be on his. He's got a vision. You have a dream, or should I say, delusion you want to accomplish through him, but he's not down with that. You want to control this man, but this man is like, no. I need somebody who's willing to be on my team.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this. Then I'm gonna give it the underrated. He just got up here. Number one, there's a reason why they like the jail dudes or the dudes who just came out of jail. You're right. It's about control, but it's also about I need something to talk about. The one thing women are addicted to beyond anything else is attention. The second is drama.
Gossip. Yep.
Gossip and drama, baby. And see, here's the crazy part. When you're with a good man, there's very little to speak of. You can't blame the good man if he's doing what he's supposed to do. You can't blame the good man because guess what? Everybody's gonna say when y'all break up, well, he was a good man. Why'd y'all break up? And that's what you're
You
usually gonna
weren't
get.
shit, bitch.
But
Sorry.
how many women are gonna say what you just said? Were you worthy for that man? That man went to hell and high water for you. What did you do for him? But go
I
ahead,
can give you an
underrated.
example of that actually.
Oh
Hold
wait,
up, we
I
got
want to
underrated.
ask you this question real quick
I
before
would.
the concept you. I'm sorry. What concept you was saying? Does that also apply for females who are best friends with gay dudes? And I've seen it how they sometimes will hug up on them so much you think they boyfriend and girlfriend, but the fact that being that they're not having sex and everything.
Sure, that's what you think. Where do you think some of these babies come from that you can't?
That's what I was getting ready to say. That's what I'm saying. That
But
that's what
go
I'm
ahead,
saying.
underrated.
And also though we got to talk about it. And I found out that for a long time in this space, Charles, you talk about. So I'm not going to say it's you. What about the brothers that have a good trade jobs?
Exactly.
That are planning to be entrepreneurs. What about those brothers? They even turn those brothers down. We should talk. We should show them love too. You hear
Yeah,
what I'm
we
saying?
do.
Exactly.
No, I know you. I'm just saying, like, I find it very disingenuous that some of these channels we don't talk about them. We talk about the cops. I'm not saying nothing wrong with that, but these are the brothers in it. But they don't even want to deal with them. I know. I had a godson that he's a welder.
They make damn good money.
Make good money.
Yeah.
He made good. He made good money. Nah, he told me, yo, I said, listen, I got a house. Yo, I ain't got no kids. I could provide. He in certain program because he listened to. I had him listen to you too, brother Charles. I'm just letting you know that.
I appreciate it.
And
I need to tell everybody get my likes up, hit the cash app if you enjoyed the conversation. We are not broke, cheap men here. Support your goddamn interests. If you're not subscribed to, if you're not subscribed, hold on, David. Number one, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell twice, subscribe to Underrated Darkness, put your link in the channel. The brother does fellowship every goddamn morning to early afternoon. If you want to,
like that.
And see, I'm not afraid to promote other guys' channel because there are some good guys who promote mine, like a BGS, like a Underrated, who shares my stuff. See, these are the subjects that black men don't get to talk about on a day-to-day basis because they're scared of being canceled. I don't give a fuck about being canceled. Truth be told and truth be undeniable is my motto. The shirts are coming out soon. I can tell you I'm underrated.
And so what happened was, you know what he told me? Say, God, Dad, I make good money. Yeah, I don't got. I went to college. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I'm in the community helping our young black boys, like you always tell me to do. You know, I'm in the community, but they don't want me. They turn me down.
Mm-hmm.
You're not bad enough. You're not a bad boy.
You're not exciting enough.
You're not exciting enough.
Yeah, I give you a perfect example.
I get that a lot too, brother.
Hold up, go ahead. Who was
I get
talking?
that from it's Prince Pierre, man. Yeah, I talked to a little chick a couple of days ago, a couple of days ago. Straight trash. Moved to my own. Because I found out pretty much what they went through. I said, "Oh yeah, who was your baby daddy?" "Oh, he was a Pookie or Ray Ray." "Oh, okay." Yeah, see that didn't work out. That didn't work out for you very well. That's how I talk to them when I find out that they out of pocket. But if I tell them that I operate a truck, they gonna put a label that I'm a hoe. I tell them straight, I'm a hoe. No, I ain't no hoe. I'm for the dope. I'm
How
for the
much do you
money.
make a year?
I don't have that. No,
How much do you make a year being a truck driver?
Man, I make $150,000 a year, dog.
And how old are you? Hold up, say that again. And how old are you?
45.
45.
GSH, congratulations. You are a
Congrats.
MU. Gotta get your plaque.
and then we got my man in here. What's up, Mike?
Hello.
Hey, Mike. Hey, what's up, Mike?
Hey, what's going on, everybody?
What you got to say to the program? You got to realize, me and Mike been in the business of protecting people from themselves for how many years?
You throw me in there too, Charles. With 20 years in the military, 20 years at the UAW,
Hello?
21 years married, would still be married if my wife wouldn't have died. So can't nobody tell me that these women...
You honored your commitment. Did you and your wife not honor that commitment? Till what? Death do you part. And Mike, how many years you had in law enforcement?
Going on 15 and a half.
Think about it. Me and Mike got damn near the same time in law enforcement. I have 10 years of military service. How much do you make on average a year?
The highest I made was 170.
But when you were offering
the
your
average is like 140.
What, after tax or before tax?
That's after.
Okay.
Let me put it to you this way.
Hey, we gotta be asking. Hey, wait, am I wrong for that? Am I wrong for that?
No.
Am I wrong for asking that question?
No, because it's subject matter we're talking about now. See, but when you try to get a woman's hand in marriage, Mike, what does she do?
Come up with all the excuses in the world.
Oh yeah, yep.
But now what she's looking for?
I'm not good enough. I'm not good enough. I'm not pretty enough. I'm not whatever excuse it is, man.
But
whatever excuse it is.
But that same female is looking to be what now?
Married. Marriage. They want marriage, yeah.
Fellas, make it make sense, please. I fucking beg of you.
Actually, I can outside this motherfucker and being outside the box a bit. If y'all willing to bear with me here.
Nah, go ahead. I like thinking outside the box.
All right. Well, they tried to box me in when I was young. I had to take a chainsaw and get out of there. Anyway, so first of all, to answer Grinder's question, like what he said about your godson, is it right?
Yes, sir.
Your godson's okay. Think about this. He's blue collar. Women are not looking for blue collar men because right now the way that the sexual marketplace, the way it's been skewed, they're not checking for blue collar brothers, especially those in the trades. That's one thing we have to understand. And as far as a lot of women, remember, like BGS talked about how a lot of them, they want that Miss Ann. They want that Miss Ann lifestyle. They want to be wives, but not the wives of black men, the wives of the certain race of men, the ones who are the ethnic majority of your country. Think about that. That is
one thing. Women out here that want to be Jada Pinkett Smith.
Let me land. When a man proposes to a woman, what does he do, first of all? If a man asks
he creates a whole romantic scenery and stuff.
No, not that. No, not that. When he proposes to a woman, what are you supposed to do?
Bend to the knee.
Get on the knee. Is that not a sense? Is that you did that?
I didn't do that. I stand
Okay.
up and propose to
Well,
my wife. I
well,
didn't do no bending knee shit.
well, they want us to do that. Why? Because there is a sense of subservience in that.
Right.
That's what I'm trying to get at. Because you're asking her if she will be yours. You're asking her to be your wife, and because you're like, and that's what the whole thing about getting on one knee is. It's a sense of submitting or willing to make that commitment. I mean, Mr. Rogers here, he understands what I'm talking about.
Yes, sir.
You got a
I
one knee
got down
propose,
on
right?
one knee, proposed to my wife, and man, I'm gonna tell you just like this: for 21 years, I never had to worry about. Y'all know what Rosie Perez look like?
Yeah.
Oh, I know what Rosie Perez.
That's
Oh,
my
wait.
wife.
We mean as she is now or in her heyday?
No, before she died.
Okay.
See, I'm
she
a
died.
winner.
What happened?
She died in a car accident, drunk driving.
Oh, God rest her soul, man. My condolences.
I condone,
Right.
bro.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hey man, that's just best 21 years of my life.
Oh man.
Son,
You know what?
Four
You know what?
grandson.
You know what? Because number one, when we try to look for a woman as our wife, that means we see that she did what she did to her part for her to give her our last name. She earned that part. I think what's happening now these days, most men ain't really making females work to give them their last name. They get ashamed, pushed into married by their best friends, family members, and everything. They feel like it's an honor duty. But if you got these men, what has she actually done to for you to give her your last name? And we should actually put your last name without the hyphen in it.
Yeah, that's what
Is
I
the
was getting ready.
channel
That's what I was
real?
getting ready to say. She put your last name in the middle, and she put your name in the middle, your last name, men, and then she use hyphen, put her last name. So really, where's the commitment for that? But I gotta say this. So I understand, brother, you saying that the women is not looking.
I got into it with a cat a long time ago about that.
Yeah, one at a time, folks. Let's make it one at a time, folks, because we don't want to get too chaotic, so everybody can hear us right. Okay.
All right.
So as you were saying, number one.
No, this is what I was saying. Is this? I understand what you were saying about.
And hold on for a second. We gotta do this for my man who got the big donation in. I'm not gonna say your full name, but Mr. Burns. We gotta give you the Ric Flair salute on this motherfucker. Hold up. 1, 2, 3. Woo! Everybody loves Thundercats, everybody loves He-Man, and everybody loves Bria Miles. Woo!
Actually, Charles, you should hate my guts right now because as much as I love the Thundercats, you know where I lean to when it comes to animated series.
What's that?
Silverhawks, remember? I told you this before.
Silverhawks.
I don't know about the Tiger Sharks, though, but yeah.
Well, they all exist in the same universe, right?
Yep. Right. Same creators and everything.
That's what I loved about the 2012 Thundercats. They all existed in the same universe. But back to the subject matter. You got to understand this. See, I'm not mad about being a man who takes on responsibility, but I'll be damned if I don't get my flowers when I'm still above ground. You feel me?
Them now, brother.
That's right.
I'll be damned. And this is how I feel about brothers. We're not talking about the jailbirds. And you know I love Kareem, and I think she's a sweetheart. I give women the benefit of the doubt if the dude end up going to jail for some stupid shit. But if that woman gets pregnant by a known jailbird, I can't feel sorry for her.
And especially as we keep on repeating it.
Exactly. If it's something that happened that one time, he pays his to society, comes back and be a good man about it. Okay, I'll give you that. But if it's a repeating offender, something.
Yeah. Let me give you some game. See, in between them times, she probably had about 25, about 10, 15 blue collar guys, white collar guys that
Of
approached her, try
course.
to get dates and all that. So, you know, I go by the Holy Biblio sometimes, use it to slap them upside their head with it, which is the Bible. I'll slap them upside the head with it, especially if they say they're Christian. I'll slap them with it real quick. Because even in the Bible, it says a woman's only going to be gave 2 men in her life if she's lucky. The man, if she could marry her, and then if the man dies, she might get another one. Some of these women ain't going to be blessed with no man. Because they
Fact.
already went through that man.
Friend zoned them.
So what they're going to get is the jailbirds. That's all they're going to get. There's no masculine principle accountable for nature. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be putting up with no woman that ain't gonna live up to her, live up to her thing, which is a fan, which is a feminine principle of nature. See, she's a fan of the man. You see what I'm talking about? So that's what's wrong with a lot of these women now. They want you. A lot of boys is fans of them. Yeah,
See,
you
a
got to
lot of
become feminine.
see, and it's funny because I
Be a
wish Mike
fan
was
of a
still up
woman.
here. It's funny because I wish Mike was still up here because we know a person who's like that. We don't name names because we don't snitch. And here's the craziness about it. Why would you resist a guy making $170,000 a year for a nigga with a man bun?
Stupidity.
But yeah, I know my viewership went down because we talking some hard and real man shit.
Yo, fam, leave
And
the man bun folks alone, man. Leave the man bun out of this. Leave the man bun out of this. Yeah.
that's what she tried to tell me. I said, nah, shorty, we gotta talk about them goddamn man buns. And see,
What if his
what
brother's on
happens?
Samurai and shit? What if he's into Bushido? Would he be good for him to rock with a man bun like that?
I doubt that this motherfucker's like Afro Samurai. So yeah, um, uh, he has I guess guys like that have a 4th degree black belt and bullshit you. Okay, see, a lot of
Real quick.
go
Whenever I get
ahead.
a chance,
That's my alter ego that
Go
came
ahead.
out. Sorry.
Go ahead. Who wants to speak next?
I
Is
just
it Black
Black
Messiah?
Messiah. Yeah,
Go ahead.
I just want to get y'all's view on this. If I told you that I've been, observing both sides of this, and if I told you for everything that y'all say against the black women are in a horde on their side saying the same things about us. Now listen to what I'm saying. I'm not saying it's like, oh, well, fuck them. What I'm saying is that if you're looking back from this situation and you're just scientifically trying to find out what's going on with the black population, and you zoom in and you see black women on one side talking all they shit, black men on one side talking all they shit, and they both aren't making no sense when you listen to it together, because she says he does this, but he's over there saying that he don't do that and she does this. So it's like, what? I don't understand. Like, scientifically help me understand, what are we doing?
Okay, I'll let,
Can I say
I'll
one
give it the underrated, and I'm next after him.
I'll go after you, Charles.
brother Messiah, nice meeting you. Peace to you and your family.
Peace.
As a 55-year-old black man, heterosexual black man, understand what I'm saying, and I'm talking on behalf of heterosexual black. This world asks us to be accountable. We do it. The world asks us to tell us, be in wars, right? We be in wars. We actually die in wars. Still don't get no respect. The world asks us, when we even the ones that we be in wars, to build this country, to be builders. We done that and still ain't get nothing for it. I'm telling you this because my late father was in World War II. He was a chef, plus he fought. He had 2 of his middle fingers blown off in his right finger. Okay? When he come home, he get a GI Bill. He only, how he used to get the money? He had to drive trucks. He had to drive in certain places around the country that you would die. And I've seen this often in my lifetime as older black men and even black men right now. What we saying is this. We used to be saying that we want to be. We saying this, but now we demanding right now. Now, brothers, we need to pick better women. Better. We need better people. Yes, I totally agree. We you still got ways to do it, but what I'm saying is this: that we stepping up. Our brothers is stepping up. Now it's time. Now it's time to the piper. Now it's time to be accountable because I seen we have been accountable for a long time. And the brothers that are in trade schools and stuff like that, I'm still going to fight for y'all and everything. You keep on doing what you got to do because you do count. We do count. And that's when the brotherhood comes into the picture. Our brotherhood is not strong because we don't root for each other. No matter what demographics we live at, no matter what occupation we in, we don't root for each other. I could tell because I did my show about man this morning. How ain't nobody showed up. Okay, we got to be accountable. We got to be accountable. We got to be there for each other. But I can say this: there are brothers throughout the years are stepping up. They said we are tired. We are doing the right thing. We are breaking vicious cycles.
Mm-hmm.
So what I'm saying is this: that are you going to be in alignment for us as black men to build, or you're not? Enough is enough.
Exactly. I'm going to
That's all
say
I'm
something.
saying. I'm going to fall back.
Brother
I'm
Faulkner,
going to say.
I'm gonna close the statement because I got to get in here and unload this truck for this very well known beer company.
Oh, man, working man. Go ahead.
I love all you brothers and Grinder. We're on another show all the time.
Yeah.
I want you brothers to know one thing. When it comes down to a man who, I can say this about me. So when the biggest thing women say is black men don't build. I got 3 sons in the military right now. They're all off.
Whoa! Can we get a woo for them?
Woo! I just put my 2 grandsons in the Naval Academy.
Got a whole bunch of leaders. Wait a minute. I thought black men weren't leaders.
What more do I need to build? The only thing I'm sad about is that they grandmothers didn't see their grandsons turn to men.
We got to build something for ourselves, or the women won't respect it.
Okay. I'm gonna let Calvin. Hold on, fellas. Let Calvin finish his thought. Then I'm gonna address that. Let Calvin finish his thought.
For 21 years, I was married to one of the most beautiful, heartfelt women on the planet. They give you her shirt off her back. Great mother, former Navy. I can even say this: my family goes back to the Civil War. Every man in my family has given at least 3 years or more. Father retired as a full bird colonel. When I say
thank you for your service for us, please.
Let's give them a hand clap for this shit.
Hip, hooray.
Every time I hear you, Charles, talk about what you've done in the military, I'm former Ranger.
Hey, rocket them on, baby, rocket them on.
Hold on a second, Mr. Rogers. You say you were in the Rangers, right?
Yes, sir.
How many successful jumps, if I may ask?
31.
That motherfucker been in the sky more times than ground. Rocket them on.
I started back
Bidding,
in the
baby.
military in 1970.
Fort Benning, baby. Woo, rocket them on.
And the Vomit Comet.
Oh yeah.
But we understand.
If you're not from Fort Benning, you wouldn't get what we just said. If you're not from Fort Benning, there's soldiers. There's soldiers, and then there's Fort Benning soldiers. I'm gonna just leave it as that.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And
y'all excuse me for saying that, but I got curious when he said he was in Rangers. It's only appropriate to ask that question.
And they say Rangers do what? Rangers do what?
Nothing but we like the business.
Oh yeah, they like the business and they lead the way.
and the business is always good.
Mm-hmm. So you got
Y'all
so
run
many
through the smoke.
you got so many officers, and I had to work with Green Berets and Rangers when I was part of the QRF. As a matter of fact, we had to rescue some of them, and there's some that backed us up when we had to do raids.
Right.
So he understands when I talk. There's a lot of people. If I spoke on these fucking platforms, they would have checked my ass if I was wrong. Correct?
Yes, sir.
But not one person did it because they like he's absolutely fucking right.
He's on
Absolutely.
point.
So
Quick
when I
response.
speak on the Gray Faulkner Initiative, it's funny because what your family is doing is the Gray Faulkner Initiative, isn't it, Mr. Rogers?
Yes, sir.
And remember, and Mr. Rogers ain't got shit up on my neighborhood. It's all good.
It's all good. Now I got some granddaughters. I got two of them that's getting ready to graduate high school next year. They're twin girls. And guess what they want to do?
What?
They want to go into the Navy like their grandmother.
Mm.
Can I say something about this military?
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
And the reason when I say these things, it's not because I'm trying to cape or nothing like that. It's really because just to who I am and how I go about it. I have to understand both sides because I feel like the problem is enough with the problem. Somebody's got to start focusing on the solutions. With that said, when I hear the women speaking about that, when I confront women about things like military service and everything like this, I'm not saying it because it's my opinion. I'm saying it because if we're gonna fix it, we have to understand how they think. It's not our military. We did not build it. We cannot make ammunition. We do not produce guns. It is not
That's
our ships.
bullshit.
It is not our
Man, can
fleets.
I
It is not
chime
the
on that when he
commander.
get through?
We are a part.
No. It's my turn.
I'm gonna say. I'm
Oh,
gonna say.
okay.
Let me say this one sentence. Let me say this one sentence, and that's all I'm saying. I'm not saying that is right. What I'm saying is women have their own way of seeing things, and when the woman looks over there and sees a white man building his own home, she does a certain respect to that. And then she sees you go over there helping that white man build his home. There's a certain respect for that. But what she wants to know is why you ain't over here building our own home. Why are you helping the white man build his navy? Where's our navy? Why are you
Yeah.
helping the
What
white man
is
build
that?
his
What
police?
is that?
Where's our police?
What is
Why are you
that? What are
helping the
you?
white man
What's
build
going
the
on here?
Marines? Where's our
Really?
Marines?
Really? What's going on here?
So
Her
when
name,
we
her
have
name.
Hold
problems,
on.
when we have problems like Haiti and everything, they had their little earthquakes. If we got military, if we got Navy, if we got Army, Corps of Engineers and all that, why weren't black men able to get on ships and jets and go over to Haiti and deal with that? Because you have no control over that military. If the United States, if the white man don't say we are going to go to Haiti and do this or that, you guys can talk about your Navy, your police, you can talk about your Marines, but you have no control over what agenda they take upon. If
Okay.
you as black men say we want to go to
Charles, I'm
Africa,
gonna go after you finish.
if you as
Okay.
black
No.
men say we're going to go to Africa and take over a country for ourselves as black Americans so that we can rebuild ourselves, you cannot take your Navy credentials. You cannot take your police
No. Sorry. What
credentials
did you just
and
say?
do nothing.
What did you just say?
No. Let him go. Let him go. Let him go.
Okay.
Let him go.
All right.
And all that's all I had to say. But I'm telling you this: speak with me from understanding, because these are not views I'm necessarily taking up on myself. This is understanding. I hear on one side a lot of people are saying, "Oh, the black men, black men, black men, black men," but y'all not listening to the black women, and vice versa. So these women are saying, "Yeah, you're in the military." But you have no control over that military. See, the white man can say, "I'm going to go over to Iraq and drop bombs." You can't do that. To
Okay.
defend
I'm
our
gonna
people.
hold on. Number one, I'm gonna say what I said again earlier. This is your military. The first motherfucker to even kill and die for this country was a black man.
So
Christmas
Okay.
Adams.
send
Christmas
yourself over.
Adams. Hold on. I'll let you talk. Now it's my turn.
Yes, sir.
Number two, every man, whoa, one more time, every man got his respect throughout history through military service.
Yes, sir.
You were not allowed to join anything political from Egypt to Mesopotamia to Ethiopia to the Nordics anywhere without
Until you
military
prove
service.
yourself.
So, number one, the proving ground for men was military service. And to shit on the historic contributions of Black American men in the military, by the way, there were several Black military personnel who went to Haiti and helped.
Yes.
If we're going to go by historical facts, when Mussolini invaded Ethiopia, it was Black people, both civilian and military, who said, we served your country, we served your interests, when you going to help ours? And they sent us over there.
Mm-hmm.
We liberated the Jews from Auschwitz.
Say it.
We liberated
First
Asia.
black man in that door was a black man in Auschwitz. They don't know that, do they?
But
No, they don't. We're going to go historically. They couldn't win the Pacific without Black men because their white men could not survive the climate.
No, you cannot. They're not built for it. By the way,
Even
Charles,
to this day, if you have a house or property from your great grandparents, you better thank the military for that shit.
That's right.
See, when a Black woman say, what did you build? I built a goddamn legacy.
That's it.
I built a way for you to build. As a matter of fucking fact, many a Black women wouldn't even went to school if it wasn't for a Black man's GI Bill. If it wasn't for Black men taking jobs in steel mills, railroads, police, fire, military, barbershops, blue collar than a motherfucker, white collar than a motherfucker. A lot of our fucking women wouldn't have the degrees they had. To this day, they don't after that. When somebody asks what the fuck I build, I'm gonna ask you, what the fuck did you support?
Right.
So if you really want to shit on the contributions of military service worldwide of Black men, you know, the blood that connects us all from the mother continent, is disingenuous and disrespectful of the highest order. A lot of us are listening to shit on a goddamn game console, which was created by a Black man. A lot of us had blood transfusions, which was created by a Black man, Dr. Charles Drew, which, oddly enough, he wasn't even the benefiter of his own fucking invention.
Yup, he died.
You wouldn't even have DC when they burnt down DC. You wouldn't have had it the way it was without Benjamin Banneker, the architect of the nation. But even wait a minute, me and Namer are basically 40-year-old men. We have service to our countries respectively.
Thank you.
Okay? You cannot say that we're not building shit, because sometimes what's more important than the building is protecting the motherfucker.
Right.
If I'm building, if I'm protecting, and I'm repairing, if I'm building, I'm repairing, and I'm protecting, what the fuck have you done? Why do you think I keep saying the burden of fucking performance is no longer on the Black men in this society? You can whine, you can cry about it, you can do all you want. But at the end of the day, when we look and we see who's done what and what has been put where, I like to see Black women put their contributions up against Black men any day of the fucking week.
Charles, if
And notice, I'll end it with this one. We've accomplished so many great things, and we didn't even shit on our women. We told them, get on your fucking back. Get on my fucking back. And I'm going to take you to the promised land. So for anybody to disrespect the contributions of black men, past, present, and future, I can't say much of that except that's some disingenuous bullshit. Who's next?
I am, if I may. I got to, first of all, let me ask the black women one important question. To the grandmothers and the grandfathers who were lived and served in World War II, when the men went to fighting, the women had to go to the factories, but does anybody recall any black women in those factories?
Yes.
But then again, how many of them? Because when I look at Rosie the Riveter, what do I see?
Lots
a white
of
woman,
them.
not a black woman. Lots of them? How come those grandmothers are not checking these young people?
The most famous black woman that was in those warehouses was Henry Aaron's mother and grandmother.
Hank Aaron?
Yes, right.
You got to realize, yep. You got to realize something. See, when men went to war, it was the women to maintain my society. See, this is the fucking reason why I'm upset with our women. Because when our men go to leave for college, go to leave for the military, how many mothers are saying, you better get with that motherfucker while you still can? How many?
Not many.
The men who carry society forward.
Black Messiah, I want to allude to this also too.
You Borgin, Prince. You Borgin.
Prince, you Borgin.
Better something to jump off. I got to go load this truck. I'll be in the clouds. Peace, love, and blessings to all you brothers.
Take it, brothers.
You have a good. Oh wait, Mr. Rogers, sir, before you leave.
Yes, sir.
Before you leave, you have granddaughters who are going to be enlisting, correct?
Yes, sir.
I hate to be a Debbie Downer, sir, but you understand the struggles that women in the military have to deal with, correct?
Oh, don't worry about it. Both of them are second-degree black belts in Bushido and Aikido. I wish somebody would.
Hey, don't forget Hapkido, because it's Korean joint locks and everything. Yeah. I'm just saying, but I understand. But just much of respect. Well, I see you planned ahead of that shit.
Because my mother did 20 years in the military. I know how crazy it is.
And this is where people don't understand. I'm the fourth generation to go to war.
Charles, can we give a big hand clap for Grandma Rogers? Let's give a big hand clap for Grandma Rogers. Thank you for your service, Grandma Rogers. Thank you for your service, Grandma.
You gotta understand.
So,
this is why.
Mr. Rogers is like 8 steps ahead of everybody. So yeah, sorry.
This is the reason why so many military veterans are subscribers to my channel. I have so many you would never even guess what the fuck they did, and they were compulsory at their duty. If any time I spoke out of term, one of these motherfuckers would have checked me. How many have you heard check me? None. So when you look at the Rogers family, it reminds me a lot of the Faulkner Jr. All right, man, you be safe. It reminds me a lot about my family. See, my nephew just finished his tours of duty, and he's the 5th generation. See, the problem is that when we could take over something such as the military, which gives us so many great benefits of home ownership and education alone, hell, if you really want to talk about martial arts, a lot of you motherfuckers need to look up Victor Moore. There's not one karate great ass that he didn't kick, including Bruce Lee.
And Chuck Norris.
And Chuck Norris. And Joe Louis.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? A lot of you brothers don't... See, this is the problem. What I see in the black community. See, women were supposed to teach culture, and culture was history. When you don't know your history, you will say shit like this.
Mm-hmm.
You will make comments of what the hell black men have built. Grandma would have checked the fuck out of you for that comment.
Black Messiah, I just have to loot. Like, I'm 40 years old, just like you, and stuff. So we probably the same age, same era.
Yep.
And the best advice I'm going to give you right now and everything is going to. I hope you take it and stuff. Stop caring about what women think. Period. I don't give a shit what women think. I don't care what black women think. I don't care about their problems anymore. Why? Because I heard it for so many years. And I've seen men that try to solve their problems, even when they're apologizing for stuff that they felt like they had to do just to please them. And the results were still bad. I've been that guy that done that shit. Been that good guy and everything. And I want to do a lot of simp shit. So when I stop caring, stop doing it my way, better results happened. And stuff. When you stop caring, best results start to happen. I don't care what women complain about no more, period. Because we see they keep complaining, but we give them solutions and they still doing the same thing anyway. Choices come with trade-offs. This is the choices that they're making and the trade-offs is happening. They can't understand their trade-offs. We've seen it on TV. Like I said, me and you is 40, so we 80s baby. We've seen it on TV throughout the 80s and 90s. Movies, TV shows, books. So you gotta stop caring, period. We see it even different religious communities. No disrespect to your Pan-Africanism, but it's kind of pandering too much towards the women. Even the Nation of Islam, even Black Christian Church, they constantly pander to the women too much.
I'm gonna say that
doing that pander to try to please them, results still turn out bad. It's crazy.
You know what? Anybody who's a detractor, get on the platform. Because like I said, today is that day that I'm gonna make an example out of somebody. And I'm gonna show you why they called me the fucking Baltimore Blockbuster. And if you're lucky, somebody's gonna learn why when I wrestled they called me the Baltimore Butcher, like Rico Chaparelli. Because but go ahead, underrated.
I didn't mean to cut you off. I'm gonna get off. Charles, I want to ask you a question.
Yes, sir.
As you served the country and you had served our community, and I appreciate your service, despite some cars that done me wrong. But I want to ask you a question: how many nights have you went home that you had stopped mothers hurting their young boys that you even have done? How many times that you had to sit in your house and wonder, is that young man have a shot?
There's times I'm gonna answer your question very candidly.
Go ahead, please.
I'm like somebody's clicking their phone or something. I don't know, but I'm like this. There's a reason why a lot of police officers drink and smoke cigars, because you need a release. Because a lot of ugly shit we see in our community, a lot of black men and black women have to see. A lot of times you're like, God damn, this woman is complaining about her 13-year-old son not paying bills. How the fuck is a 13-year-old boy supposed to pay bills? But I asked the mother, why not give that boy to his father? Now. No real reason. It's always that building shit. You could build a goddamn school. And I'm going to say this for anybody who's a detractor. And Jones, boy, get your ass on the panel. Come on now. Get your ass on the panel if you got questions. If you got comments, get your ass on the panel. Because my moderators are hungry right now. Okay? Get your ass on the panel. And I'm going to tell you this one. It seems to me that the only motherfucker that actually gives a fuck about young black boys are black men who are in similar positions. And we got to ride out like this. Mop. So when we go to these situations and these calls, Yeah, I'm playing music. Yes, I am. That's me. So when we go to these situations and we have to investigate. We have to fix the fucking problems temporarily that were caused 14, 15, 16 years ago. Why? Because right now we got too many men pandering to women, and pandering to women historically built absolutely nothing. If the women really want us to build, it's their fucking job to inspire us. When did they give us the inspiration? Why should we build if you can't fucking raise our children correctly?
We should build so that we can create a situation in which we don't have to concern ourselves with women
We
raising
don't.
our children correctly or
We
not.
did build, and we don't concern ourselves with women's opinion. What's the
Can I,
excuse now?
let me ask you this question. Since we've been alive 40 years old, when it comes to literally what is required in order to ensure the survival and success of black people alone, not black people within somebody else's system, but black people alone. Let's say America had an economic collapse. The coronavirus killed all the white folk. What have we built to make sure when everything is shut down
It's
because
called
white people
America.
are dead,
It's called America.
how do we provide ourselves
It's
with
called
water,
America.
electricity,
It's
food?
called America.
America shuts down when
It's
white
called
men shut down.
America. Guess what? No. America shut down until black men come to fix it. It's historical fact. Look at Lincoln was going to lose the war. The South was going to succeed, and the nation was going to be bankrupt because 85 to 90% of the money came from the fucking South.
So
If
if we
black
have
men,
all this, why don't we have the things? For instance, when coronavirus hit, why didn't the virus
what?
come
Guess
down
what?
to
Guess
black
what?
people
How many
when it
brothers are
allowed our
still making it when coronavirus hit?
I'm saying though,
How
if the
many? No. We're not going to escape that shit. How many brothers are truck drivers making money? How many brothers are
I was
police
one
officers
of them.
making money? How many
I did
brothers
at
are
the time.
environmental services making money? How many
but that's
brothers
beside
have
the
kept
point
the
though.
black community together? Where the fucking glue? I'm going to give you a picture, right? Because you know we love pictures. We love these pictures, right? This is black men, period. Okay? This right here. That's black men, period.
Hold the line.
That's black women. Can you see that? That one in his right hand is black women. This is America. You see the electrical current still going through? You see the United States still working? You still see black women still living? That's because of a black fucking man holding the line. So when a black woman asks me what the fuck I built, I'm asking what the fuck did you support? If you waiting for me to build for you, an ungrateful fucking child, an ungrateful child, am I gonna give an ungrateful child what the fuck they want or what the fuck they need?
But listen to even like what you just said. It's like earlier they was talking about, oh, y'all pandering to the women. But it's like, no, I'm not pandering to the women by saying that in order for a society or a nation to survive, we do have to work things out between men and women because those are the foundations.
Man,
No,
you
we
got
Let
me
me
don't.
finish.
No,
fucked
we
up
don't.
with
No, we
you
don't.
got
I
me
don't want to
messed up
complete your
with this
argument.
game because all the black women is saying to you
It's
that
not about the
the
black woman though.
area, man, what you
It's
talking
not
about in
about.
the front end?
That's what I was trying to
You
say when
bringing
you
them
cut me
up?
off.
Man, ain't nobody
So
worried
we're
about
gonna
nothing about
put
no black woman, man.
so
She
we're
gonna
gonna
get in
piss
line or
on.
get her ass on.
Matter of fact,
That's
I
the
want
bottom line.
everybody. We got 52 people listed. Hit the likes, hit the cash app. Do me a favor, all my military veterans, post your branch and the years of service, please.
Crazy.
Okay, okay, because I'm gonna show you what black men built. Okay,
And tell them during that period of time that they served, what did they actually build to benefit black people alone in America?
What? It's the survival of black people.
I just want to know so that next time I speak to somebody on this issue, I'm not sounding ignorant. What have
Well, you
black
should
men?
know anyway, brother.
I'm gonna put no.
You here to learn? We teaching you.
Hold up, teaching. This is a teaching moment. I want you to look at my chat right the fuck now. Right the fuck now. So we're gonna piss on all these people's contributions to our country. This is your country. You go to Africa, a lot of them fucking people are not gonna accept you because you're a fucking outsider. Okay?
Who the fuck are you? Who
Guess
are you? That's what
because when you shit, they're gonna shit on you and they're gonna ask, "What have you done?"
Charles, put up my avatar for a minute, please. Hold on, wait. Guys, put up my avatar for a minute.
Give me a sec.
Up my avatar, if you will, please. Because I just want to say something to Messiah, because he got my attention now. He got my attention about 5 minutes ago, about a while ago, when he said something about black people going to invade Africa. You see this? You see this? This is my generation. Those are my sisters and my cousins. You see those? They're going to be the second line of defense if any of y'all think about coming over to invade us. You understand that, Messiah? In fact, first of all, change your fucking name. I'll be damned if I'm going to call you a Black Messiah. There, you know, I don't know. Anybody here Muslim? Anybody here Muslim?
Burning on this application.
Anybody Muslim?
No.
If anybody's Muslim, anybody in the chat, if you're Muslim, look up something called Masih ad-Dajjal, which means the false prophet. There's a prophecy in that because that's what I look at when I see somebody use that name. Oh, Shaka Zulu, thank you for your service. Mad Villain, thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Everybody in there, you should be thankful for your service. Those are the
Black Messiah comes
words.
more from Judas and the Black Messiah more than talking about religion, just to let everybody know.
Well,
guess what? I'm going to teach you something about religion. Religion galvanized people to go to war for their country. The Mujahideen, anybody? The Crusades, anybody? Okay. Okay. Judaism, anybody?
Who remembers the Jewish uprisings during the Roman times?
Anybody knows about Masada?
Jerusalem.
Anybody knows about Masada?
Masada?
Yes.
I'm sorry, I don't follow.
The Masada, when they were on top of that military stronghold on top of a mountain. They rather kill themselves. They rather kill themselves than to be under occupation.
They stabbed one another. Every one of them stabbed one another. Even the women, because they were against the Romans and they knew if they were captured, they would all become slaves. So it's rather kill themselves. Thank you, Bruce Almighty. Oh, man, Bruce Almighty is more recent. Welcome home, fam.
So I'd be damned if I allow anybody to shit on so many people who served their fucking country on my platform. I'd be motherfucking goddamned.
Wait. Can you put up Black Superman's? Hold on. I want you to put up Black Superman's. Oh, he did his 20. That commitment right there. No. Look. 20 years he did. That's fucking commitment.
But yet, if we're gonna get a silly black woman to ask any of these black men, if we're gonna ask a silly ass black woman what these black men have done when it came to building, guess what? These men are eligible of building fucking generational wealth through getting education and housing alone.
Yep.
That is some fucked up shit to shit on anybody's fucking military career when throughout history, that's how men went mobilely upward.
I just want to make it clear that I am in no way, shape, or form to shit on military. And I do not think that the women who I've heard speak, I don't believe that they're doing that either. I don't think that they mean to shit on the military. I mean, I mean,
And I'm going to tell you. I'm going to tell you.
Too little, too
that's
late.
not what I'm hearing from them when I
But
listen to them.
but this is
That's
what I
not what
hear
I
from
hear.
them. This is what I'm hearing from them. I don't know if you know what I'm popular for. And here is it. He's Muslim. This is what I hear from them, right? When I go to these spaces. You may not remember what somebody's got a lot of background noise. This is what I hear from them. When I got my claim to fame on BGS's Hangout some years ago, when I asked Cynthia G herself, what is the opposite of a beta male coon? And she ran. This is Cynthia G after that question, folks.
Kept on running.
Run, bitch! Run! Run!
Because one black man dismantled her whole platform, and she knew if she didn't get the fuck out of there, she walked into her destruction. So,
see me, Charles?
What did we build? Why should I build for you if you're ungrateful? Does a parent get a child the favorite toy they want if they're being disobedient?
No.
I just have one point on that. You keep saying, what are we going to build for the women if they're ungrateful? But it's not about building for them. It's what our children need. I'm not going to not
But guess
build
what?
a shelter, a home, and security.
But guess
for my
what?
kids
If
because
a
my
woman
people got it.
chooses to be wayward, she can choose the streets.
That's all right, as long as I'm building what I'm building and need to build for myself and my children. I'm not going to not build.
But guess what's going to happen? Guess what's going to happen? And this is what the government incentivizes. And the laws are going to change because black men are sick and tired of it. Give me my child and you can get the fuck on about yourself.
Charles, let me say this, though, to the brother Messiah. Now, I'm talking about the Tuskegee Airmen and even the Harlem Hellraisers. Do you know that we was the most hated people? It still is in America. But back then, they serve our country and they come back despite the country had not shown the respect and still build. Do you know what it's like? I don't know what it's like, but I can't imagine coming from a country that I helped that saved the country, a country that did not give a damn about me. Come home, still not being respected for my service, and still build.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, it's hard. It's hard to explain unless we really just had to put it down.
No. It's very easy to explain. It's very easy to explain. Ask those women, why should we build for them?
Because it's our responsibility.
No. Why? It's our responsibility to shun anyone who's not worthy of our service.
As long as we're not shunning to the point where we're not even developing what we need to secure our own lives.
Well, guess what? Can we not go to Africa and get black women? Can we not go to the Caribbean?
No.
Yes, we can.
We'll get Caribbean women and African women, but we won't be getting.
Are they still black?
Charles, you wasted your time.
Brother Messiah. So about we can't go overseas and everything.
No, we can go.
I've known passport brothers who went overseas and found successful marriages with women overseas, not Americanized women, and some of them are black over there also too.
The majority of those women are actually black that they married.
Exactly.
Right, but then as you guys should know, since you're on the military, everybody knows that you can't simply abandon your battlefield to go over where the grass is greener. This is where
No. See, that's a lie. That's a lie. That's a lie. How do you? So, have you been in the military, sir?
You guys just told
No.
me.
How? No. Were you in the military, sir?
Hey, very briefly, but I come from a military.
How many years? How many years?
A year. I got an entry level separation.
So, in other words, when you go, how many people were married throughout military history to women of other countries?
I do not have the stats or data on that.
Plenty. There's a decent amount, so they could bring their wives over if they're officially married.
Is there more of them than the ones who are married right here in America between black men and black women?
Black men are more married than black women, period.
Officer Charles,
Yes,
Officer
sir.
Faulkner, sir, if I may say something. I remember the master teacher in a video from we talked about these articles from Jet Magazine back in the past, where black servicemen, World War II veterans and veterans from Korea, a lot of them, they caught hell from black women simply because they brought home with them Japanese and Korean wives. You see, a lot of people don't want to deal with the fact that black women have never had any problems when it came to marrying outside the race. But a black man would always catch hell for marrying a non-black woman.
But what type of hell was we catching? Just talk?
First of all, you sound vaguely familiar. No, Grinder, I got this. Oh, sorry, did I call you Grinder?
Hey, yo,
sorry.
whose man's is this?
Darkness, hold on a
Yeah,
second.
go, you got it. I'm letting you have it.
Okay, just mute up. I got this. Besides, I'm using some old school weapons here. I don't want to hurt anybody except for the people intended to be hurt. What do you mean, Black Messiah? Come on. Tell me.
What do I mean about what?
Catching hell when it comes to dating outside your race.
What I mean is coming back from the country. When we talk about catching hell, other than somebody not liking it, not supporting it.
War brides.
Were we being incarcerated?
We're talking about war brides here.
Hung for bringing back these Korean women? That's why I just didn't understand what you meant by getting hell. Other than somebody
we
saying,
caught hell. No, y'all. First of all, I'm an outsider. I'm not of you. I'm not ADOS. But I can say this: black men were catching hell from black women when they brought home their war wives.
What did that hell look like? Is what I was trying to say. Like when you say hell,
dirty looks. What do black women do whenever they see a black man with a white woman, or with a woman of another race? What do?
Same thing we do when we see them doing it.
We don't care.
Oh, we do the same thing. We don't care.
I mean, that's not what
I'll give you. What
in
do
other
you
words,
see? Wait a minute. Are you
a man?
Wait, what color tinted are your lenses right now? Are they shit tinted? Yeah, they're shit tinted lenses. You've seen the shit through, obviously.
Because no. I'm gonna explain something to you. If a man who's black rather date an African,
right,
Asian, Caribbean, or whatever type of woman, what does it say about the women he have here?
I mean, I got to keep it real. That he don't have control over them. He don't.
No. It's not about control. What does that say about the? What does that say about the women he have here?
I mean, I'm telling you, I'm honestly.
No. What does that say about the women he has here? If he'd rather catch hell with a woman from a foreign nation, what does it say about the women here?
I guess he don't like them. He'd rather deal with the other.
No. What it says is that they're not. The juice is not worth the squeeze.
Can we put numbers and stats on that?
No, we're not going to put numbers and stats because guess what? Statistically, if we're going to put numbers and stats on it, if we're going to talk about women not building, why is it that 67% of black women in this country have 2 or more baby daddies?
Culture.
It's not culture.
It's the way we come up. The fact
it's not the way they come up. It's because they choose to do it. It's that they choose to do it.
Come with trade-offs. This is what the women in our community are choosing. They recycle the same 30% of men consistently.
They have choices.
They're the gatekeepers to sets. So they be abusing their own pussy.
Why can't we let black women live with their choices and their decisions and let them be with it?
I want them to live with their choices, but I also want to make sure that things are fair and balanced.
No, they're not fair and balanced. Bullshit. There's nothing. Name one thing that's fair and balanced in this world, except you black, you live, you die.
All I'm saying is this: we can't say women have 2 kids. What the fuck? But she had that.
Oh yes, we can. Oh yes, we can. If I build a 6-figure business and have this woman with 2 kids come at me talking about I should get with her and everything, I'm gonna question that damn female.
Why did you get with her when she had one kid anyway? And then why'd you have another kid? Why? And then why did you leave her with
He
two
didn't
kids?
say.
Messiah.
I
Black
didn't
Messiah.
say that.
I got 2 questions for you, Black Messiah, and this is
crazy.
going to dead all that shit. I got 2 questions I need you to answer, sir. First question: you come in here and question what a bunch of other black people have done for the black community. I want to know
not
what
question,
have,
just contribute.
I want to know what have you as an individual done for the black community, and then after you answer that, I'll ask my second question.
Me individually, as a black man for my community, I sat down over 10 years and I've studied everything: sociology, chemistry, biology. Now I know everybody's going to start scoffing, but I have the paperwork to prove it. I studied these things solely that I could understand how to best fix my population of people. That means if I realized that
what have you actually done in the real world, sir?
That is
besides read books.
Amen.
Established a business plan for a social structure, an
No,
economic system,
I'm not the
and
plan.
a political
What have you actually done and completed in the real
Do you know? I'm going to explain this.
What actions are you doing?
Messiah, what have you done? Boots on ground.
Guys, listen. I told you that I built systems which I can now take and get together brothers and sisters just like.
Are they put in practice now?
They're implementable. They're operational. But I have to get.
No. Are they operating?
Hey, look, if I build a car,
operating now.
If I build a car and it works, I still have to go out and convince people that drive.
Hold on, folks. Hold on, fellas.
This is basic. This is basic logic. You asked me
what have you put into practice?
My education, everything I've learned about.
In other words, if I say this man has done this,
right,
you cannot use the excuse of education.
Okay.
What have you done with this? Hold on. Let me finish.
Okay.
What have you done that's tangible with that education?
All right, I built DPI, I built ChemCorp, I built NewSyn, I'm working on cryptocurrency, I built a publishing company, A&B. I work right now in Las Vegas under New Industries. I build companies that are focused on economic systems, political organizations, and social structures. I go to Kansas City, I go to Las Vegas, I go to Los Angeles, I go to Portland, and I get on the ground and I deal with organizations like PALP, like SCI, like 100 Brothers, 100 Black Men, and I introduce these social structures that I've built with my education in information and communications technology in order to optimize these particular businesses by helping them to utilize information technology in order to optimize the performance of their operations. I help businesses, black businesses that are focused on the political organization, the social structure, and the economic system of the black community specifically. That's
let me ask you, Black Messiah. Has these organizations helped build black families?
Young black boys.
Say what?
And their mental health. What about that too?
That's part of social structure, brother.
As they building black families together,
that's
unite.
Part of social structure, brother.
Hold on. Let underrated ask his other question.
It says social structure, political organizations, and economic systems. Everything you're gonna say, it's included. Schools, military, science.
Can I ask?
No, you like I would. Go ahead.
Okay, this is my second question. So let's say, because everything you just said was basically word salad. You know what I'm saying?
Everything everybody's saying is word salad, but I can.
No, because there's people out here who are actually doing it every day directly. Okay. Second question is this. Let's say there's a particular female, and let's say whatever you make right now, she comes and tells you everything that you just told us that you've done. You've built systems and plans and implemented this and all that other kind of stuff. And then she says, well, you don't make $500,000 a year, so none of that matters. What would you tell her?
That's the benefit of actually doing rather than just talking. I can sit down her with these portfolios, with these projects.
Bruh, what would you tell the woman that told you that none of what you've done even though you say you got boots on the ground and you've been doing it, and she says, well, you don't make $500,000, so it doesn't matter. What would you tell her, sir?
I'm going to try to answer it again, but that's what I was just telling you. What I'm going to tell her is I'm going to sit down with her. I'm going to show her these plans. I'm going to make sure that she sees the most important part, the financial analysis, so that she can see the return on an investment.
And she's just going to follow, right? She's just going to follow just because it's you, right?
It's my job as the person who built this and intends to sell it, to market it. It's not her job. It's my job to know my service, know my client or my audience, and know how to market it to her. So when I sit down to her, I'm going to be responsible as a businessman, and I'm going to learn her, question her, interview her to find out what she wants and needs. And then I'm going to find a way to align that with what I can provide.
And by the way, I'm gonna say this: anybody in the chat that sees a Charles Faulkner, especially on my channel, I'm in yellow caps. I'm in a yellow background with my name. Most just discard that motherfucker. Don't even time him out. Hide that motherfucker. And oh yeah, I'm gonna answer this right. I'm gonna answer this right now. This is what black women have done for decades, if not centuries. You had all these inventions by black men, and they still say, why aren't black men building? A lot of black men have said this about their women. Their women have not held them down with respect and dignity that they deserve.
Real talk.
They have been seditious traitors, and there's no speaking to them because they look down upon you. They have disdain for you. I mean, go back to Ain't I a Woman by Sojourner Truth. She wasn't talking to black men. She was talking to white men. Didn't I bear with children for you?
Oh.
So,
and that's a good point. That's a good point because the whole Ain't I a Woman thing also, it's like, okay, she's seeing all of these white women get treated and get jackets laid down in puddles, and she's like, okay, well, you're basically beating me and treat me like I'm an animal. I'm a woman too, which also destroys the argument of feminism as well. That it's about female empowerment. But what I'm saying is this, and I'm about to get off. Black Messiah, if you're gonna sit this woman down and talk to her, you need to be able to do that with the brothers too.
I do all day.
Not with people that are just, see, you can sit with this woman, but if she's been socialized to work against you at every cost, fight against everything that you try to build.
You said she's been socialized.
Yes.
Explain that. She's because you guys, at first you guys were telling me that these are just evil ass black bitches. Now you're saying they've been socialized. Who are they being socialized?
A lot of them are both. Because guess what? Who's social? I'm going to answer your question. Number one, a lot of these black women out there are socialized by their mothers and grandmothers to fight to work against the intellectual properties of black men. If these women were so great, right? And if they were so wanting for their brothers, why aren't they pushing for more married couples?
And you honestly believe that when they did this socialization from the grandmothers to mothers, you honestly believe in your heart and in your mind that their intent was against black men.
Yes. 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 You don't know what second. You don't know how second wave feminists. So second wave feminism didn't prove it.
Say that again.
Did second wave feminism prove it?
Second wave feminism, as in like the LBGQ type of stuff, or what?
No, that's the no. Oh my God, you need to read it. Stop, everybody. I'm going to explain to you.
Okay.
What happened during second wave feminism?
To my understanding, that's when it was the Black Power movement, and then they came in and took the black women again.
No.
See, first and foremost, you can't take anything. You can't take anything that she was willing to do. Nobody in this country feels sorry for Karen. Nobody. Like Bill Burr said, these little Gucci, they took their foot with their Gucci boot wearing asses over the line of oppression. When the fuck has white women been oppressed?
I can't say. I mean, they were fighting for equal pay and everything, but I'm not gonna.
Guess what? Guess what? Number one was the same issues white women had with their men. Were they the same issues that black women had with theirs?
No.
Absolutely. So why the fuck you join? Why would the fuck would you join another person's fight?
Okay. Oh, let me say this, and please, I have family members in the military, so do not twist this. Why are black men fighting in the white man's war? Why are we in Vietnam? Why are
because guess what? Because guess what? When it came to fucking, what is your dollar? What is your dollar backed by?
Shit, it's fiat currency. It ain't backed by shit.
What is it backed by? It is backed by something.
I don't know about that. As far as I'm concerned,
it's backed by the U.S. military.
Okay. Great. Okay.
So, if anything, you goddamn right. If I gotta feed my son, I'll be on somebody's fucking aircraft carrier. I'll be in somebody's helicopter. I'll be boots on the ground.
But
if I can't, shush, I'm not finished.
All right, all right.
You goddamn right. I'm gonna fucking defend my fucking dollar to feed my son. Get over it. Now, when we look at the fucking second wave feminism and black women joined white women to oppress their men when they took away affirmative action, when those were supposed to be jobs that went to black men who fought for the motherfuckers, and they willfully gave them jobs to white women and they received the crumbs. Does that look like somebody who's a traitor or somebody loyal?
I'm kind of missing it.
Let me give you
no, because I'm about to have a one-on-one with Black Messiah.
Go ahead, Charles.
Black Messiah. Yeah. These women always talk about black men ain't building, ain't working. But these black men join white feminists to take away the jobs and the affirmative action that we fought for. Is that somebody who's a traitor or someone who is loyal to our cause?
That is treason.
So we're talking about things on a fucking economic standpoint. So who would be responsible for the treachery against black economics?
Man.
No. Who would be responsible for taking jobs out of black men's hands and handing it over to fucking Karen?
I guess we're going to say black women.
So, is it something that black women as a whole got to eat? You can't complain about something if you gave the ammunition to the motherfucker to shoot you in the foot, right?
I feel you.
So we're not going to be in this fucking diametrically opposed bullshit. We're not even going to be disingenuous about it. I'm going to say, young man, because we're roughly the same age, read a goddamn history book. It's not that hard.
History thoroughly. That's the only reason.
If you read your history thoroughly, then you would know when the fuck happened during second wave feminism.
I've never heard second
wave. And then third wave feminism came in the 90s when guess what? What happened in the 90s to black men and black women? Do you have a clue?
Housing?
No.
You talking about dope?
No. This is what happened. They gave black men 3 strikes if you're out. They gave black women welfare reform.
Does a crime bill sound familiar?
The Biden bill.
Does the crime
Biden and Kamala Harris.
Yep.
Them two orchestrated. Not our president.
No. Wait. No. You got it wrong. Biden wrote that bill.
Yeah, I know Biden wrote the bill. Yeah. Kamala.
Wait. I mean, Harris benefited from it.
Exactly.
Because her career was built on it. All right, I'm getting an echo on my end.
No, I don't hear no echo.
If I fall out, it's my phone and my shit's low battery in this application.
But I'm gonna before you fall out, you're gonna learn something today. So if black men say, I can't raise this child by myself, please, United States government, help me, but you threaten me with jail time and to take away my license. But if a black woman said, I can't take care of these kids by myself, and you get Section 8, you get food stamps, you get job placement and training, you get college access, where the fuck do we fucking line up?
And and let me say this though too. Sometimes a black man could be single, not for his own, lose a job. He don't get no service.
Exactly. Matter of fact, I'm going to do this. I'm going to bring everybody down, stay in the waiting room.
No
Stay in
problem.
the waiting room.
Got you.
I want everybody to stay in this fucking waiting room. Because we're going to BGS this motherfucker up, okay? Okay. Black Messiah, it's just you and me now, kid. What the hell are you not understanding when I gave you everything historically correct?
I'm not understanding how we're focused on the symptoms that are coming from women rather than the root cause, which is the society, the things that even feminism. Black women didn't create feminism. This was
But
brought to.
did they sure as hell benefit from it?
But I mean
yes or no? Yes or no?
They did. But what I'm saying is
So
this is a
if a woman,
military
if a
strategy.
woman, so if a woman was loyal to us, hit the likes and the cash app. If a woman was loyal to us, wouldn't she circumvent the system to put her man on top?
If she knew how, if she had that type of mind.
How the fuck do you know how when you still producing babies from us?
I don't get that part. How do I?
In other words, if the black man's good enough to fuck, isn't the black man good enough to support?
I mean, just being honest, when you say things like that, honestly, I don't think a woman really, other than having a dick, that's
Stop
really
treating. Let me ask you something. Is a black woman intelligent enough to to understand and comprehend the words coming out of my mouth today?
Yes.
So, if I tell a woman historically, you sided with white women to our detriment, what would that make her?
If you told her that she had done this historically, what would it make her? She is a traitor. I guess you would see it as treason, an act of treason.
So, what is treason?
It's basically when you betray your own nation, your own people, your own government, your military, your own
When
state.
has black men betrayed their people?
I don't recall that ever happening.
When has black women betrayed their people?
With the housing, with the feminism, with the LBGQ shit.
It's historically correct for the last fucking 50, 60 years, right?
What?
Even before that. So why is it that certain black men have a problem of saying that when it's historically true?
Because
does that mean every black woman? No, but when it's historically true, why do black men still try to define and switch the definition of what treason is?
I think some people are just trying to fix it. It's like this: if you allow yourself to be captured or enslaved like we did, I don't want to take it back there. I just want to set the scene up. If you allow somebody to be captured, taken out,
we were sold. We were sold.
Right. Okay, sold. You take them out of their natural culture, and then you completely supplant them, reroute them, re-raise them, brainwash them, and everything in a different culture. Okay, so let's say part of that brainwashing was now we're eating chitlins.
So, let me ask you this question. Right?
Hold up. We're eating the most healthiest food, but it's not because
No,
we
we're not.
like to eat unhealthy.
No.
It's because in this system, the only thing that they allowed us to have or provided for us to eat was chitlins. Okay, now listen to the point. So now we're here today, and our women are feeding our children chitlins, even though we know that this is unhealthy. This is death food. This is, eating bacon and all this unhealthy food. And we want to say, oh, the woman is treason. She's attacking us. But what I'm trying to say is, no, she was fooled.
No,
She
she
doesn't know
wasn't.
what she's doing wrong. She
No,
doesn't
no, she wasn't.
understand
No, she wasn't.
what's going
No,
on.
she
This
wasn't.
was a military
No, she wasn't.
strategy that
No, she wasn't.
originated from another man. And
No,
rather
she
than
wasn't.
going to the man whose military strategy it was to create a division between black man and woman, and that's what we're experiencing, rather than looking behind her and seeing that man threw the rock, we're looking at her like she threw the rock. And she
No,
didn't.
no, she wasn't. She did.
She didn't
Because
create
what?
she didn't
Why?
create
Guess
feminists
what? I
against
don't
us
care. I don't care if you created it or not. Why did you accept it?
trying to survive and not knowing
No,
any
you
other
weren't
way.
trying to survive. You were with your goddamn man. What you didn't want to do was be under your man's fucking authority. Let's tell the fucking truth. What you didn't want to be was under your man's authority because you didn't think he was a man. He was a man not in your eyes. You try to compare him to a white man. But unlike that white man, no other man in this fucking world history has ever came from being a slave to an equal. So that's bullshit. She knew. How many black women slept with the master to get some fucking benefits? How many black women, knowing that that father is a better parent to them, refuse to give that child to the father? How many of these women know that if I call the police on him, they're going to get him locked up for domestic violence? Thank
But
God some of those laws
all those
changed.
actions
But
that
guess
you
what?
just
All
spoke of,
those
we haven't did with
actions,
the mind.
guess what? Regardless of who showed her how to do it, it's still her choice to do it, correct?
I feel yeah.
So if you're still, if I did not create treason and I still do something treacherous, that is still an act against your people. Yes or no?
As long as the person who's committing that act knows what they're doing.
They know. These chicks go to college. They got more than twice as many degrees as we do.
College will never teach them military science or understanding how to deal with white
They
supremacy.
have ROTC. We're better than to get military science than going to ROTC or the military academies. They have access to this shit.
How many
I mean,
times
for
have you
God's
been
sakes,
online?
we're on Google.
How many times have you been online or in any group of women and sat and listened to them have a natural conversation about military science? When? Where?
So if they're not keen on military science, but they're keen on women first, what's the equivalent of black girl magic when it comes to black boys?
I don't know, some pimping shit. Magic stick. I don't know.
What the fuck has that got to do with anything? What's the equivalent? What's the equivalent? No. You got to listen. What's the equivalent of black girls magic?
What is the equivalent of black girls magic within black men?
Yes, that's what I asked.
I can't think of anything. I don't know.
So they know that they have an advantage. Stop treating them like they're ignorant from what the fuck they have been doing.
All I can do is be honest with you, Charles. I sit down with
if 80% of if 80% of our children were black women and only 10% of our boys can read on level at the 8th grade, whose fault is that?
It's the parents' fault.
No. Whose fault is it?
I mean, the women are raising the boys, so I guess you.
So if the women have been raising the boys for the last 40 years, and to this day, only 10% of the boys can read on level, and we continue to do that same act, what does that make us or make the women?
I mean, we can
insane to do the same thing, expecting a different result is insanity.
But I mean, I've sat back for 5 years now, listening to the community online, continuously harping about black women. And
have you ever read the Great Faulkner Initiative? Have you ever read the Great Faulkner Initiative?
I think last time I came to the show, I got an email or something about it, but I haven't actually read through it.
So in other words, we have been talking about solutions. Hell, even black men going your own way was a solution, wasn't it? If you're gonna go, where you're celebrated.
Solution until I followed black men going their own way and realized that I thought we was about to go do something that black men were supposed to do, and they stopped in the middle of the wilderness, lit a campfire, and sat around the fire complaining and talking about women.
But guess what? That's still doing something. That's still doing something because guess what? I'd rather be in the wilderness than be in a fucking house with you.
I don't know, man.
Yeah, because guess what? There are plenty of black men who said, "Why would I be in a community that serves me not?"
Ask not what you can do or what your country can do for you.
Ask not what you could do for black women. Ask what black women could do for you.
Look, I'm not.
I said that yesterday.
I'm being honest with you. I'm not.
I'm being very honest because guess what? I'm being very honest. What have black women done in the last 60 years? What have black women done for us as black men? What have black women done for their sons overall? And don't give me one or two fucking examples. What have they done as a whole contingency? Because I can tell you what they haven't done. They shot down my brother's keeper from President Obama. A black female lawyer shot down in Chicago an all black male school that was teaching patriarchy and leadership.
I feel you, brother.
No. You don't need to feel me. You got to have total comprehension of what I'm saying.
But I'm being honest with you. It's one thing to tell a person, but it has to click in my mind. And what I'm saying is, I cannot blame a person when I know that person's behavior is half nature, half nurture.
No, that person's behavior. Are black women adults?
That being an age.
Yes or no? Stop trying to deflect off my shit.
If they're adults, they're adults. If they are adults.
Stop. So in other words, they're capable of paying bills, going to work, doing all this other shit. Go to school, right?
My kids do that, but yeah.
So if they're capable of doing that, now that's my stop deflecting shit right there, by the way. Because you've been deflecting this whole fucking time.
I'm actually not deflecting. I'm trying to break through and get to the root cause. I feel
the root cause is this
on the actions or behaviors of a
yes. So in other words, she understands totally what she's doing.
When have women ever built a civilization? Let's just talk about the women we're dealing with right now, born in 82 up until 221. Tell me where in America these black women are learning or what is required in order to build a civilization. You will have to show
you want me to answer that? You want me to answer that?
Women for not
you want me to answer that? You want me to answer that? You're going to college. You're getting educated through the system. You're getting educated by your mothers. You're getting educated through the women. You're getting educated by the women of your community. So guess what? What happens if you're supposed to be the supervisor and a person's not holding up the snuff? What do?
You provide them with the resources that they need in order to hold up
them. You fired them.
If I get a job and I'm required to do a job and I'm not doing that job right, it is the responsibility of the supervisor to come to me.
Do you get written up after they show you? Because you do get write-ups, right?
Yeah, but you have to.
So if you keep fucking up and fucking up worse, what happens eventually?
I mean, you get terminated.
So,
but we have never.
We have. It's called the 70s. We have.
And that's another thing. If you rewind this tape and look back to everything you guys are using to define black men, I love black men. I love myself. But everything we're using to defend our current situation, it's always past. Many years ago.
No. We actually could use no. Because a lot of the veterans in this shit were in Iraq like me, and that's only been what? 15, 16, 17 years ago. But yet you have yet to fucking talk about how they betrayed us. But yet you have yet to even fucking make a fucking single point that made sense. But yet you always can tell me what's seditious and being a traitor, but you can't lay it in the laps of who did the betraying.
You know, I can say
stop.
Like,
no. What you're doing? What you're doing?
Muhammad Ali.
No, what you're doing? No. First of all, guess what? He had a religious belief not going. So that's a poor excuse.
Our religious belief should be we are not going to fight in the wars of the very person who is
That's
killing
not
us.
that's not every black man's belief. So stop using that poor ass excuse.
Well then, but we can't. We have to be fair.
Well
'Cause
then, here's the
you said
point.
the black
No,
woman
no, no. We're gonna go back. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. We're gonna go back to the subject matter. We're gonna go back to the subject matter. So you're telling me that these women don't know anything? They're innocent. They don't understand, and that's the bullshit that keeps the shit going. No, that's the bullshit that keeps it going.
That's too generous.
That's the bullshit that keeps it going. That's the bullshit that keeps it going. When you got Maxine fucking Waters telling black men if they vote for anybody else other than Biden, I can't forgive them. That means they know what the fuck they're doing.
What I say that, what I mean is this: it's like certain things you'll see, like for instance, the tactic with what's the little gay dude now that they got on the videos and he pregnant and things like that. All right,
nobody cares about that. We're gonna stay on subject. We're gonna stay on subject. He's completely conscious of what the fuck he's doing. Back to subject. Back to the subject. We're not going there. Back to the subject. Either we go back to the subject, or we're gonna have to bid you a good day, sir.
Charles, you're not giving me a chance.
I'm giving you. We already. He's completely. No, hell no. We're gonna stay on topic.
Charles, if you let me finish my sentence, you will see that I am on topic.
They know what the fuck they're doing. When they plotted, when you have constantly black women saying black men need to shut up because they know that they're getting benefits, black women asking, what did you write in the initiative for black women? They know.
And what I'm telling you is we can sit around based on emotions and keep saying they know.
It's not about emotions, it's about logic.
If you get on the ground, if you're fair enough to sit around and actually sit at a table with these women and try to not.
And I've done that. I've done it. And and a lot of them are very illogical. That's the problem.
I'll agree with that, but you can't.
So why would I argue with someone? No, you do not tell me to hold up on my channel.
They were educated. Now you're saying they're illogical. You can't be
education and logic are two different fucking things, sir.
Education and military science are two different things, sir.
You're deflecting again. So we're going to stay on the fucking subject. Number one, if I sit around these women and they're telling me about their baby daddies ain't shit, and I said, so if he ain't shit, what does that make you? And they shut the fuck up. That means they know.
I don't understand how that has anything to do with
that. Has plenty to do because they know what the fuck they're doing. They don't want somebody to hold them responsible and accountable.
So what you're telling me is that these women, if you sat down with them and had an honest
you obviously have not been listening to you obviously have not been on my channel long enough.
You got to let me put a period at the end of that statement so you know what I'm saying, because you're reacting to the third word and really I'm trying to say it.
No, I've sat down on my panel, on several panels for the last 6 years with a lot of these women. A lot of them are illogical.
But I'm not
very few women. Women like a Toya, like a Kareem, like a Sonda H, like a Char Willie are logical. They're special.
All I want you guys to do is be fair and be honest. Start talking to these women.
We are fair and honest.
Okay, ask them. Ask every woman you
I'll put it to you this way. No, do not overtalk me, please. Number one, it's a conversation, but you're not going to hit me with shit that I've done on my channel alone.
I ain't hit. That's the whole point. You won't listen to a sentence, so you're talking about I'm hitting you, and I'm not hitting you at all.
You're asking me about sitting down with women and having candid, honest conversations.
No, I wasn't.
And guess what? I've had it. Even with military science, even with the condition of black boys. So in other words, go ahead. Explain it.
What I am telling you is this: Do women understand how to pay bills? Do women know how to manipulate men? Do women know how to deal with children? Do women know how to apply for a job? Yeah, they know all these things. But when women see a pregnant dude on TV, do they understand the military implications of such
They support it. They
do they
support it.
understand
They
the
support it.
propaganda?
They
Do they
support it.
understand
They
the
support it.
subliminal
They
message?
support it.
Who
They
cares if
support it.
you support it?
They support it.
We
They
support our
support it.
neighborhood liquor store.
They
We
support it.
support our
They
neighborhood
support
drug
it.
dealer. We
Stop,
support
stop,
everything that
stop,
these white folks
stop.
have
So
out
in
here
other
doing.
words, they support it. How many gay black men do they have as friends?
I don't see how that matters.
That does, because they support it.
But who cares what they support when
They
we're
support it. They support it because
so
now you're
stop
deflecting.
allowing them to support it.
Guess what? How are you going to do that if
By
they don't
making
listen
it
to you?
by making
If they
it
don't
no,
listen to you,
they have to listen if we
they
all want
don't
to.
listen to you at all. That's the
So if they
fucking
don't
problem.
listen, if they don't
They don't
listen
listen. So
to
what's your
why are you
options?
comparing us to Mexican men, Chinese men, when all of these men have established a situation in their home where their women listen to them? Stop comparing it to them.
Black
You're
women, when
telling
have
me
black
that
number
your women
one?
don't
No, no,
listen
no,
to
no,
you.
no. You're gonna shut that shit down today because number one, when black men were fucking out there working at homes and these bitches were still insubordinate, guess what? That's called modern day feminism. Was built off the examples of black women.
Are you
So
saying that
no,
these
stop
women have
talking.
no
Can I fucking
damage?
finish, please? Thank you.
Just please give me the same respect.
No, 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 no. Because what you said was some historically incorrect shit.
I mean, what we're
Because
experiencing
guess
right
what?
now,
If
two
that
men
black
having a
woman,
civilized
number
conversation,
one,
you
if
saying
women
no,
are
no,
supposed,
no. For you to expect
that black woman can't submit to a guy who's middle class, but yet that Hispanic or that Colombian woman can submit to a fucking pig farmer in a tin shack, then there's some fucking issues.
I got
So that's
social structures.
bullshit.
I
That's
got social
bullshit.
structures.
It
I
ain't
got
social
things to
structure.
build. I can't
When you
worry
don't even
about
have
no
a
woman
social
fighting.
structure in Colombia, but you still respect that man, that's bullshit. And you try to let them escape with that bullshit. And see, men
And
like
what is
you
your
want
response
to put.
when they
My
say
response
that you
is
joined the
no,
very
no,
police
no, no.
force
Guess
that's
what?
killing our
I
men?
either leave or I leave. Either I leave or I leave.
So sometimes you just got to sit still
No,
and
no,
observe
no.
and learn about
Sometimes
it.
you just gotta go the fuck away and go to a better option.
Sometimes you got to establish an
Sometimes the
understanding
best
before you
reversal
make a
in the
decision.
world is not to be put in that situation in the first place.
Charles Faulkner, can you tell me what organization that you have access to that can tell you exactly what percentage of our black women are behaving like you say they are and what percentage
It's
are
called
not?
media. It's called media.
No,
When do you see?
is
When
only
do
a
you see?
snapshot.
Do
It
you
has
see?
no idea.
It's called media. So guess what? It's called media. It's
Show me
called
where
why the fuck?
show
Oh,
me
so,
where
no,
on
no, no,
media.
no, 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 no. You asked me a goddamn question. I'm gonna answer it for you. Number one, when these black chicks go out there and get pregnant, instead of marrying before they carry, that's on them. Because they know the
And the
system.
black men
Stop
who are having
talking so I
sex.
can speak. Number one, they marry before they carry before they marry. They
We
don't
fuck
make a
before we marry.
requirement. They don't make a requirement for those men, do they?
And those
Then
men
on
didn't
top
make
of
a
that, they
requirement
want
either.
to whine about, and guess what they're getting pregnant by? Are they getting pregnant by the 6-figure niggas?
No, they're not.
So, who does the burden of that child usually fall upon? The society.
Okay, and but it took
Now,
you and her to have that baby. So
now. You
whatever
want
you
to
can say
keep
to
this
her,
bullshit
you have
going?
to say
We're
to
going to
me
keep
too.
the bullshit going. Then on top of that, she expects a guy with no kids to take care of her and her ragamuffin. No consideration to that black man right there. Why couldn't she make it work with the nigga she had the baby by?
Because they don't know how.
They know how.
They weren't
They
raised
just
in
choose.
households.
Stop.
They weren't
No, they
raised in
know how.
households with fathers. They weren't
They
raised in
know
households
because
with
they
fathers.
choose it so.
They didn't have no real men
Because they
around.
choose it so. They're not innocent. They choose it
They
so.
were born in these
They
situations,
choice.
Charles.
They have a choice. Let me ask you something, kid. Is marriage still legal?
Is marriage still legal?
Is it?
Yeah.
Why didn't they choose it?
The same reason the man that they had sex with didn't.
So whose body And whose choice?
Both the man and the woman.
No. Can that man tell her to get an abortion?
No, he cannot.
So whose fucking choice is it at the end of the day?
That man who put his dick inside that
No.
woman's
Whose
breast.
choice is it at the end of the day? Who decides who becomes a father or not?
The woman.
Who decides if we be? I
just
swear
don't
to
see, Charles. I just don't
No,
see
no,
how
no.
she
You
gets
have a
my
good day, sir.
sperm without
Have
my
a good
sperm.
day, sir.
I
Because you're
don't know
not trying
how
to
she
answer.
gets my sperm without me, bro.
Good day, sir. Gonna tell me some bullshit like that.
So we go.
Coco, welcome to the show. How you doing, sister?
And I want to go after her right here.
I appreciate y'all letting me on here. This is my first time listening in on the show. So what made me click on was the title of the show. So thank y'all for allowing me up here.
Okay. Anything you have to say to the topic at this moment or no?
Okay, so to the gentleman that was speaking on him and his friends being, homeless at a young age, I guess I have the question of what exactly were you doing as far as whenever the older men were saying that you should have listened to your mother, was she telling you to do wrong, or like what were you doing? Were you doing everything you were supposed to be doing, going to school, making good grades, cleaning up, doing your chores, doing everything she asked you to do as long as it wasn't anything wrong?
Yes, we was going to school. The point that we got kicked out is when we stopped letting ourselves get abused. At the point where we got bigger than our mothers, they kicked us out of our house, out their houses, and that's a majority of us. That's a vast majority. But we wouldn't let ourselves get talked to any type of way, bullied, hit. I remember my mom kicked me out because I got into it with her dude because he was getting drunk. And I wouldn't let him put his hands on me. I was 12 years old. Like, bro, you ain't about to, you drunk first and foremost. And then my mom hit me in the face. Then she swung and I stopped her from hitting me. And she kicked me out of her house. Just because I stopped her from hitting me in her face over a drunk nigga. But that's not even, our story is not even unique. That happened to 60% of us.
That is correct. But I definitely understand where you're coming from. So yes, like they say, it's hard to teach this older generation like a change, because even as us being adults, they feel like we should still we have
no, hold on, sister. What was the point of asking that question? If there's some type of excuse for kicking the child out the house?
No excuse whatsoever. No excuse.
So what was the purpose of that question then? So if I did skip school, that gave my mom a right to kick her child out the house and put him on the streets at 13 years old?
If you want to be grown, I'm going to treat you like you're grown. What is wrong with that?
All right.
The reason why you asked that question, just like you answered in the chat, you don't go out. You don't see these things because you said you don't let these negative things happen to you. You block that out. It means you put yourself in a box and stuff. And being as it doesn't happen inside your box, it don't exist. But things like this do exist. Amongst the black women, they do this to a lot of their kids. Men,
listen, man, Mexican boys, white boys, Asian boys do the same shit black boys do. They do not have to worry about having somewhere to sleep at night because their mama got an attitude.
That is correct, but that's also depending on where their mother's background, what she has been through.
No, it doesn't. There's no excuse for not caring for your offspring. Y'all, women get up here. Hold on, let me just finish and I'm going to get off, Raj. Women always want to excuse their actions and hold black men to the highest esteem accountable, even when we're children. I just talked about this. They're expecting 12 and 13 and 14-year-old children to think like adults, and then they'll come back and say, oh, I had a kid because I was young. Hey, get the fuck out of here, man. Peace to the gods.
Well, Coco, let me also add Coco. This is why men and women, husbands and wives, fathers and mothers, are supposed to raise children together in a single home.
Like,
Because
Uru,
in
hold on,
that
hold on,
kind of
hold on.
environment,
Like Uru, can she finish what she was saying first? Because I don't think she's fully finished getting out what she wanted to say. Because I really want to
It's
hear what
fine.
she
Go
has to say.
ahead. It's fine. Go ahead. I'm listening. Go ahead.
I mean, I don't know. I don't want to keep her away from her point, and I don't want it to be misconstrued that
Yeah,
she's
that's
not
that's
giving
why
the
that's why I
opportunity
wanted if
to
she can
fully
actually hear it. That
communicate
way,
her point. So if there is some important part of what
yeah.
you were attempting to communicate, Coco, then please, I'll wait. So
All I was gonna say is, as far as we don't know what our parents have been through, not giving them, a just letting them, get by with what they've done. 'Cause, I mean, we all have our journey, and it depends on what we decide to continue to do whenever we get older with our children. But I mean, um, I'm tongue tied here just because I mean I was abused as a child as well. But my mom, she took it harsh because I'm the only girl. I have four brothers, and one of my brothers, whenever she tried to, I guess, discipline him with a belt, he bucked up at her. But as far as growing up, me being the oldest daughter in the family, I feel like I was treated the roughest. But it also depends on how, like I was saying, it also depends on how your parents grew up. Some parents feel like they don't have to explain themselves to children. And I feel like not necessarily explain, but give them a little bit of background of why you're treating them this way, or treat them, not necessarily treat them as an adult, but treat them as a human being, how you would want to be treated. That's really what I was just trying to get out. But go
I'm going to
ahead.
say this.
all
I'm
right.
going to
Well,
say this.
hold on, Charles, because I was talking. I allowed her to finish because I think there's an important noun that you did not include within what you described, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. And it's typically referred to as a father. And that takes me back to the point I was originally making, and that is why you have a husband and wife, a father and a mother raise children together, because there always will be a point in which males in particular will naturally begin to evolve in such a way where they seek their independence. They begin to stretch out into the world, begin to think about how they're going to assert their own natural dominance in the world. And that is going to conflict. That's going to be a source of conflict in a home. That's why you have a father in the home. A father understands that. A father knows how to relate to that, to deal with that, and when necessary, to confront that and confront it in an effective way. Because the boy is going to naturally receive instruction from a father differently than he's going to receive it from a mother. In no small part because he's going to be more fearful of the father. He's going to be more reverential towards the father. But because we have a culture of female dominance, of gynocracy, we have all these scenarios in which boys are being raised by women, and you invariably get to this point in which the boys naturally begin to ascend to their proper level of dominance, and the women are not prepared to deal with it. They're not designed to deal with it. They were never supposed to deal with it. And in a civilized society, that's why you raise sons with fathers.
That is correct. I can agree to that. My father wasn't and didn't want to really be involved in my life. My mom actually ended up shooting him 5 times. He ended up living, but that's a different story.
Okay. I have to
The
ask you about
fuck?
something. Hold on, man. I gotta ask her about something. This is one of my friends have texted my phone, so this is one of my people. You know what I'm saying? The person I depend on is something go wrong with me, he gonna look out. If something go wrong with him, I'm gonna look out. Now he was saying something, Coco, about you made some comments about you couldn't believe that there's so many black people on here bashing women. Did you
I
say
said
something
black
to that
men.
effect?
Yes, black men. Yes.
Okay. You couldn't believe it was so many black men bashing black women. Now, I will have you know that number one, we haven't bashed black women at all. bashing is about somebody basically making up untruths about another person or doing something viciously toward another person. Neither one of those things have happened here. Okay, discussing black women, regardless of what you feel about what's being discussed, does not automatically turn to bashing because you don't like what's being said.
Well, here's the question: what necessarily do you think is bashing?
Well,
or do you
hold on
think...
one second, Charles. One second, Charles. Let me see. Hold on, real. No. Well, basically, I think he just wanted to get the concept of, number one, why did you believe that there wouldn't be men talking in this way about women with the world that you live in? Because even if you stay in a bubble, why would you not believe men speak like this?
Well, it's just that where I've come from or how I was raised or whatever, I just haven't heard men talk badly about black women just because I haven't been around black women who act the way that y'all were speaking about. That's all.
Okay.
Go ahead, Charles.
See, bashing is when you don't, but if we were talking and speaking of terms that black women is God, nobody would have a problem with it, would they? But when you tell the truth about the behavior, do you think that we are under a messed up culture?
I mean, every culture is messed up, so.
No.
Here we go.
No. I didn't ask that. Well, repeat my question, please.
Oh my God.
Yes, we come from a messed up culture. Yes.
So, do you think that black women overall, we're using generality now, just general statements, do you think, not believe, do you think that black women respect black men?
Yes.
How? How?
I mean, we hold y'all accountable for the things that you all do, and we expect more. We expect a lot from you all. From
So
where
let
I'm.
me ask you this. Let me ask you this question, right? Should black men hold black women accountable?
Of course.
So when we speak about your behavior and that is unbecoming of a black woman and check you on it, are you okay with that?
Yes. It's all about delivery and tone, but yes.
No. Regardless of the delivery.
Okay.
Because a lot of times when black women, as a matter of fact, I'm gonna ask you this question. We both know that 70 to 80% of the children are raised in single mother homes in our society, right?
Yes.
But who should be to blame when only 10% of black boys, when they get to the 8th grade, can read on level?
The parent.
No. Which one?
The mother.
So speaking of this truth, not your truth, not my truth, but the absolute truth, how can they respect black men when they don't even respect the black men they birth?
Oh. Because I guess only due to the fact that a black man hurt them. I have no idea. I can't speak.
How can you hold on? How can you respect a black man when the ones you teach and birth and have suckle from your breast, you can't respect them to make them the best possible men that can carry the society forward?
You can't. There's no possible way. I'm listening.
There's no possible way, correct, ma'am?
Correct.
Okay, just the facts.
Hold on. There's a backup question hold on, Charles, because you asked a question that requires an additional question related directly to that point. If you cannot respect the sons, the men you make, how can you possibly respect any other men?
You can't. You can't.
Okay, carry on, Charles.
That's what I'm saying. Hey,
Hold
Well,
on. I need to get in
hold
here.
on.
I
Yeah,
need
I'm
to
gonna
get
say,
in
hold on. I can't let one person just drill her with a bunch of questions. I can't really do that. And Rael, they even got a chance to ask, say an opening statement. So let's let him have the floor, and then I'm gonna let Mrs. E have the floor. And y'all know we about to hit past my time because I said 3 hours of show. So we're gonna go into a fourth hour. But
Well,
I ain't gonna
My apologies,
participate
I
as
Rod.
mean,
much.
if you really got to go, I'll open up a show in about a couple of minutes.
All right.
And Miss
Well, I'm
Coco, Miss Coco, you're
I'm
definitely
gonna say this.
invited.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll say this, Charles. I'm gonna go one more hour, and then if Coco's willing to go to Charles' show, then that we'll move everything over to Charles' show. If that's cool with her. But I want Raya to get in, and I definitely want Mrs. E to get in. And but anybody else, if your name ain't BGS, if you're not Angry Man level, or if I mean, if you know you ain't cool with me like that, don't come up right now. Okay, I don't want
You
to
got to be
embarrass
part of the
nobody.
round table.
You know what I'm
Like,
saying?
damn,
And
Roger, am
I
I
gotta
cool? Like,
say,
damn, Roger, am I
I
cool
gotta
with you
say,
like that?
Charles, I
I
let you
gotta
back
say,
up when you got knocked off. So yeah, you had I let you back up.
I
You ain't
just had to
noticed.
ask because
I gotta say, Charles, your inquiry was immaculate, and your future detective skills were very evident there.
Don't be
So,
giving him those type of
great
props,
job,
Black Widow. Don't give him them
great
type of
job.
props. He already got a big ego.
Said, motherfucking
that's what she
Kojak,
said.
damn
Who
Kojak
loves you,
up there.
baby? See, you gotta understand something. If now that deserves a woo. Woo!
Woo! Yeah, I've been crazy.
Okay, well I do want to let Rael get the flow in, Miss.
So we go.
Look like he got something to say. Charles, you there?
Oh yeah, everybody's favorite officer. You know what they call me, the officer of the goddamn law, right?
The goddamn law. What's happening, Charles?
Oh yeah. See, I'm gonna do a live stream today. I'm up in the air what I should speak about, but to answer your question, the reason why these ladies are taking the classes, it's not about they're trying to actually get to know black men. They're trying to get an appreciation for black men. I don't even date out. But here's the question: how many black women are willing to take those classes? That's a real good question. You will. I
It's
bet you
not a
won't
good
see
question,
one.
but
How many black women will take that class? Because you got to realize, black women do not understand their men. They really don't. To most black women, you're looked at as a utility.
Mm-hmm.
You're really looked at as a utility. When they say, "I don't need a man," that's psychosis. That's being detached from reality. Because what if men just stopped working in America today, right now? Just stop. Women would be up
Everything will
preaching.
fall apart.
Women would be stuck. It would just be a disaster for them. There are no police coming out, no firefighters, no military. Hell, not even architects or chefs, because what? 75% of your chefs are male? So
you're basically saying if there was no patriarchy.
No men.
Well, I mean, if you had no men,
If there's no men,
if
then
there
they're
was
not
no
populating. So are you mean patriarchy versus
so
matriarchy?
if men, well, you're already in a gynocracy. That's what black people are under, which is much different. If black women really wanted to see a upturn when it comes to men and suitable men, if they really wanted to see it, how come only 8%, only 10% of the black boys when they get to 8th grade can only read on level? What's the equivalent for young black boys when it comes to black girl magic? We have to really look at that from.
We have to look at that fundamentally because it's
Is
the
there an
small
equivalent?
things that show you. Hell no.
I don't think there. I've
Hey,
never.
I'll tell you
What, is
something.
there? There's no such thing as black boy magic. But you know, here's something that Dana said, Charles. Here's something that Dana said to Charles's question, and this is where Afro Shop shout out, gave us a super chat. It said it's called competing. Dana, Charles said, "Are black women willing to take those classes?" And you said no. And those classes, in
No,
my
so why
opinion,
would they?
okay, well,
Why
to be my
why would
classes.
black I would ask that I would have to ask what classes is exactly what classes are they? What is it called? Is that a university? So what are the classes? And when I'm saying that, why should black women take a class on black men where they grew up in a household with black men, their community, everything is black men. So now it may be a certain
The
type
community.
depending on where you grew up because we're not all
What is
monolithic. So you're talking about a class. You're talking about a class. I don't know
black
what
male
this
studies?
class consists
Just
of.
black
I
men.
don't know
Black male studies.
what they're
But let,
teaching,
let,
huh?
let, let her land her point, Charles. Go ahead, Dana.
Yeah, I don't know what the class consists of. I don't know what they're teaching. Where is it being taught at? Who's teaching it? So then okay, where do you get this number from of all these white women of all nationalities is signing up for this class? Well, where is this at? And again, I would ask the question why. So what is the class exactly?
Black male studies.
It's a class called it's
And
a
just
course.
yes,
It's
yes, black
it's a
male
course
studies.
called black male studies. I know there's a women's studies.
Yes.
I don't even think there's a black
How
women's
many?
studies. I know there's different black studies. So
So
it's a
another.
specific course. It's a where's this course being taught at?
It's over there in the California state where Dr. TSR
Oh,
does.
okay. California do every damn thing.
So
Y'all
so in other
I'm not
words,
surprised.
here's here's the point. In the black community, who's more preferred,
What is
the
that?
men or the women?
Charles, I think move your mic. Your mic is rubbing on your beard.
It's probably my mic got caught on my jacket.
Oh, okay.
Now, when you look at the black community, who's preferred, the girls or the boys?
Girls.
So,
Are you asking?
yes.
Society is more so girls. They're focusing on the girls, not the boys.
So the black society's focusing on the girls. So they're putting girls who are going to grow up to go to college and become women, and they're putting them in provider roles. Do women want to be providers?
Naturally. It's a question for you, Dana. He's saying, generally speaking, if girls are preferred and women are being groomed to be providers, do women want to be providers?
I don't know because I wasn't raised to be a provider. I don't know what these young girls, from what I see, because there's so many
Do women?
programs there's so many programs and there's so many organizations that are catering more to black girls and just girls in general. If you look at STEM, there it's always been dominated by men, particularly white men, and then underneath that Asian men, then black men, then the girls, particularly black girls, is last. So yes, there are a lot of organizations, not just for black girls, but black women, where you want to open up a business, whether it's STEM programs or all these different programs, right? But when you do look at the income numbers as far as salary, black men still earn more than black women today, because I looked it up. So
Then
you're
Got it.
still
if we're going to
making
go
more
by
money.
that, right?
Let me finish. Let me
No.
land my point because you asked the question. So yes, black men, we're talking about black men and black women are still making more money. But when we're looking at society, that everything that's created for black girls, what I see is black women creating it. So then I would in turn say if black men have a problem with that, and that is a problem, it needs to be more focused on black men and black boys. Why isn't there groups and organizations of black men the same as black women creating opportunities for the young black boys?
I'm going to answer your question. Did black women come up with Goldman Sachs?
No, but it's a black executive woman who's in charge of that particular program that you're referring to.
Did black women come up with Goldman Sachs? Did
What do you mean
black women come up with the U.S. government?
No. Answer's no.
So when we look at this, right, and when President Obama tried to come out with My Brother's Keeper,
that bullshit.
It was black feminists and white men who shut it down, because the first thing black women said, "What about the girls?"
Why'd you call it bullshit,
yes, it is.
Dana?
Well,
it's not bullshit.
My
bullshit
channel
is
is political, so I kind of know the inside and outs of that program and the money that was. He came up with that initiative, but it was no money put behind it.
Oh, okay. So it's the way when you said that bullshit, it sounded like you was calling the program itself bullshit. You talking about the political side of it.
That whole initiative.
Whose job is it for?
Got you. Go ahead, Charles.
So whose job was it to make sure there was money put into it?
Is it my job or is it your job?
It's your job and my job.
My job
so guess what?
To make sure that to uplift a man, or is it the black grown
yes,
man,
it is.
such as
Yes, it is.
and others,
yes,
to
it
make
is.
sure that you are uplifting young
yes,
black
it is.
boys? See, all the blame
yes,
should be on black women.
Because you have majority of the children.
All the blame can.
Why don't they give the children to their father?
Complain about something and not do anything about it and still complain.
Yep. But guess what? If you take the children, it's on your bed, right?
Where?
If majority of the women in the black community,
custody.
If you take the children, the majority is on your head. You get to be blamed.
No,
right?
I'm not talking about parents. When we're talking about these organizations with Goldman Sachs, My Brother's Keepers, it wasn't a group of parents, it wasn't a group of black mothers that created these initiatives, or a group of black fathers that created these initiatives. When you have these private entities, these corporations like Goldman Sachs, or if you have the government, the federal government like President Obama, which created an initiative, My Brother's Keepers, it is up to the organizations, to those communities, for you to make sure that it is being funded and executed, which means on the micro level, in your community, you need to hold your public officials accountable as to where is the money coming and going for this particular organization for my black boys.
Got it. Before we move on,
officials, and majority of your public officials are whom? Black women. So it always circles back to.
Hold on, Charles. I gotta give a shout out. We can get political. Guys. But I gotta give a shout out to some super chats. We got Dwayne H, who came in with the $20 super chat. I appreciate you, Dwayne. Thank you so much. He said Hassan Johnson said that they take that class. That class. I'm assuming he's talking about the white women taking the How to Get a Black Man class. Because they want to be better for the black men they have in their lives and understand black men. Dr. Johnson said that was the first time he has heard something like that as a black man. And then we got some more super chats. Hold on, let me hit them off. Then Big Guy Journey came in. He was like, great show, bro. Man, I appreciate you. Great. Big Guy Journey. Thank you so much for that, man. I'm trying. I'm getting used to this. I'm supposed to be downtown at my fashion business. My office is empty. I think Marvelette was down there doing some work and then she left. But I'm so excited with YouTube that I'll just be thinking about this. So I appreciate you for the super chat, bro. Thank you so much for the support. And then we also have, hold on, let me find it. We got Mr. O, Just Living, come in there. There is no proven history of women getting old alone successfully in the majority. Why are our women convinced that they can rewrite their position? It doesn't end well for women without men. And that was, he sent that super chat when we were talking about men. Do men need women? Like, because I believe it was Brother Charles that said, what if men just stopped working? What if men just stopped doing everything, just didn't do anything? Because I was talking about how the girls made the jumper cables. They swapped it up and was saying, I don't need a man. I just need a son. So Mr. O came in with the $20 super chat saying, basically, there is no proven history of women getting old alone successfully in the majority. Why our women are convinced that they can rewrite their position. It doesn't end well with for women without men. Thank you so much, Mr. O, for the super chat, and your point is well taken, bro. I mean, it's essentially women and men. I'm sorry, women need men. I got another super chat here. Hold on, where's it at? But I can't find it. Give me a quick second, you guys. Maybe that was the last one. I don't want to. I want to get used to not going too long with the super chats. Oh, Anton is pulled up. Hold on 1 second, guys. We're gonna pull up Anton and throw him in. He's in the green room. We're gonna pull him up to. How do I do that?
Yeah, if you need, I can drop out.
Boom.
I was about to head out a little bit.
Okay, go. Yeah, Joel, give me the space so I can pull some people up. They're trying to pull in. I appreciate you, Joel, for camming up, man. Thanks you for so much. And I think you've been on every live we had. So continue to trend, bro.
Oh, no problem. Thanks for having me.
All right, take care, bro. Talk to you
later.
And then I'm gonna move Anton to position 2, and then we go here. What up, Anton?
What up, big homie? What's the word?
Man, just talking. We've been on. I think we're going 2 hours, 2 hours and 45 minutes, talking about
I love what you're
hypergamy.
doing, bro. I like
Hypergamy.
It. I like it a lot.
Thank you, sir. We're talking, and Dana's giving her perspective. She actually agrees with the position, even though she gets spicy, and she got spicy on some specific things. But overall, we're talking about why women want 10% of the men, why women will wait so long until they realize they couldn't land that 10% guy, and now they're looking back to the average guy, and when it's too late. And then Brother Charles came in and he was explaining, he was putting it all on the women. Charles was just like, look, women, y'all need to get it together. And then Dana was giving him a little bit of pushback. What you got to say about the whole thing, Anton?
I don't think you can put it all on the women. I think to a larger extent, obviously, it's bigger factors that go into it. But I think that also you have to factor, as far as modern women, the way women think today, yeah, you can put the responsibility on them. But largely, you have to also to take into consideration that women today just recently even got the opportunity to vote. They just really started working. You know what I'm saying? You can't put 100% of the blame on women when you also take into consideration that they just got the opportunity to even be able to compete, which we all know no woman can compete, right? It's just the reality. They're never going to be as strong as us. They're never going to be as successful as us. In no way, shape, or form. We're not even gonna have that conversation. That's not even nothing to debate. But the reality is that ultimately what you found is that a lot of women found themselves in a position where they had no choice but to have to do it. They had no choice but to have to try to raise certain people in their households. And so what did you expect them to do? Curl up and die? There was a lot of guys that left the household. There was a lot of guys that got caught up in certain stuff. They was in jail, so on and so forth. And when you take into consideration that women are naturally hypergamous, then you also have to factor in that they're naturally going to want the best option possible. Like, that makes sense. Every woman is going to want the best option possible. You know what I'm saying? Like, to tell a woman that they need to settle, which I would rather say that you need to tell women that they need to be realistic about what it is that they should expect from a man, right? But to tell a woman that you need to settle is short-sighted, because I would want my daughter to go for the best available option, right? So when you teach in classes or you give an insight on exactly how it is that they need to find a man, I think that we need to choose our words more carefully, and we need to be more realistic about the fact that the reason why it's so easy for a man that's on his purpose to get any kind of woman that he wants is because women naturally submit to men that are on the grind and doing what they're supposed to do, right? So I wouldn't want my daughter being with a guy that makes $45,000 a year at all.
I'm just gonna say this. One, a lot of men didn't leave the homes because a lot of women chose single motherhood off of being a wife. Especially since the 60s, basically, you had control of your womb 100%. You decide who comes into this earth. A lot of women, just like a lot of men, are not going to make $100,000. Sorry.
You got to stick with 1 point
It's
at a
like
time.
this.
So
it's
you jump straight
we're
from
just gonna go through.
women.
We're gonna go through. Hold on. We're gonna go through the responsibility of women It's everything you jump to with the economics. A lot of average people, even Kevin said this before, average people get with average people. And there's nothing wrong with that.
Should.
You gotta actually look at it. The more we keep putting into people's heads, especially if we're raising more and more women like men, where it may not be the best for you to look for a husband at 39, 45 years old, like it would where it would be more advantageous for a man. We're scared because we're going to hurt somebody's feelings telling them the truth. If you can get $100,000 guy,
you're not talking about
even
the
modern.
of what
We're talking about modern women.
No.
We're talking about
but
modern
in order
women.
to solve for the problem, no. But see, I'm solutions based, and that's the difference, right? I don't sit here and just complain
I'm a
about the
solution person too.
circumstance. I don't just sit here and complain about the circumstance. I talk about the foundation of the problem, right? And so the foundation of the problem started with leadership. Whenever, in every circumstance, in every situation, I don't care if you go to a Fortune 500 company, I don't care if you go to the foundation of your home. It starts at the top. The responsibility. Nobody goes into a company and it folds and they say, well, it's all the workers' fault. It starts at the top, and real leaders understand. And of course, there's some accountability, and there's a lot of accountability that goes into modern women and how it is that they need to.
They fire the coach, right? When the team loses, they fire the coach.
So when that person gets
Wait, hold on, Charles. Hold on, Charles. Charles, hold on. Charles, hold on. Hold on. He didn't land yet. Go ahead, Enter.
But the point that I'm making is that if you want to understand exactly why the asylum is running out of control and why the inmates is running the asylum, you have to first understand why the asylum why started letting the inmates out and having a conversation about and having choices as far as whether or not they should be able to choose and do certain things in the first place. And largely, I'll give you an example. My wife will never, ever think a certain type of way like a lot of these modern women. You know why? It wasn't that she was raised by her father. It wasn't that she was raised in a great household. It wasn't that she wasn't in the hood or nothing like that. It's because I'm the man that I'm supposed to be, and I'm the leader of my household. And so it allows for her to be able to subject herself to her femininity, fall into the spaces that she's supposed to be in, be able to really lean into the person that she's supposed to be, and not have to focus on doing the things that men do. When you put women in a position to where they can truly fall into their femininity and they can truly be the person that they're supposed to be, then ultimately what you'll find is that she truly is the helpmeet that she's supposed to be. But if I can't put her in that position, and I'm asking her to subject herself to some substandard living situation because this is what I deem as average, what the piss you expect if you expected her to bring in half of the money in order to be able to support the household? You want her to be half a man, but you want her to be a full woman. I don't understand that.
Okay, now can I speak?
Yeah, you got it, Charles.
If that was true, you got people in third world countries where their women respect them, they respect their men a lot more than we get over here. That's a fallacy. Now, when it comes to your wife, hey, I'm glad for you. That doesn't explain for everybody else here. When it comes to leadership, and when a lot of these women have taken these leadership roles, a lot of times they don't want anybody to tell them they are wrong. Just like if a man took a leadership role, right? He's got to take the victories with the defeats. A lot of women don't want to take their L's. A lot of women don't want to say, "Hey, you got to improve. I love you, but you got to improve this." It was okay during the late 80s and 90s that black men weren't shit, and black men took it in stride and say, "You know what?" And when they were doing the study saying black men are the best fathers in America, if not the world, okay, they made it a point to prove that wrong. But if you're gonna make $100,000 and you're gonna bring a lot of masculine energy, I'm sorry, that is not the way you're gonna get a guy. Especially a guy who makes $100,000, $200,000.
Nobody is arguing
Yeah,
that a woman.
that is the argument, because you just said
That's
about the
not the
leadership.
argument that I made.
If you take, if even
I'm
if the
saying
even
that
if
the
they even if the
foundation.
leadership,
Wait, hold on in time.
even if
Go ahead, Charles.
because we're going from, even when we go through foundational womanhood and hypergamy, guess what? All women, even if you make $1 million, a woman's gonna want a man who makes 2. But guess what? They were able to keep the hypergamy in check and realistic, and that's the problem. What's going on today?
Who was able to keep
Go
the
ahead.
Real
hypergamy in
quick,
check and
real
realistic?
quick. I need to give a shout out to B Sanon, who said no woman gave a $20 super chat. Thank you, appreciate that. No women should settle. No woman should settle as long as they know these men. I mean, those men they want have certain boxes. Hold on, let me hit it again. As long as they know that these men they want have certain boxes, those women have to check. They can want whatever they choose. So B Sanon is saying no woman should settle whatsoever. And then I
No
wanted to
woman
go
should
ahead and
settle,
give.
but you have to be realistic as well.
Well, yeah, real.
That's the whole point, though. That's what I just said, though. Literally, that's what I said.
Yeah,
I said we need to
that's what
change
you
the
said.
word from settling to being realistic. I don't know if you got another super chat you want to go through, Chan.
No, I don't got no more super chats. I just wanted to wanted to read that one
so
out
here's
there.
the thing. Here's the thing, Shan. Let me ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
At any point in your life, whether you was 20 all the way up until now, at what point did you want a woman to settle for you?
Me?
Yeah.
I never wanted nobody to. In fact, if you had to settle for me, I didn't want you.
That's what my point is. A lot of these guys are advocating for women to settle for them and saying, "Hey, listen, I make 50,000. What more do you want from me?" Right? And we're not also adding in the caveat that a lot of these guys that are just regular and that's just average, they make average money and they know what women want. They looking for the top 10% of women too. It's not like they just going to settle for the regular chick that's at the library or something like that. They not hunting for them chicks, right? And that's my point. It's an accountability factor that goes along with it. And me personally, I've never, ever in my life complained about women. My mom submit to me. My chicks submit to me. Every single woman in my life, even other women, like my brother's wife, she will shut the piss up when I walk in the room and I start talking, right? We don't have these type of problems because we take accountability and we take ownership, which empower us to be the best version of ourselves. And then ultimately, women fall under our cover, right? They submit themselves to us. We don't have to ask for submission. It's the thing that they give us just inherently because they understand what real men look like. And then my point also goes back to, right? It goes back to, he talked about women in other countries and things like that. What you're finding is that this is not an issue just amongst black women. This is an issue amongst women in general. There's white men complaining about it, right? There's Hispanic women that are identifying as modern women, so on and so forth, and they having the same issues. We just so happen to be black and be talking about it. So let's not make this just a black issue. This is happening across the world in general. And
Do you believe it's more prevalent? You think it's more prevalent in the black community, Anton, than other communities? I mean, it's across the board, of course, or you think we're just being highlighted?
I think that we're not getting the result. I think that we've always been in last place. So the problem is always going to be exaggerated a lot more, right? We make the least amount of money.
Kick the underdog.
Have the worst problem. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But the point that I'm making is just that when you find women in these other countries, and it's funny because I see a lot of these guys say date overseas or whatever. Fam, I don't know how many times we see that once a woman get hip to or her eyes is open to the possibilities, if you're not the man that you're supposed to be, you ain't nothing but a green card anyway, homie. Like, you still gonna get the same results. You taking you with you no matter where you go. I don't care if you go to Africa. I don't care if you go to Spain. I don't care if you go to Brazil, fam. When she can do better, she will do better. And so it does not matter about what you want women to think. If you want to get the results, right, become the top 10% of men, become the top 1% of men. And then you don't have to worry about even having these conversations with women in the first place. The only men that's complaining is the men that's not winning.
Level up.
That's the only guys that's complaining.
So we're not gonna go and say we don't have cultural issues that stem since basically slavery, 150 years.
No, we do.
There wasn't a whole Monahan report written that talked about this behavior, right? So we're just gonna fly over that and ignore that. That all you got to do is make this X amount of money. But how many
No, that ain't all
millionaires
you
have we
gotta
been
do.
seeing? How many millionaires have been seen being raked over the coals?
No, Charles, I don't think we're there.
See, and here's the
Charles, I
benefit.
don't want to.
Here's the
Charles, no,
here's
let me
the
hit you with that.
benefit for
I
them.
don't think it's a situation where we're glossing over systemic racism and all the things that's been happening. I think what people are saying nowadays is with that happen and with that truth, the Monahan report and everything. What are we doing about it? Now what? Do we play?
Now you're seeing. I'll even answer it. You're seeing.
Oh, go ahead, Dana. You know what? Let me hit it. You know, Joel just got off of our live with us just a moment ago. He's about to jump in his truck, but he wants to say he has to get ready for the grind. And a shout out to Anton. He wanted to stay on the live and continue the conversation, so he'll catch us tonight on King Talk. Good to catch you. I'm glad you were here, Joel. Thank you so much. Charles, hold on one second. Dana wanted to interject a point. Go ahead, Dana.
I want to interject because he referenced the Monahan report, and the Monahan report was basically saying to the federal government that it was in the defense of black men. It was really laying out everything, saying these are all the problems because there's no patriarchy of the black man. You have to, and so Monahan, I forgot his first name, he actually had a meeting with Lyndon B. Johnson to where he wanted to set up federal programs specifically for black men. Congress wouldn't pass it or whatever. So the Monahan
Dana with the
report
data.
The Monahan report was indicating all of the negatives of the black community to the conclusion of, because that is also in the report, that the reason why is because the lack of black patriarchy, and without it, this class of people will never progress if the black patriarchy is not restored. Nothing came about
When
that.
was there a black patriarchy
So
in
now
America?
it's reversed to where, yes, when you're looking at it on a state, federal, even on a private level, they're focusing on the women. And when you have more focus on the women and not the men, you have this matriarchy of society. And Judge Joe Brown said it the best. He was like, matriarch society never existed or never lasted, only in the inner cities.
In the black community.
And the reason why I brought up that's the exact reason why I brought up the Monahan report. It's
but
cultural.
You didn't say that.
So Charles, let me ask you a
everybody
question.
who read it knows it's cultural.
No,
then
everybody
on top
do
of
not
that,
know that
when
it
did
was
we have
specifically for the conclusion
when did we
for
have
black
a black
men.
patriarchy? When?
It was
Charles, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
The answer is probably never, Charles. But go ahead, Anton.
You don't have to answer if you want to. I understand if
In
it's
America.
too personal of a question.
Not in America. No.
Have you gotten the results? Have you gotten the results that you want out of women, out of black women, or whatever women you choose to date?
Sure.
I'm sorry.
But guess what? I'm
So
going to
that
tell you
means-
one thing,
so that-
Antoine. I'm going to tell you this one thing. Have I seen what a lot of guys talked about? Yes. I'm not going to be
Hold on.
disingenuous
Let me-
about that. That's why
me
I
ask
had
you-
to
let me-
let the women go.
Let me ask you a follow-up question. So you are successfully married, correct?
Nope.
Okay.
Was that ever a goal? Was that ever a goal, Charles? Maybe not today, but or maybe it is today. So you never wanted to be married.
Nope. And if I get married, I get married. If I don't, I don't. You still have to carry on as a man.
So my question
Correct.
then, my question, now that I have a little bit more information, as far as the foundation of why you think the way you think, how can you have a perspective on how women should act if you've never had a woman fully submit to you in marriage?
Well, because women have submitted to me just being in a store, just walking to a restaurant, just dealing with my family. And even then, there were some issues that had to be addressed.
But wait,
So
you're talking about marriage, right?
But
The way
here's
you
the
build
but
up
it's
a
not
community.
always about marriage, is it?
How
Because
did a woman
submission is
submit
not
to you in a
just
store?
submission is not just about marriage, right? Just like you hear, oh, I'm gonna be submissive for the right man. But how many men came out to help women in their time of need, and they still had to submit to them? So if a guy was changing, if Dana had a flat tire, and some random guy changed the tire, is she going to tell that guy, "Well, fuck you, I don't need you," or is she going to take the kind gesture?
That's
which is a form of submission.
Yeah, that's politeness, and that's what I was saying.
I don't really know how that's
submission.
And that's a form of submission. Like, oh, thank you, because
being
you're
polite?
being appreciative. You're being cooperative. He's not asking Dana to sleep with him, get his number. He just sees a woman in need.
Charles, I think
And
you're
that's
playing
one
with
of the
words.
biggest problems.
You're playing with words.
I'm not playing with
Okay,
words because submission
not
basically
married.
is cooperation.
I'm not
That's true.
married, and I
That's
never
true.
been
That's true.
married, so
It's
I
not,
don't
Dana.
never comment
Submission is
on
not
marriage.
cooperation. Cooperation is cooperation, and submission is submission. It's two different things. And just because somebody cooperated with you, listen, I'm cooperating by being able to have this conversation with you, right? We're exchanging ideas and thoughts. I'm respectful of you. You're respectful of me. I'm taking into consideration what you're saying. I'm cooperating. Like, cooperation is not submission. Submission is completely different, especially when you frame it in the form of marriage, right? The biggest way that you build wealth within a community is that it starts within your own household, especially amongst two people, right? If you understand the purpose of marriage, if you understand the business of marriage, if you understand how women move differently when you marry them, then I think that it would color your ideas or your thoughts a little bit differently, as far as your talking points when it comes to
Let me
how
ask you
women
this
should
question,
act towards men.
Antoine.
Wait,
Let me
real
ask
quick,
you this question,
real quick,
Antoine.
Charles. Before you hit him with the question, I wanted to shout out Cole Black. Cole Black has been heavy in the chat. He's keeping the chat super spicy, and then he hit us with a super chat. Abortion, feminism, family court laws, birth control, etc. are all ultimate expressions of hypergamy that is state sponsored and is unchecked. You know, I'm gonna keep this live
I agree.
chat. Yeah, hell yeah. I'm gonna keep this live chat up after the broadcast so people can see, because Cole Black has been spitting a whole lot of game up in the chat section. And then we got Dwayne H with a $2 super chat. Thank you, Dwayne, for that $2. You could have kept that, but you gave it to your boy, and I'm gonna make sure we use it to promote, do big things on this channel. He said, shout out to April Mason. He said, shout out to April Mason. Listen, April Mason is my friend. I talked to her this morning, and we were chatting a little bit this morning, because she's trending right now based on the fact of what she said about, because you know she's really big in Atlanta. She's in the ATL, and she basically was like, "Yo, I used to have a matchmaking service, and I stopped that in 2013, and now she's been teaching women about being feminine, and been giving feminine classes and courses on how women can assimilate and get better with men in the dating realm. And her focus is strictly on women becoming better women. But April basically put a post up yesterday that she was simply fed up, in short words, fed up with the way that and the expectations that women have been coming to her, single women particularly, have been coming to her. And she said it's too much for her to bear. And so she's given up on that whole feminist course. But she's going to let her videos be there for the women that actually want it. So, yeah, man, shout out Dwayne. I appreciate the super chat. Now, I stepped on you, Charles, but go ahead, Charles.
But here's the question for Antoine. Was your wife trained to be one before you met her?
No.
Why not?
What do you mean, why not?
Why not? Did she grow up with a mother?
I don't really. Yep.
Did her mother train her to do wifely duties and how to treat a man?
No.
So, you had to do all the training yourself.
No.
She had to learn on the fly and on the job.
She didn't have to do all of it herself.
So, in other words, what happened in the black community was a lot of functionality lost. Even when I go back to my parents, a lot of men and women were trained to be husbands and wives. And somehow, some way, we lost that. A lot of people didn't see the benefits of being in intact families. Whether they believe that women are this, men are that, that's up to that individual. Now, we're going to have to deal with trying to get people back together who are neither trained to be a husband nor wife. And how successful we're going to be right now at this moment is not two. Because each generation, our marriage rate is going lower and lower and lower. Especially as a community.
I don't
when we
understand
look
the
at,
line of questioning. What was the point that you was making as it
and
relates to?
the point I'm going to it here is this. We're expecting people to get married with no proper training, no intact families that they see properly, right?
That's exactly
We're
what my
supposed
wife
to
did.
just fly off the limb. So we're supposed to fly off the limb, and how many times has that been successful in our community?
I don't know what divorce looks like, so I don't.
So do we?
Like my in my
Not
opinion,
you,
my
not
family
you.
is
How
divorce.
successful
My family is my
has marriage
community.
been in our community in the last 40 years?
Again, my family is my community, and you can't even use that as the foundation of your argument because overwhelmingly,
So in other
amongst
words, I
every
can't
community,
use the
hold
black
on, let me
community.
finish.
Wait, hold on, Charles.
Let me
Charles,
answer my
don't step on
question.
him.
Overwhelmingly amongst all communities, we see it in the white community, the Asian community, the Hispanic community. All men are complaining about modern women. So just to use that as the basis of your argument is disingenuous. It doesn't even matter. Women are women. They hypergamous. They want the best available option. They want the top 10% of men. And now that they've been able to make their own money and they're able to support themselves, their needs are changing. Now, I'm not saying that they shouldn't be more realistic.
Wait, hold on, Charles. Don't step on him.
What's that?
No, I brought up Mr. O, but he had his audio on. I muted him for a second. Go ahead,
No,
Anton.
I'm not saying that they shouldn't be realistic. I'm not saying that they shouldn't, truly be, that they should truly understand how they need to take accountability for how they're acting, especially modern women, right? But that's a completely different conversation. My point is that women are women regardless of what community of women that you're talking about.
So well, we're gonna try to be disingenuous over the entire black community, and because we're definitely the canaries of in the coal mine, and we have this modern, and we were smack dab ground zero modern feminism, and if we see this issue going on, and a lot of men have daughters, do you see the future of each of these modern women getting married? Are we going to see an abundance of them getting married, or are we going to still be stuck in the same rut we in? Because
I'll put
a lot of this stuff going on here is an easy fix, but I
don't understand
care
how
if
you
got
can have a
hypergamy.
conversation about marriage, or you can even propose how women should operate when you don't even truly understand, or you've never experienced it, and you can't
I understand
truly
women.
speak to it.
Trust
I don't
me,
understand that.
I've been around women all my life, and I understand women completely. Now, are you going to have some women who are realistic to their situations?
That don't mean that I can swim across the
guess
lake.
what?
That don't mean that I know how to tread water. Just because I've been around
That's
it all my
because
life
you're
doesn't
real. That's the
necessarily
same
mean
thing I said. Because you're realistic. If you can be around water all your life, and if you can't swim, you still got to deal with the consequences of not being able to swim if you jump your ass in that lake, right?
You actually just spoke to your own situation. You are not an authority on how it is, and why should people listen to you when it comes to, and I'm saying this respectfully, I'm not dissing you, I'm just asking a question, right? Why should people listen to you as far as your thoughts about how women should operate and how they can be successful when it comes to building a family unit, when not only have you not done it, but you have no interest in it whatsoever?
Maybe because I still raise my son and he lives with me, and I can do it with or without a woman, regardless if I have a wife or not. Guess what? Regardless if I have a wife or not, I still have to raise my son. So, and then here was the hesitation with women. Here's a question mark. How long have you been married?
You didn't answer the question. 17 years.
What does it? 17 years. So when I've been dating and dealing with modern women, and getting to know, okay, something's going on here that I'm starting to pick up on a trend. Yeah, that's what makes me an expert in it, because I've actually had to date these women throughout 25 to now, various ages. So that's what makes me an expert in it. Because
why
where
are
you
you
had to deal
dating and
with
you're
one
not even
woman
interested in
for
being married?
almost 20 years, and I've actually dealt with multiple women, and I'm just thinking to myself, nah, something ain't right here. And I have to be honest about and wait a minute. And I have to be honest about the content of women out here, and to bake over and use hypergamy and modern women or feminism, whatever you want to call it, and use that as their crutch of saying, this is the reason why you get to act like this. But if you want a man to take care of you, you want to be a man, yeah, you're going to have to be feminine. You can't bring a lot of that. You can't bring any of that masculine energy. You're going to repel
But
men
here's the problem.
if you do that.
Here's the problem. And this is just my personal opinion. Because you decided to share this information, right? You said that you've never been interested in being married, correct? Hello?
Charles, that was for you, Charles.
I said I don't mind. If I do, I do. I don't.
You said, but you've never
I still got to
actually
do.
seek being married, right?
I said if I do, I do. I don't.
No, I asked you, Charles. I said,
Fair
okay,
enough.
well, that's cool.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it, Shan. We gonna move along with the question. But here's the key, though. You still had a kid out of wedlock, right?
Sure. It's called accountability.
You still wait. You still laid down with her, right? You still had sex with her. You still did not wear rubber when you got her pregnant.
And
but
the
I've
point of
never
that
once
is because
heard
I
you
still
say,
have to.
and I'm about to land
So-
right now. I've never once heard you say in this entire conversation, the entire onus is on the women, right? When, in my personal opinion, according to what it is that you just expressed, you are the very thing that's wrong with our community, right? You're creating
And what is
broken
that?
families. You're creating broken families, right? You haven't married, you haven't sex, you're doing things that married people do without actually being married. And you got to understand my foundation of mine, because I'm a Christian. I don't believe in sex outside of marriage or none of that, right? So that's a little bit of the foundation. But my point is that I've never once heard you take ownership and responsibility for the thing that you're creating in the black community. You're dating without a purpose. You're not actually looking to get married. It's if I do, I do. When I don't, I don't. But for some reason, you're expecting women to fall under your submission and move according to how you see fit, according to your leadership as a man.
So
when
wait a minute.
Wait,
You
wait.
want
Don't
women
stop
to
me.
submit to
Don't
you
stop
who are
me.
not even married
Charles.
to you, right?
Don't stop me.
You want
Don't
women
stop
to
me.
submit
Charles.
to you who are not even
Charles,
married
Charles,
to
Charles, Charles, Charles. We don't step on
We
we don't step on the people.
We're gonna let them rock.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Do your thing. I'm gonna let them.
you. You want women, but yet you came out of your mouth of women who are not even married to you to submit to you, right? Just like a broken home. Because one, I'm never gonna press my religious beliefs on another person. That's you. That's great. See,
I didn't
one
press my
thing about
religious beliefs on you.
accountability. See, hold up. Because one thing about accountability, I raised my child.
That's what you're supposed to do. You don't get credit for
Okay,
that.
I just raised my child.
What does that have to do with
Here
the fact
it
that
is.
you're
But
advocating
even
for a
still,
thing that
right?
you earned?
Even still,
You're advocating.
because I raised my child and my child lives with me, right? Hold on. Even married or not, do I still have to raise him? Does that matter in the eyes of the U.S. government?
Accountable
They're
for
not
something
gonna.
that
They're
you
not gonna
earned.
persecute you. Who is persecuting? Oh,
You gotta
okay.
get the
This
beam
guy's
out
a
of your
Christian.
own
We're gonna
eye
make
first,
him a
bro.
slide.
Nah,
We're gonna
bro.
because he's Christian. We're gonna let him slide. He doesn't. If he has a bad day, we're gonna let him slide. No, that child still has to be raised.
You gotta get the
And
beam
even
out of your
still,
own eye
even
before you
still,
start to have.
even still, if that woman, his mother, wanted to abort him, what say do I have?
You're moving the goalposts.
And
you're
yet,
not
Yeah, I think we're
addressing
getting
it
off
because
topic.
You don't want to.
Listen,
Moving the
listen,
goalposts,
fellas,
Say, do
fellas,
I have?
fellas. Check this out. Check this out. Check it out. We're getting off topic. I did want to give a shout out to Jay Lynn because she shouted me over a $5 super chat. She said women not wanting to take the blame for low morals in black women's society is beyond me. Yes, men messed up, but look at what we did with what they gave us. So Jay Lynn is basically saying, taking the responsibility and accountability, saying that she's sick of black women not taking accountability for it. Yeah, men messed up, but then what did women do with the things that men messed up? I get what she's saying. And thank you so much for that super chat. And then I'm glad my guy, Jonathan Barronville, is here. And he steps in the room with his 49. It seems like that's his automatic go-to when it comes to my channel. I appreciate it, John. $49 super chat. He said, let's be clear. A $45,000 man would be settling for a baby mama like Dana, who has multiple baby daddies. The utter gall of these below average women to casually shit on average men. Reality humbles women like this. So he's taking shots. Dana was here. Then she walked off the camera. And then I took her off the screen, but then she disappeared. So Dana, if you're still here, I want you to pull up. I shot you a message in your DMs over at Instagram, Dana, but I'm not sure where you at. Jonathan is coming in with fire. He's shooting shots, and he's upset. So Dana, if you here, come on ahead and pull up. And then we also have another super chat from my guy Jamar Reed, $4.99 super chat. He said, "Yo Noop, yo to the Noops in the house, Spring 97, EK, Long Beach State. I'm seeing a lot of Peter Pans out here, brothers who don't want to grow up." Yes, sir. I agree with that. You know the Peter Pans. We got a lot of Peter Pans out here. Shout out to my frat brother. I appreciate you, and thank you for the super chat. And then so we're back to what we were talking about, guys. We're losing topic just a little bit. And I want to reel us back, but before we go there, I want to give a shout out to Mr. O, who's just living. Mr. O just living pulled up in the broadcast. Let me unmute you real quick, bro.
All right.
I appreciate you showing up, man. What you got for us, Mr. O? What's anything that we've talked about all day, bro? Just tap in. Let us know your thoughts, man. I appreciate you showing up.
I like the little sparring match that's going on right now. You know, like it's kind of funny because like y'all mentioned moving the goalposts. The argument on Charles arguing fault and Anton is speaking on responsibility, and like which one is more important, is fault or responsibility? Fault's there, but responsibility still exists despite of fault, where it came from. Yeah, the men left the homes. Okay, that happened. They're traumatized. Yeah, but men today still have to give women a reason to see us for who we are, for them to get back in order. So what's going on is that, like, yeah, the feminism thing got women off course, and they started to believe that they would get fulfillment other places. But now what's happening now is men know that, like, we're shorter in numbers and we can have our way. So now we're gonna do something like what Jonathan did, and is tell them, you know, like, fuck them. If you can't catch up, then you're gonna get left behind. But when do we give women a reason to see the men for who we are and give them a reason to even get back in line? You know, like to Anton's point, like certain males, when they walk into a room, women just naturally do what's instinctually for them to do. I don't have to announce that I'm a man for me to start leading when I walk into a room. I'm just naturally doing what I'm supposed to do, and women, they take heed to that. You know, I think all women, especially in today's world, if they built these masculine traits to survive, because women are survivors.
That's the question I wanted to ask Dana.
Surviving.
Yeah,
right?
Mr. O. That's the question I wanted to ask Dana. Are they forced?
They're meeting a male they've never met. They don't know what a man is, and what they gonna do? They're gonna test him. But how I mentally respond to her and her emotions determines what happens next. A woman can only do what you allow. You know, like, we got to take our position. If you're a man, give them a man. I had a young guy ask me yesterday, like, he's dating one of these traveling nurses, and she making all money. She got a kid or whatever, but she does things like this. Like, she's like, I'm gonna take you to Paris, and the reservations in her name, and like he asked me. So he asked me, how do I get her to get with my program? I say, well, have you gave her a plan? Have you even showed her a man? I mean, when you walked into the restaurant, did you let her talk to the or did you start talking? I mean, when did you take over and allow her to put her dick up? We got to give women to see the men for who we are for the shit to change, man. That's
Yeah,
how I
but
see it.
so Mr. O, is it all financial? Okay, so here's the deal. So you got this woman, she's a traveling nurse. You know, we know ever since COVID, traveling nurses are getting the bag. They're making more money than some doctors.
10 bands a week.
Because of their demand as a traveling nurse, and nurses are needed, especially as a result of COVID. They're making a lot of money. So this woman here, in the way you described it, it sounded like she emasculated my man. She's like, look, we going to Paris. This is what we doing, baby. I'm gonna get you some clothes. I'm gonna get you some clothes. I'm gonna get the ticket. This is what here's our itinerary, and this is what I need you to do. But he's like, yo, I need to get on. He came to you, and was like, what I need to get her on my program, and what can I do to get her on my program? Here's the question: is it all financial? But here's my question to you, here's my question: is it because he ain't making her money, or is it because it's not in him inherently? Do women need to do men that want to have a program have to have one regardless of the amount of money they make, or do they have to have that program with the bread for a woman to jump on it?
I think before any of that, you got to understand that like some males are not men, and we got to redefine what a man is. Before you can do any of that, you got to present a man first. Like simple things. I was telling him yesterday, like when she coming to your house, do you got your board up there, or your checklist, what you doing for the day? Do she see you moving? Are you not available at certain times when she call you? Like, you know, he said she ain't gonna let me breathe. She gonna FaceTime me and call me all day. Well, she knows she can do that to you. When are you gonna assert yourself as a man in her life for her to relinquish all that weight? That's what they waiting on. I mean, part of a plan is part of getting money together and adding to that power. But before any of that, she need to respect the man first.
Well, see, I think that would probably be part of Anton's. See, Anton's been married for 17
that's
years.
the problem, though. Like, I'm not about to sit here and negotiate. This ain't
That's what I'm saying. From day one, though, right? Anton, was that your MO from day one? Before all the money came and all the success,
right?
And that's what O was saying.
I'm not sitting here trying to negotiate with a woman. I'm not about to have no conversation with a woman and try to convince her on how it is that she need to get with my program. Any woman that's coming into my sphere already understand that either you're gonna move this type of way or you're not a part of this in the first place. And that's kind of what I was talking about, or what it is that you kind of stated, Shannon, that moving as a man is more than just the money, right? The money and the spaces that you're in, that gives you the confidence, it gives you the options to be able to do certain things and move certain type of ways. And that's what I'm saying, like, and it was one of the reasons why I was asking Charles some of these questions. It wasn't about, you know what I'm saying, anything specific, but I was trying to establish a foundation of how he thought, because often I find that women subject themselves to a certain type of guy. You don't even have to make $100,000 a year, which I hate to say it, but your other guest, Dana, she was absolutely right. That's not a lot of money, especially if you live in certain places of the country. You don't have to subject yourself, or you don't have to make $100,000 a year in order for a woman to get on your program. It's just certain dudes move a certain type of way, and women understand. And I don't even want those type of women in my sphere, right? I'm not gonna sit here and negotiate with you. And I just
exactly
don't
what I'm
understand,
talking
because
about.
we want all women to move a certain type of way. I don't care. I only want the one that I'm gonna marry to move a certain type of way. I don't have to figure out how I can hold all women accountable. I just need this one woman to get on my program. But if I'm not even purposeful, right? If I'm not actually looking to get married, if I'm not actually being the thing that I want my daughter to marry, if I'm not being the example first, then what kind of leadership is she looking to follow in the first place? Is she just supposed to submit herself to me just because I'm a man? Is that it? Because I've seen more men act like women and women act like men.
I'm just like this. Number one, when you talk about the traveling nurse, she makes anywhere from what, 90 to 130.
She making like 10,000 a week.
Yeah, they're making a little more than
they're
that.
probably more. So that's just on average, depending on how far they got to go. And I'm
Yeah,
looking
that's
at it.
pre-COVID. I'm talking post-COVID. They're up there with 200 grand.
I'm
She
listening to
spent
old
400
story.
on. She spent 400 on the meal, and then tore up the receipt so he couldn't even see it. Like, ooh.
I'm listening to the
Just
story that Mr. O's telling, and I'm like, one, why is she with the guy that's not making that much? Two, she might love him, but she doesn't respect him, and there's two totally differences.
See, he got his own money, but she wants to be in control so that she isn't vulnerable. Like,
and I got a question for you, Charles.
That's the problem that he should have said to her. Like,
if he showed up as a man,
he
she would submit naturally. It's in her nature. Women just gonna respond to certain caliber of men a certain way when they in the presence of them.
It's not
When
even
they
that.
see
It's
that,
because
they
she's so
act.
used to being a man. That's the problem. She's used to being
You know
a
what it
man.
is? Because he was raised by his mama too.
He's used to being a man, and a lot of times in the black
You don't know
community, a
what that
lot
is.
of the men are taught to be subservient.
Yeah.
And
So real
if
quick,
he really wanted to be-
Charles. Real quick, I want to give a shout out. Cole Black hit us with another super chat. This is his second super chat. Responsibility without authority is slavery. Men are checking out of marriage because hypergamy is unchecked, which lowers incentive for the average. Thank you for the super chat. And then Jay Lynn came back with another super chat as well. $5 super chat. Men don't need a reason to stand in your don't need a reason to stand in your masculinity. Does not mean money will naturally follow. Wait, let me read this over here. I can read it better. I'm trying to read it on the screen. Men don't need a reason to stand in your masculinity. Does not mean money women will naturally follow. Stand 10 toes down with what you allow. Will continue. I'm bad when there's no punctuation, but thank you, Jalen. I appreciate you for the super chat. And then now Charles, are you suggesting that the woman that O was talking about, the guy, you know, his boy and the girl, you first question you said was, why is she dating somebody that doesn't make that much money? Are you suggesting that she should only date somebody that most women should only date men? Hold on, Charles, let me finish my question, bro. Are you suggesting that women should date men who make as much as them or more, or they should not and should not date down, or is it more to a relationship than just the bread? Go ahead, Charles.
Of course, it's more to a relationship than just the bread. But why? There's certain things I'm listening, and I'm like, okay, you're doing all this for him for what? I mean, are you doing it because you love him and it's a great gesture, or you're doing it to love him, to control him, to make him subservient?
It ain't even that complicated. It's just a comfortable sex in a strange town, and she's in control of it. That's all that's about. And she even told him that she said, you know, like, it's not you, it's me. She gave him that speech too. Like, this ain't gonna be no forever thing, you know. Like, she gave him
So
that
basically,
already
he's
too.
just temporary penis.
This is just, but she is dating him because she can date what she can qualify for. Like, try her approaching me with some of those little things. It won't go that way. You know, it just wouldn't go that way.
But at the same time, he didn't say no, did he?
I would have definitely declined that if it wasn't going to be going on the way that I wanted it to go. Like, I'm not going to be put in the back seat for no
shit.
Come on,
He's
man.
asking his homeboy. He's asking his boy what he should do.
Because a lot of
And
times you got a
bet
lot of
that
men out
woman
there.
is dying for a real man. I think she want a man. She'll submit to a man. She don't see none.
She just wants. The problem is she's acting too much like one. Like I said earlier, she puts herself in a provider role, and then hopefully she's not complaining about who she's with or dealing with right now.
See, that's the
put yourself
problem,
in
though.
a-
Why are we not coaching the dudes and saying, "Yo, fam, why you even dealing with this type of chick that move with that? Why you even letting this type of chick in your space?" Like, I'm not trying to figure out what she thinks. Man, I don't care about what a woman thinks, bro. Like, either it's my way or it's no way. I'm not negotiating with you. I'm not about to have a conversation on trying to coach you on getting yourself together. Like, the only thing I care about is winning. And if you fall into the space and you fit in perfectly, then we can have a conversation. Other than that, I'm not about to sit here and try to win you. don't care nothing about what no
And
woman
that's
think.
the
And Time,
and
he
that's
said
the
that
problem.
his boy
That's
grew up
the
with a single
problem with her.
mom, and so maybe that's all he know. You know,
He
That's
don't
what
know.
And
I'm
that's the
saying.
problem
We
with
need to
and
start
that's the
having
problem with
conversations
him.
with guys.
He
And
doesn't know
that's
how to be a man, and this is one of the
that's
primary reasons he come to even confide in me like that. My response to him was just like this, dude. This is a bad deal, and she got a daughter. She got a 13-year-old daughter, dude. Like, it's a bad
oh
deal for
no.
you. You ain't got no kids. You got these two
Oh no.
huskies. Like, you living in Midtown down in Houston by yourself. No, come on, man. This is a bad deal for
And
you.
hey, oh, how
She
old is
already
he?
see you how she gonna see you, and you can't fix that. You need to get out of this.
And
But
how
of
old is he?
course,
Man,
he wants the
these bitches
sex.
weak.
How old is he?
Charles is asking you a question.
Shan, you know these dudes is weak, bro.
And
They
how old
weak,
is he?
man.
Mid-20s.
Oh, about your boy's in
And
his
see
mid
that's
20s.
Yeah.
and that's the problem. You got too many who are not being raised by fathers or father figures. They're not around men. Period. So he's used basically. You might as well say, Mama just dropped her son off to her doorstep to be Mama number 2.
So Charles, are you
Listen,
suggesting,
I'll say
like I
this.
do, and like Antana's saying, that we need to concentrate and start teaching these men how to be men as opposed to trying to get women to change?
Why do you think me and Cerulean Gray came up with the Gray Faulkner Initiative?
I don't know
Post it
nothing
in the
about
chat.
that. I'm sorry. I'm not familiar
I'll
with
post
it.
it in
I
the
do
chat.
think that there.
So we go.
Pays attention.
Yes. Thank you, Charles. That was good.
Thank you.
Wow.
Now,
I
was clean.
now,
Was that Thundercats?
nah,
Thundercats.
That was a lot.
Hoes.
That was a lot of people. Okay, we're gonna see now. I'm gonna make you understand this. Okay, I don't want anybody to interrupt me. Sit on your goddamn lips and hands. Number one, for him and his decision as the man alone, he chooses what she needs to follow. He was going to marry that woman. He decides what she needs to do to follow his program. If he would have said, sign over the rights to the kid, and she says no, he would have passed her over.
Exactly.
But guess what? He didn't mind taking care of the kid, so guess what? Like most men, did I not fucking say don't interrupt me? Thank you. Thank you very much. Now, most men are not going to take anything out on a child that has nothing to do with the situation. Okay? How the fuck am I a simp if I'm telling a bitch, you don't fuck for a year? Doesn't mean I'm not fucking for a year, but you certainly can't fuck for a year. Also, marriage, before it's even about love, is what?
Business.
Well, business. Are you gonna marry a motherfucker that gets your jersey to be the number one selling jersey just publicly announcing that you're dating her? She
I
made
thought
him
you
like
told
$70
everybody to
million.
be quiet. Why BGS got to say something?
It was your channel.
Mr. Faulkner, Mr. Faulkner, you did say be quiet. BGS interjected.
For what?
Drop him
For
from the
what?
panel.
For
Why are
what?
you
For
talking?
what?
I'm just
Well,
saying. That's
Yo,
what he
you are
said.
just
The
saying. You
rules.
just saying. You just saying. So what?
Why we can't? We men up in here. I'm just making light.
Why are you
BGS. It was
talking,
a
man?
joke.
sir.
It
You
was
ain't
a
one of them.
joke.
Special
It
rules
was
for
a
special
No, it
people.
joke.
You ain't
wasn't,
one of
man.
those. You
You
ain't
were
one of
serious.
those. You ain't one of
I
those.
don't know.
You ain't one of those. You ain't the special person, sir.
Exactly.
Stop. There's many times BGS let me speak openly on this shit, so they're being fair.
Oh yeah.
So
Sometimes
stop.
rambles are like
So
ours.
everybody be quiet besides BGS.
Yes. Got it.
Did that rhyme? Yeah, I got it.
Okay.
It's favoritism.
He's a beast.
Yeah.
Yeah, this ain't cool to show, man.
Go
So
ahead,
you know,
players.
respect that.
Go
Look,
ahead,
man, it's
my
not the
players.
show. Quit being dusty,
It is.
nigga.
Exactly.
Quit crying. Quit crying, bro. It's not that serious. I'm 19.
When you,
Have some maturity. Have some class, nigga. Continue.
Well, we can
What's
start
19?
dropping bread. We can have some class. What's your cash app, Mr. Faulkner?
when you rank,
What's your
you
cash
rank.
app,
Go ahead,
Mr.
drop
Faulkner?
bread. You won't waste the
We
money
can
tricking to donate. What the hell?
Why am I tripping?
I said
have some
tricking. That's what
classes.
you're
No.
doing.
Stop. When you rank, you rank.
Stop.
Damn clown.
Number one.
Well, we can start dropping bread then.
Go ahead, drop all the bread you want, clown.
Go ahead, drop bread.
Okay, well, if he don't have no bread, you gonna drop him off?
Drop the bread, clown. That's what you're
No,
doing.
I'm talking to Officer.
I'm talking to
Mr.
you,
Faulkner
clown.
right now. So, Mr. Faulkner,
Damn, sis, bitch,
cost to get him up out of here?
think I forgot all that shit talk he was doing.
Now,
And by the way, those two chicks that y'all show, those are
How
ladies,
much,
not the
Mr.
ones that
Faulkner?
were crackhead strags. You showed those
Mr.
on the show.
Faulkner, how much to get him out of here?
all
You know
right.
he ain't got
Crackhead
but $5.
Shut your
Sir, why
crackhead
are you
ass
so
up.
emotional like that?
Go ahead, cash out all the money you want.
Sir,
I don't
I'm
need the money.
All right.
Bye, clown.
Sir.
Hold on.
Thank
I'm
you.
gonna bring you back up, but you need to calm the fuck down. Stop
Sir,
it.
I'm 19. Calm
Hold
down.
on.
Have some
Hold on.
maturity.
Now,
I ain't
calm
talking
down.
to you, 19-year-old.
Calm
Male
down.
discussing
I
me.
want to get emotional and
You got
bitchy.
over
You in your place. He got more maturity than your ass.
Number
So we
one.
get real.
Is everybody over talking the fucking host?
Yeah.
Sorry, Charles.
Yeah, have some respect, guys, for real.
Like, stop it right now.
I'm gonna light
Alright.
this gelato up and I'm gonna chill.
Light it up. Wow.
God damn.
Shit. Do I need to bring Bria Miles up again? Now, it's kind of
I
funny.
pay my
I
taxes.
think you niggas argue just so I could do that.
One time.
Run it again, Charles. Because then they don't get the picture.
I think that's the problem. They want to see the picture.
I don't know about that. But...
Show me the ass, nigga.
Yeah, calm down. Bring the ass back.
Hey,
Now, what are you saying,
was
Charles?
fake, though.
Finish what you saying, Charles.
Number one, I'm gonna finish what I was saying. Okay. Most men who are means don't fucking care if the woman has the child or not. They're gonna look for her loyalty, because right now we gotta judge your loyalty because you had a child out of wedlock, which is more important than the child itself. Are you loyal? Are you down for my program? So here's my shit. A simp wouldn't have made any restrictions or requirements. Okay? A simp would have just married her willy-nilly, not giving a fuck, letting her get away with shit. All right? No simp. The motherfucker was wife swapping. How the fuck you be a simp if you wife swap? Now, who wants to go next?
I actually have a question for Mel.
Go ahead with your
What do
question.
you want? Go ahead.
All right. So you're a solutions-oriented guy, right?
Yep. Go ahead. What's your question?
All right, because there's been in BGS. Would you mind if I use you as a fact checker on this?
Go ahead, man.
All right. So I look up the stats, and there's the metric changes
Shout out to Smargo for the cash app.
somewhere between about 80 to 88% of black boys can't read. Well, their literacy doesn't meet an 8th grade level.
Mm-hmm.
What's
90%.
the solution? 90. Okay, so yeah, that's why I'm using you as a fact checker, because I see different stats for that. So Mel, being a solutions-oriented guy, what solution would you propose to this problem?
Being that you know the problem that these boys is reading on a level like that, start getting involved in these boys. Teach them how to read more advanced, despite what their mother's not teaching them. Be a big brother parent to them. You ain't gotta do the full job of the single mothers, but you could do something. You want to see our boys strive? Get involved. That's what Charles is doing. Gets involved with the youth.
Yeah, that don't mean you got to be their stepdaddy. It just
Exactly.
means just get involved with them. You feel me? That's how you gotta help them.
There's
Okay.
still the
Well,
problem because
just
I've
because
looked
you a
into this.
street guy,
There you go.
don't
Still the
mean.
problem. Forget about the still problem. Just
One at
do
a
it.
time. One at a
Well,
time. One at a time.
well, I'm saying, Mr. Faulkner, just because you're a police officer doesn't mean that the guys that were from the street can't be involved with the youth also. So we have both sides in our community. We have the street guys. We have the quote unquote educated lame. I don't like to say that. I like to say hip square because my children are hip
Stop
and
saying
they
hip
square.
square,
But
period.
why is he cutting me off, Mr. Faulkner? So what I'm saying is that you can have both sides. So we can't just throw away one side and we can't have the other because it takes both of us to raise a nation, to raise a community. So we can have a police officer come to the football practices, but we need those street guys because some of those youth that's 12 and 13 are going through something so they could see somebody that come from where they come from to actually help them. So I think we need both sides and we need to quit backbiting and hating on each other. That's how I feel. That's
Raise a book, nigga, and do some research. How about that?
See what I'm saying? See what I'm saying? Why are you attacking me, brother?
Well, hey, come on now. Stop.
Calm down, Dusty.
I'm gonna answer your question.
All right, I'm Dusty. I ain't trying to knock you, nigga. I don't like niggas. So why you calling me a Dusty? You see a street nigga? What's wrong with you? Talking like a bastard.
Good chill.
Dusty. I thought that was for a woman was supposed to do. How you gonna call a man Dusty?
Hey,
Are you
this
stupid,
ain't that kind of
nigga?
show. This
Are
ain't
you
that kind of
whiskey
show.
tank?
It's still about the boys, Reed.
The easiest way to get black boys up to snuff and read and get them up to grade level is what they've been saying and what Monahan said back in 1965. Give them a single sex education and give them a male dominated environment, and they will actually do. It's already proven to work. Okay, but the black women do not want that because they do not want the boys to succeed.
Because they're gonna find themselves a
Not that
white
hard.
girl if they succeed. Just like that
If
one.
they will lose power. They know that.
So what should we do,
So
VGS?
there
Just
is-
give
so
up?
there is no-
Or should the men be stealing their children's life? Because I mean, I was a single dad, but I tried to make sure that I did 3 days a week with my children.
Did you ask me a question?
Go ahead, brother. Excuse me.
Okay, it's real. You go down to the freaking school board. If you have to, you pay and take the school board over, and you say these boys have been flagging in grades and for years. They need a special education for black boys. We need to take them away from the girls and give them their own set of teachers, male teachers. Put them in a male-dominated environment. Give them their own curriculum because the curriculum now that they have is built for basically a feminist white female. That's the kind of curriculum that you have. Okay, that's the kind of school system that you have.
But sometimes
Can I finish my goddamn statement?
the
Can I
boys
finish
don't
my
have
statement?
no
Can I
interactions
finish my
with women.
statement? Can I finish
Okay,
saying
brother.
what I'm saying? Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
They've been knowing this since fucking 1912. They did it for the white boys back in 1912, right? They know what to do. Charles can tell you that they can take a kid that's freaking from the ghetto, that's freaking failing, put him in an all-male school system and send him to college, right? They know what works. That's the simplest way. You ain't got to change the chick. You ain't got to change the environment. You just have to change the school system that they're in. That's it.
But guess what?
That'll actually get rid of.
They
That'll
won't
actually
do it.
settle like 80% of the problems that these kids have in school.
So
Well, sometimes these dudes will be socially awkward after that because they've been around so many boys.
That doesn't matter.
That don't matter.
That doesn't matter.
That don't matter to be socially awkward.
That would not make sense.
No, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
Ah, come on now. Why? Because BGS said it.
Are you serious?
No, Elon Musk is
Because if you around all
Musk is
men,
socially
you might
awkward.
be
He's one of the
socially
richest men on
awkward
the
when you
planet.
get around women. And then you be
That's
on
just
YouTube
obvious
talking about
derailing,
women.
man. You just derailing this
That's
shit
what
on
I'm
purpose,
saying.
man.
Mark Zuckerberg socially awkward.
Wait a minute.
He's married, fool.
That's
Hold
irrelevant.
Hold on. God damn. We're better than this shit, okay?
Gonna carry ourselves like goddamn multifaceted men. Number one, socially awkward is regional and cultural. That's all. See, the problem with black community is this. Y'all giving a fuck about shit that does not make any sense. Who gives a fuck about being socially awkward when your boys can't fucking read?
Yeah.
All of that shit,
Agreed.
all that shit is basically to the behest of women. If he got enough swag, these bitches can't even pick good fucking fathers. And we talking about fucking swag? Did y'all listen to my early stream this morning about the fucking the state of the black fucking relationships and parenting?
Nah, I didn't hear that.
You can't even get along.
I didn't have that problem. My kids knew how to read,
am I
these
finished or
new
not?
version kids
Can
seem
I
to be
But
fucking
it's
socially
a you
awkward.
the man that's around your kids.
Can,
There's a
can I
difference.
fucking finish, please? Number one, if you gotta go through hell and high water with the goddamn women, which should have never been, how the fuck you gonna teach these boys that the women are always at their fucking levels of steering them in the wrong direction? So you gotta go to the damn school boards. You gotta fucking lobby politicians. A lot of these young damn boys will not have a goddamn male role model. And for that social awkward shit, guess what? I'm gonna answer your question very, very in depth. Okay? A lot of the goddamn police officers are from your fucking neighborhoods. They were your fucking football players, your wrestlers, your basketball players, your debate team. They were all that shit. Just like your firefighters. The problem is this. A lot of black kids look at that street dude, and guess what? They need to see more than what the fucking street dude is. If your fucking parents actually had some goddamn sense, they would not even let you look at the street dudes all the time. Or if at all. If they could help it. We need to stop acting like black men ain't multifaceted. That's why you never really hear me talk about the Pookie, the Ray Ray, the educated line bullshit. Those are female fucking arguments. I don't know how many times I gotta tell you. We're using fucking female arguments to say, well, if this guy's an educated lame or an L7, whatever. He doesn't have to be, styling and profiling. Can he fucking provide for a family? Can he fucking protect his family? Can he fucking provide for the community? Is this motherfucker gonna be capable to drive us the next 20 fucking years?
I feel you, Mr. Faulkner. I feel you. But I think we need both. I think we need brothers like you, brothers like BGS that come from the one side of the track, brothers like me that come from one side of the track, and we work together.
What side of the track am I from, dude?
I'm not trying to disrespect you, Mr. Faulkner. What I'm saying is you come from a working background and you are a guy that handle your business. That's all. Only thing, what side of the track I'm saying is a guy that's a police officer, you handle your business, but a street guy that handles his business. That
what type of
we need
business in the street?
See what I'm saying? I'm talking to Mr.
It don't matter, bruh.
We're gonna stop with
It does matter.
That's just my opinion. You can say what you want, brother. If you don't want to listen to my side, then just be one-sided. And that
when I say stop, just goddamn stop. Look, number one.
Well, I'm gonna have to bounce then, because you ain't gonna be able to tell me just to stop if we having a conversation.
Bounce.
Bye, bitch.
Damn.
Okay. Bitch, thank you. Go back to smoking your crack.
Off, man.
Oh boy.
All right, Charles.
I'm gonna just tell it. And see, I'm like Platinum. I gave him way too much time to explain himself.
Well, he's going on about irrelevant.
Come on.
It's almost like he was deflecting from the actual issue.
Exactly. But see, that's the reason why. That's the reason why that Pookie and Ray Ray, the stupid logic is
You get your police typically. You get your firefighters typically from the fucking neighborhoods.
His argument was
Condescending.
basically
He's a condescending little bitch too. Came in here insulting motherfuckers.
Broke ass Dolomite, man.
Came in here and he came in here insulting motherfuckers and then start talking about some sir nigga like shut.
Exactly. Talking about broke ass Dolomite. Come on, man.
This is the fucking
Soft
reason why
ass.
this is the fucking reason why me and Platinum got into it today, because he can't see shit. This nigga did the same fucking shit. Well, you know this nigga's a simp. Nigga,
You know what, Charles? Though?
Kim Rob, hold on. Kim
Charles,
Rob,
if you realize
so
one thing,
much
man, you
shit
see
from the
how he was
comments,
trying to
sir.
call people
Just come up
squares.
here, man.
Zoom. You see how he was trying to call people squares, but technically he's a square himself, trapped in his own box.
Well, what he was trying to say is
Well, Zoom,
That nigga's a real pothead.
I can put some money on it right now. I bet I ain't square.
Wait a minute. Hold up
he's
now.
basically
I'm
saying
saving mine.
if we
Hold
teach
up
these
now.
boys to
Hold up.
read, they're gonna be
Sure.
lame and not get pussy.
Sure.
That's what he's trying to say.
Whoever's speaking.
Well, it wasn't me. I ain't saying nothing.
That was
That was me, but
Smargo,
Smargo,
goddamn, sorry, Drew. But goddamn, Smargo, hold the fuck up. All right. Number one, I want you. I'm gonna speak to you, man, because what you're doing is is derailing the fucking conversation. You're not having a fucking dialogue.
Nigga, did you just say okay?
Ism, you're basically saying if we teach these black boys to read, they're gonna be lames.
I did not say that, brother. Both
Then why
my
did
children
you-
graduated from college, brother. One went to Grambling and the other one
Okay,
went to community
brother.
college.
They-
So what are
okay,
you talking
brother,
about?
I never said they couldn't,
I'm
brother.
saying I think we
It's
need
fine,
both
brother.
sides
It
to
ain't
help
about
the
you,
brothers.
brother.
That's what I'm
It's
trying to
about you
tell
and your
you.
kids, brother.
Yeah,
5 minutes
I
ago.
know how to read. I think you
Hey,
got me all mixed
Wait
up.
a minute.
So if
Wait a
I'm
minute.
Why did you
broke, we can put some money on it,
Why did you
man.
immediately go if these boys?
Because you trying
do
to
this
tell me
stuff?
I'm broke or I don't know
We
how to
was-
read.
That wasn't me. That wasn't
But
me.
we was all bitches and niggas just 5 minutes ago, but now we brother and shit. What's going on, brother?
Hold on. I'm gonna say this once again.
Don't be mad because you don't like me, man. We could put some money on it then since I'm so broke. My children went to college. I think you got me all wrong, player.
Do not over fucking talk me. I'm about to say something. I'll be clear. Number one, I'm about an issue. Number two, nobody gives a fuck about a child, awkward or not. Can the child fucking be something of a fucking success? Fuck that awkward shit.
Thank you.
If we're not producing children that can survive, thrive, create infrastructure, and carry the fucking race forward, I personally don't care. Because at the end of the day, swag ain't making you money.
Facts.
Swag ain't making these boys read.
I ain't worried about swag. That's me.
Then my fucking finish.
My kids went to college. Y'all got me all wrong, player.
Can I fucking finish? Thank you. Because now we're gonna stop being fucking rude. Because if you really want to look at successful, a lot of these chicks think that guys who go to college are lame, and that's not true. There's some college guys who go to college and they slaying every goddamn bitch in the world and still getting straight A's.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna give up on that fucking shit. Then we're gonna actually talk about this shit when it comes to black boys. Fuck them having swag. Because that's all that shit really does is entertain bitches. You should not be entertaining a bitch. She should be entertaining you.
Facts.
This nigga said swag. What does that have to do with progressing your
Charles,
life?
these dudes don't have enough motherfucking game to have a woman entertaining them. You know these dudes is bitch made. You know they crying about women every goddamn day on YouTube.
God.
They don't get no women. That's why they mad at me.
Can we turn it
That's
down
why
a
they mad.
This has nothing.
That's why they want to hate on Ism.
Calm the hell down, man.
You don't tell me what to do, boy.
I just did, clown. Calm down.
Hold on.
Can we have a conversation about the topic? Well, the current topic about black boys not reading. God damn. Fuck swag.
Your disrespect level has reached exponential gain.
Nobody said nothing about swag, brother. I'm talking about real life
Well, brother, you
real life
immediately
knowledge, brother.
deflected to these black boys being socially awkward.
Yeah, my black boys know how to read. I got a couple of them went to college, so I think y'all got me all
Yeah, we
wrong,
heard
brother.
you the first 20 times you said that.
What telling me that? Just because y'all ain't got no swag, that's why you're mad. Did that rhyme?
Everybody.
Shut your dusty ass up, nigga. Niggas got swag. What are you talking about? That's
Nigga,
light
I got
shit.
Benzes and Lexus. What you riding?
Oh, really?
Man, who is this nigga?
I'm Dusty, and you broke, nigga. What you riding? Thank you. Shit. Oh, I'm here. Let's do it.
How many fucking times I asked you to respect me?
Okay. I respect you, brother, but I'm not gonna let you let these suckers up here and talk to me crazy, and then you drop me down.
When I tell you to stop, stop, just like I tell them, correct? Stop.
You can't tell me what to do, man.
Have a good night, sir.
You're beautiful. Peace. Now, if you want to talk, we can talk.
No. Have a good night.
Well, okay. Well, we respect each other. I'll bid you a good night then. Maybe we'll talk at another time, Mr. Faulkner. But if you're going to talk to me like I'm a man too, then we can talk.
No. I'm going to talk to you like a man because I asked you stop fucking over talking.
No, but I don't like the way you delivering that message, though. If you deliver it to me right, I'll deliver it to you right. We can give respect to get respect.
No. See, I asked you nicely more than once. Now
I done heard you whapping and tapping on women's heads.
So we go.
Okay. As we enter back in the room, continue on the conversation. And this is the as I know
the
this
medications he on, man. He needs to
guys, before we continue, let me say this. As you know, you're on the Charles Faulkner Officer of the Damn Law channel. If you're not hitting the like button, please hit that fucking like button. Share the stream and donate to your motherfucking cause.
All
We're
jokes
here to
aside,
learn.
man.
This
is why we can't have serious conversations.
This is not a smoke session, but this is a
This
real
is the
session.
reason why we can't. That's the reason why we can't have good shit in the black community. Because
Yeah,
niggas want to
pretty
listen
much.
to their way. I'm sorry, Chris. will tell you the last time a nigga try to tell me something to do in my house. Chris witnessed me take that motherfucker by his neck and his throat and throw that motherfucker out.
See, folks, this video is something you can use when they say we hate women. Like, share, subscribe, donate to your interests. Can't make this up, can we? As Kevin would always say. Hey, Charles Faulkner says it best.
So we go.